everybody on their feet. Showtime at Daytona now. All the marbles on the table.
It's funny how we always try to predict the grand finale, wondering how the script will end. We want to know how it will finish.
White flag. Who will get here first? You can hear the time bomb ticking. Oh!
What we fail to see sometimes is at every turn, in every act, no matter how big or small,
Real season starts today, man.
it's building to what we all came here for. But before the credits roll and the checkered flag waves, we need to see the beginning. The start of the story.
Ready?
The start of a new season.
Take a good deep breath.
The start of the great American race.
4, 3, 2. On your toes, on your toes, on your toes, on your toes. Coming to him quick here. Let's show everybody what we got. Go hard, go hard. We'll be there at the end.
So yeah, the ending is important, and we'll get there quickly.
Go, 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 go.
But first, this is how it starts.
You got it!
The Daytona 500 is here, right now, on Fox.
It's one of the great spectacles in sports. Opening day and the prize of NASCAR racing all in one afternoon and into the evening. And we welcome you live to Race Day, presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Outstanding Florida weather here. The fans are into it. Blue skies, sunshine. Daytona International Speedway is sold out. And these fans, they're going to watch America's best drivers go door to door, play risk, reward, draft, and bump to see who leaves their mark on sports history. We're located trackside at the Chevy Experience Center, just across from the start-finish line, and we want to bring you closer to the action, closer to the fans. Our thanks to Mark Wahlberg, who handled the open here. His new film, Uncharted, is in theaters now. Jamie McMurray, Daytona 500 winner, Hall of Famer Tony Stewart, veteran driver Clint Boyer. I'm Chris Myers. Thanks for being with us. As you can tell, the fans, Clint, how about this?
That's awesome.
Here.
Come on,
I appreciate you guys being here.
Yes, this is the place.
Come on, Chris, put some muscle into it.
Oh, there you go. We got it. We got you covered. Thanks for being here. All right. You're usually loud. They're louder than you. All right, on a scale, think about this. There's a lot of mystery, a lot of unpredictability. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10's the high. How excited are you about today?
10. If you're using 10, it's got to be 10,000. These people are coming. It's packed in the infield. It's packed in the grandstands. Standing room only to Daytona 500, and I think these boys are ready to put on a show.
Yeah, this is the biggest event of the year. These guys, I can promise you, did not sleep well last night. You always come out of the gate strong. You come to the biggest show of the year, and it's nothing like anything else you experience the rest of the season.
Yeah, well, first off, we brought both of Clint Boyer's fans and all 100,000 of Tony Stewart's fans here today to be a part of this. The energy is pretty amazing here today. But when you think about the Daytona 500, someone's life's going to change today. They're going to be known as a Daytona 500 champion, maybe for the first time, or if you're Denny Hamlin, going for his 4th Daytona 500. Huge day for all these drivers in the field.
It's the best weather we've had in years, right? A best fan turnout, obviously, with what's going on. And coming off of the great momentum a couple of weeks ago from the clash at the Coliseum. Front row, your defending champ, Kyle Larson. He's on the pole. Last time a pole sitter won, it was Dale Jarrett in 2000. Alex Bowman, his teammate, right across. 25% of the Daytona 500s have been won from the front row. Speed Week, which warms everybody up. I know you probably haven't been following all the way along, but this was last night in the Xfinity race. Austin Hill wins, but Snyder violently crashes and was able to walk away.
Snyder, got up in the catch fence. By the way, right in front of Michael Jordan, ripped the engine out of that. Look across the track. He made hits. What'd you hit? I think it was an engine bomb. It smoked the engine completely out of it. Right there, you see it, rear end out of it. One of the worst wrecks we've seen. Glad that man is standing right there and walks away.
And the guy in the gray there is Michael Jordan, who actually got dunked on during this.
For the first time, right? As an owner.
In his lap.
He was like, that deserves a wow.
Yeah, you can see the concern in Michael Jordan's eyes right there. But what just happened, I think that was an incredible moment to be sitting there and see it happen. But you know, Chris, the interesting part here is that all the drivers last night were in their bus. They saw that wreck. And I don't care who you are, how long you've been doing this. That's when we have certain wrecks in our sport that hit home, and it makes you think about what's going to happen today. So incredible that he's able to walk away, and glad to see that.
Yeah, and that's the last year's car, right? Those Xfinity cars are like our Gen 6 car. We had a brand new car. This is where this thing has been tested tough. A lot of collaboration from NASCAR, the teams, the drivers. I think this car is ready for the test, and we're probably going to see it today.
Yeah, Tony, do you think we'll see that kind of wreck today with these drivers?
We hope not.
We hope not.
I'm just asking. It's my job.
I'd say we're going to see a big one at some point. As soon as they say, gentlemen, start your engines, it's like pulling the pin out of a grenade. You know it's going to go off at some point. You just hope it's not that bad.
I mentioned the crowd. Well, you heard the crowd, and of course this is 2.5 miles around, 500 laps, nearly 500 acres. The Super Bowl last Sunday in LA, they had 70,000 plus. We're going to have double that here today.
Man, they spent a lot of money on that stadium. They going to put 70,000 people in there. Pretty proud of Daytona. We're looking good, boys. 150,000.
All right, stop cheerleading. You got the job. All right, relax. If big can get bigger, it's happening here at this race. However big it is, we have it covered with our award-winning team of pit reporters. We'll start with Regan Smith. Regan?
Well, Chris, thank you. What a day here in Daytona. The atmosphere is absolutely electric right now. So often when we come to this racetrack, we want to talk about the veterans, the experience that they have, how they have an advantage. This year, though, completely different. The word I keep hearing in the garage from drivers is learning. This is an event about learning. Learn your race car. Learn what it can do in the pack. Learn how to get on pit road. Learn how to make a pit stop and do the things that you need to do. All things said, normally we'd look for a guy like Brad Keselowski, who is one of those veterans, but today this thing is wide open. 450 miles to learn, 50 miles at the end to try and win the Daytona 500. Vince Welch.
Well, you hear a lot about luck here at Daytona. Now, there's going to be good luck and there's going to be bad luck, but you don't win this race by accident. You do it with a huge skill set and a lot of hard work. Denny Hamlin has won the Daytona 500 3 times because he's an exceptional super speedway racer. Now, a 4th Daytona win would tie him with Cale Yarborough, trailing only the king, Richard Petty. So, yes, legendary status awaits Denny Hamlin today. Jamie Little?
Vince, of the 40 drivers in today's field, 4 are making their first Daytona 500 start. We have Jacques Villeneuve at 50 years old, and we have the youngest, Harrison Burton, at 21 years old. He's a second-generation racer, grew up watching his dad, Jeff, race right here at Daytona. Today, Harrison is trying to become the first rookie to win right here at Daytona since Trevor Bayne did it back in 2011 with the same team, the Wood Brothers. Michael Waltrip.
How about this scene? This place is electric. I love the vibe. Daytona is sold out. It's sold out in the grandstands, the infield is packed, and these race fans are ready for some Daytona 500 action. Am I right, fans?
Hi, thanks very much. The crowd fired up. Hope you are too, watching at home. Long way to go. We're just getting cranked up here. Here's what's coming up at Around the Turn. We're live on Fox.
The excitement is building as race day rolls on with much more. We'll talk to 2 former champs as Joey Logano and Kyle Larson jump on to talk about the big day and high expectations all season long. And NASCAR's drive for diversity takes a big step today as Jason Hamilton will be the first African-American race director of the Daytona 500. We'll talk to the man making the big decisions on the track today. Last year, Clint Boyer and Kyle Busch went riding at the ranch. But today, well, they kept things a little lighter. You don't want to miss it. All that plus country music star Luke Combs performs as we take you up to green flag of the Daytona 500 here on race day.
Back live here in Daytona, all signs pointing to heated competition as we count you down to the green flag here in just a bit. Jamie Little and Michael Waltrip, they spent some time at the Wendy's pit stop creating their own race day signs with the fans.
Mikey, we're still in a tie. What are we going to do?
I have a great idea. Let's see who can make the best sign. One for Team Sweet or one for Team Heat.
You mean the fastest sign?
No. The most beautiful sign.
Anything that I can win, I'm in. Ready, set, go.
I think the world is a better place when there's more glitter.
Glitter's for quitters. Here's your glitter. Let's let the fans decide who has the best sign. Team Heat.
Team Sweet.
Actually, look at that. I think they're better together.
Great to have Wendy's with us, and nice. Wow, look at how cool the Fox Nation car. That's the 77 car with Landon Castle starting from the 27th spot in that Chevrolet. And the new next-gen car, you know, Clint mentioned it. It's making its official debut at a points race today. It's a sweet ride, high-tech upgrade. It looks more like the street car that you drive at home. And I guess what will fans notice first, and what are drivers saying most about the car? Tony, I'll start with you.
Well, I think it's to your point. I mean, what the fans are going to see is they're aesthetically pleasing to see. I mean, it's what you see on the street. They're current, they're modern. It's got the cool look. The drivers, it's a whole different deal for them. Got slots in the windshield, in the rear windows, letting air flow through in there, sequential gearboxes. It's all up to date versus what we've had in the past.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, for years, the pit stops have somewhat been the same. They've gotten faster, but we always had 5 lug nuts, just like every passenger car. History of NASCAR, they'd come in, bah, 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 bah. Now it's just 1 lug nut, and we're going to, like if it's tight or it's not tight, we're not going to see the loose wheels that we've seen in the past.
What's that sound? Yeah.
Come on, Clint, give it to me.
One.
Come on.
That's it. You went, is that going to take
But honestly, you know, we mentioned the safety aspect of it, you know, first and foremost. But from there, under the hood, man, this thing, all the aero underneath the body, the ducts underneath the hood, dripping in carbon fiber, which any racer likes to be lightweight. This thing is it. I'm telling you, the technology behind it is second to none, latest and greatest. And these boys, I think it's going to put on a good show all season long, not only today.
Yeah, and at least they had some time to handle it before this race, but not certainly at this level. All right, let's welcome in Tom Rinaldi once again. He is here at the track with us. He was here last year for his first Daytona 500 with Fox. Now, as mentioned earlier, Jamie McMurray, who won a Daytona 500, it can change your life. And it's more than a game changer. It's more than a race. It can be a life changer. Right, Tom?
That's absolutely right, Chris. Who will take this checkered flag in just a few hours from now? The odds are it might be someone you don't really expect. That's part of the magic and the history of this great race. And as you mentioned, Chris, you don't have to look any farther than last year when the race delivered a winner few saw coming. There are many ways to measure this trip. The 2.5 miles around, the 200 laps to run. But to understand how far he traveled to finish first, let's just say Michael McDowell took the long way. It was a long and dangerous day a year ago. From the 16-car pileup at the start to the nearly 6-hour delay in the middle. A day that required perseverance. What else carries a driver through 14 years, 357 starts, tens of thousands of miles, without a single win? So often, we worship the phenom. But who values the committed?
Here comes the field driving.
Over the years, the 500 has.
First victory comes in the Daytona 500.
It's been a place for the underdog and for the unexpected.
Perhaps nobody gave this man a shot to be here in victory lane.
Maybe the day that he finally won had to be a day this long to honor the journey and to celebrate the trip.
Well, they go in a hard crash.
And when the last lap crash claimed others, McDowell had his final chance, and finally he claimed it.
Daytona 500, are you kidding me?
Maybe years or miles aren't the best measure of the victory. Maybe it's the moment, and that will last forever. What a story for McDowell, and he'll try to defend that title here in just a short order, starting in the 6th spot on the starting grade. And then let's take a look at who we might be talking about a year from now, Chris, the same way we talked about McDowell. Here's a shot of some of the longest odds for drivers in this race. Will we be talking about a Reagan or a Dillon or a Suarez? And what is it about this race that allows long shots and those we don't expect to ultimately prevail? I know you guys will break that down right now.
Yeah, well, 4 drivers. Thank you, Tom. We'll hear from you later in the show on Martin Truex. 4 drivers in their first Daytona 500 vying for that trophy. We have 6 drivers who have won this race before. Of course, Denny Hamlin is the favorite, but McDowell was a 66-1 long shot. Trevor Bayne 11 years ago was 80-1 when he pulled the upset, youngest ever to win the Daytona 500 at age 20. Which of these drivers in these cars will take home the Great American Race today? We're counting it down to green flag. Coming up, a pair of champions. Joey Logano will join us live on the set. Also, Kyle Larson. And a lot more to come as we continue live from Daytona.
Are you ready to see some big names in new places? Well, let's get to it. 2004 champ Kurt Busch is on the move. As Chip Ganassi Racing closes its doors, Kurt joins Michael Jordan, Denny Hamlin, and Bubba Wallace over at 2311 Racing. Another champ, Brad Keselowski, has been with Team Penske for 12 years. He's grabbed 34 wins and a championship in that time, but is now headed to Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing, where he will be a part owner of the team. So, to fill the hole at Team Penske, Austin Cindric moves up from the Xfinity Series into the number 2 car. Did you catch all of that?
We're keeping track as we walk you back live, counting it down to the start of the Daytona 500 with all the changes. You know, the big names and fresh faces. I mean, we have celebrities and sports stars investing in NASCAR and race teams. Pitbull, we've mentioned, Michael Jordan, Emmitt Smith, Floyd Mayweather, and the latest on a new team with Brad Keselowski, RFK.
The transition, it's difficult. There's no way around it. And it's challenging me every day. You know, how to make the race cars go faster. The race car is a product of a team of, in our case, almost 200 people and their efforts. Getting those people pulling the rope the same direction with really effective processes is a huge challenge. And then adding a new car on top of that, incredibly difficult.
You've seen this where they've updated this with the spring and bolt.
No, I haven't seen that. What's the story there?
I think 1 or 2 broke off the Daytona test when they were drafting.
You think it'll work?
I don't know.
The ownership piece just seemed natural to me. Having been an owner before in what's now the Camping World Truck Series, I've seen different things that have worked and haven't worked, and I'd like to think it's one of the biggest assets I bring to this opportunity. Hope it's fast. We want to be on the cutting edge of things that are going on out in the workspace and in the world, and that means we have to have a great work environment. As you can probably see behind me right now, one of the first things we did when I came here was paint the floors, paint the walls, clean it up. The place looks outstanding. If you just came and watched for one day and said, all right, you're way off here, you're pretty tuned in here, just that kind of insight would be invaluable to me. I'm having a blast being a part of the behind-the-scenes pieces that make race cars go fast. Working with the team at a deeper level than I ever had before in the Cup Series is really a thrill for me.
Brad Keselowski won a race last year, and that 6 car, it was 11 years ago when that, if you're into numbers, right, that's the car that won at Daytona, not the 500, but this track. It was David Reagan behind the wheel. That was quite an upset. So let's play a little game called Over-Under, and it's easy. It's simple enough. I understand it. I'll give you a number, and you guys tell me for today whether it's going to be over that number or under that number. So we're going to start with the 6 car. I mentioned Keselowski and the new team, and I'll start with you, Clint. Will the number 6 car and Keselowski have 2 wins? Is it over or under?
Over, but I think that's the number. I definitely think that's the one, and I talked to him before the season. I said, buddy, I think 2 wins is in your future.
Okay, so he's going over.
Going over.
I think over for the same reason, right on the money on 2.
At a Ford. He's at a Ford.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going over as well. I think Brad, it's going to a new organization at the right time with this new car. The way they ran on Thursday, I think he could be over.
Quick win here at the 500. It helped that strategy,
right?
right?
So, he'll love to hear that. Kyle Larson, the champ. He won 10 races last year. He's going to join us live here on the set in a moment. You know he's on the pole for today's race. What about over-under on wins this year? 10? We're going to say 10. Where is
Yeah, it's going to be under. It's going to be so hard to duplicate what he did last year. I think Kyle Larson's going to have 4 or 5 wins, but to get back to 10, I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I agree. I think under as
10.
well.
Okay.
And I think the car will play into that. Definitely under.
What should he know, by the way, about being a defending champion and coming into a season like that? What comes with it?
you get to carry your shoulders higher. I mean, when you show up on the grid, they know you're the defending champ all season long.
And
to
people
the
are
end.
coming for you.
Your chest sticks out a little bit farther.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, here we go. Race lead changes for the Daytona 500. The record for most in history is 74. We had 35 last year, Tony. So we're going to set this number for today at 35. We're going to go over or under in terms of lead changes?
I'm going to pick under, but I'll tell you why in a minute.
Oh, no, you got to tell me.
I think because we got new cars, I think we're going to have conditions today. It's really windy out here. They've practiced. The majority of the time they've been on track has been in the evening, and when it's really cold, it's sunny. It's going to be warm today. Track conditions are hot. I think the cars are going to slide around, and guys are going to just settle in and ride for a while.
Okay. What do you think?
I think under for sure, but I hope for over.
The eternal optimist. You go under?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Clint, I'll go over. And here's why. Because the word of the day is going to be learning. And we saw Joey Logano make that mistake in the duel. He thought he was going to be clear, and he wasn't. So we could see more wrecks.
Yeah, Joey will be joining us in a moment. All right, here we go. Wrecks in the race, right? Over-under is 25. There were 29 cars involved in wrecks last year. So we're going to say 25 will be involved this year. Over or under?
Pretty positive comments we got going here, Chris.
Oh,
again, I think it could be over based on what we saw in the duels and the guys just trying to figure this car out. The fact that it is hot and slick. We saw guys spin this car out a lot in testing, a little bit different than we've seen in the past, so it could be over.
I'm going to take under. I think guys are a little more, cautious, and because they don't know what this car is capable of yet. So I don't think they're going to take as many big chances.
He's taking under because he's an owns more of a
It's because I really want it to be under. It's going to cost you a lot of money.
He hopes it's
this
under.
isn't wishful
but I
thinking.
think it's going to be over because of the learning. You talked about learning. There's a lot of learning to be learned with this race car, and I think that's what we're going to see today. Over.
All right, and Jamie, I'll start with you, and then we'll go to Tony here. The over-under on unique expressions that Clint Boyer will use in the booth today that we don't understand, but he knows what they mean. We're going to say 10. What do you think?
It is over without a doubt. It's a high, wide, and handsome.
Okay.
Guns a-blazing.
Catbird seat.
Oh, that's Larry.
What?
You're used to working with Larry. I do engine noises,
What's
man.
it? Give me one.
Engine noises.
Give me one.
What?
Give me a lug nut noise.
Bum, 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 bum. Hey, it used to be way more high pitch. There's only one lug nut now. Very boring.
You're going to be in the Tony. You're going to be in the booth with him again. I know sometimes he'll say something you kind of know. You go, what? What's that about? So you think it's over 10 or under?
Well, unfortunately, I'm from Southern Indiana, so I can actually speak his tongue. So, but I agree, it's definitely going to be way over today.
Over under, you'll say a lot of them.
I'm going to go ahead and give myself an over.
That's part. He did that with such pride. All right, hey, Fox Bet Super 6 giving NASCAR fans a free chance to win $25,000 of Clint's cash during the Daytona 500. All you got to do, scan the QR code to download the app, enter your race picks for the Daytona 500, and you have a chance to win big. Fox Bet Super 6 has given away over $6 million in cash prizes to date, and there's free chances to win Clint's cash throughout the course of the NASCAR season. So over the Fox Bet Sportsbook app, go there, and Clint, your picks, people are going to be looking to see what do you have for the parlay today.
Yeah, here it is. Kyle Larson, a top 5. He's never had one on a plate track. I think it happens today. Ryan Blaney, a top 10. And then Kyle Busch, top 20. That's easy, man. He can do that, right? That's my picks.
All right.
Put it in.
If all three of those hit on one of your $10 bets, because I know you're a little tight, then it would pay $40. Wow. Hey, look who's coming up. He's had winning. He's had wrecking. He's a Daytona 500 winner and a NASCAR champ. Joey Logano with us live in just a moment. We're live on Fox, counting it down to the Daytona 500. How about an update on the Coca-Cola family of drivers? Daniel Suarez, 21st. Denny Hamlin starts 30th. Austin Dillon back at 36th. And Joey Logano, the 2018 Cup champion, former Daytona 500 winner, of course. He rolls off 20th. He'll move to the rear in a backup car.
Second place. Hey, baby! Woo! Oh, baby!
And Joey Joey is with us here on our set. Roger Penske's 22 for his birthday today, by the way, the captain.
It is.
I'm sure you could get him a nice present. Hey, congratulations, by the way. You win at the Clash a couple of weeks ago, and then within 36 hours, your wife, Brittany, you're back. You have your second child. So are you riding a high, or do you need some sleep? What's going on?
Well, I've had a few nights down here to get some rest. My wife told me last night that I've seen my new daughter for only half her life as I've been down here in Daytona for so long. But talk about an amazing 36 hours, from winning the race out in L.A. I was nervous I was going to miss the birth, right, because you're all the way across the country. We get home, Monday night we go to the hospital, and early Tuesday morning we welcome our third little one into the world.
I'm going to dive right into it, Joey. Tell me about this race car. What are the challenges down here for you today? What's the hardest thing? We got new cameras in the car, new rear view stuff. We've seen some blocks. We've seen those things. What is for you today, right now, your mindset? What's the biggest challenge for you?
I mean, there's multiple challenges. I heard you guys talking earlier about all the new things coming our way, and we're going to be learning on the fly as we go out here. But I think some of the big things, the draft is a lot different. It's easier to lose the pack than it has been with the way the air funnels behind the car now. So some changes there, and it's going to adjust your strategy quite a bit there as well. And I think a big thing is these round bumpers on the car. They don't push very well. And at the end of the Daytona 500, nobody cares anymore, right? It's all about winning it. Nobody cares about finishing second in this race. And they're going to keep pushing each other. And I think that's where it's going to go bad. And we might hit the over on the number you were talking about before the break. So
I own 40.
I hope you're
want
wrong,
it to be
too.
over.
I don't want it either. But I'm afraid at the end of these things, it may come down to that.
Well, you're a great restrictor plate racer. I just want to know, how many laps is it going to take you to get to the lead?
Well, I think it depends on what our strategy is. My play is definitely to try to get up there as far as possible as I can, try to work with our 4 teammates and work our strategy. There's a lot of strategy that goes on in this, especially with the green flag cycles. You got to pit in these stages at some point. And you want to be with somebody, right? If you pit by yourself, you're on your own island, you're going to be down a lap before you know it. So
we need a lap number.
I can't
we're looking
tell you
for it.
that.
That's what we're doing up there. We're in the booth.
You've been in the
by
same
golly,
meetings.
he was right. Lap 22. Here it is.
You sat in those meetings. Well, actually, he didn't sit in the meetings. He would just stand there for a little bit, and he'd throw his arms up and leave. It's typical Clint Boyer style. You have 10 minutes of Clint, maybe, before he's gone.
I'm going for lap 22. It's an easy one for you.
It would make sense.
All right,
22 and 22.
All right, so
lap 22.
I'm thinking the last time you came out on the stage, you sat with me, and then you went out and you won the Clash. I don't know if you remember, I gave you a lot of tips.
Yeah, I remember that.
The Clash. Yeah,
yes, I remember that. It was good.
Yeah,
you got more?
Good. Well, when we get off air, I'll give you some tips. So, you've won 27 Cup races. You've had an amazing career. You won a championship. And you've also won the Daytona 500. I heard you explain what it means to you. Just tell us, to be able to come out and win another one of these races. How special is this race?
I mean, it's so hard to put into words, right? That question to me is so hard to answer. You guys know what it's like to be out there just starting the Daytona 500, right? It's a huge event. You look at everybody behind us, 130,000 people here. Who knows how many eyeballs will be watching on Fox today? Just a huge event, right? It's not just a race, it's an event. So you want to go out there and win. All your sponsors are here, your family's here, your friends are here. Everybody wants to make it happen. So when you're able to accomplish that goal and see your name on the Harley J. Earl,
so cool.
I don't know, put that into words for me. I don't know.
It's hard,
It's incredible. Yeah. It's such a big deal.
I want to go back to the Clash, and I'm sorry, the duels, where you said, hey, it was on me, the wreck. It looks like you got bumped a little bit too, and you were okay out of it. But what did you learn from this for today, Joey? And does it affect your aggressiveness? Because obviously you're going 500 miles here to win the big prize.
I was pretty bummed out about it. Obviously, it's one of the dumbest mistakes I've ever made on the racetrack, and that one, I took the hit on it, obviously, and what I did learn is they build Mustangs every single day. There's another one ready to go today, and I can't let that change me. I can't let a mistake change me, right? You got to learn from them, and you got to, someone told me, have a memory like a goldfish. Just forget about it, move forward. And so that's what we're going to do here. I've been an aggressive racer my whole career. It's been successful for me. Sometimes being aggressive ends up like that, but it's what I do, it's what's natural, and it's what I got to continue doing.
No, and we love it. And the $1 Million Smile, again, congrats on the new addition to the family. Good luck today, and thanks for coming by. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right, Joey Logano in the 22. All right, we appreciate him being with us. This year, more history being made on the track with the next-gen car. Let's welcome in Josh Sims, who's the newest member of our NASCAR on Fox team, and his first Daytona 500. And Josh, you have the story of history being made from down on the track to well beyond it.
Oh, that's right, Chris, and history is going to be made down here, and you could feel the excitement because everyone knows about that history that's about to be made, but not just out there on the track, but up in the booth. Juson Hamilton, a former driver turned NASCAR director, is going to do something that's never been done here before, and a chance to catch up with Juson to find out how he became the most important man in this race.
First black race director. Yo, they are really trying to. They did the full lap too.
I was going to say, you can blame me because I did schedule them to do pre-race practice now. I think it's important to those watching. I hope that the example that I'm setting makes the path to motorsports for those who have a passion for it seem more in reach and more achievable. If you would ask someone when I was a kid where my path would take me, others probably would have said that was probably a low chance.
What we've seen in the recent years in the sport with owners like Michael Jordan, Pitbull, Floyd Mayweather, Emmitt Smith, all getting involved in the sport, what do you think that says about where we are in terms of inclusivity in NASCAR?
Well, I think it's very important that NASCAR is inclusive of all and that there's an opportunity. If you look at some of the comments Michael Jordan has made in the past, his father used to take him to the racetrack in Charlotte Motor Speedway. He's been a fan, but didn't necessarily make that known. And, you know, I can kind of relate to that. People were getting ready to watch the Super Bowl in February. I was more excited about the 500 coming up. So I hope that as other kids are experiencing motorsports maybe for the first time this weekend watching the 500, I just hope that they see that, you know, motorsports is something that can be for them. They can accomplish their dreams at the highest level, whether that's on the track as a driver or it might lead them another path that they're equally as happy with at the top of the sport.
Just let me know all that job entails.
Well, so a race director, the job really starts long before anyone shows up to the track. So you're responsible for knowing all the logistics of the track, whether it's the garage layout for practice, for inspection, whether it's the restart zone, how we officiate pit road, working with broadcast partners. Anything inside the safety barrier walls is something we're responsible for. That's what builds up to the actual race. In the race, you know, you're the quarterback, if you will, of the route, whether it's timing and scoring, the sweepers, the jets, you know, our safety workers, keeps you busy, but that's the fun part of it as well. It's an achievable path, and that's something that can go a long way when you're trying to guide yourself through your childhood. If you follow your passion, then good things will happen.
All right, thank you very much, Josh. And there is Juson taking in the sunshine and the atmosphere here. You can see Josh Sims, by the way, all season long with our outstanding crew on Race Hub and Race Day. February is Black History Month, an annual celebration of achievements by African Americans throughout American history. And we'll continue live here from Daytona later. Reigning champ Kyle Larson with us on the set. But up next, one of the most entertaining, polarizing, candid, successful drivers, Clint Boyer on the beach. Holstone's Clint with Kyle Busch in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Clint Boyer. Welcome to Fox NASCAR. This is one-on-one in turn one. All right, here's the rules, everybody. I'm 20 feet up, which is exactly the height of the top of the banking. You boys, you're gonna be shooting from the top of the banking all the while. Michael and these guys over here are shooting from the ground. Let's see who can get the most shots. 3, 2, 1. Shoot 'em up. Swing and a miss. Yeah, Willie B, you're way off, cowboy. A little bit higher up there on the banking than they thought. Why don't you guys join them, show them what's up? Let's do it. Can somebody please get me a shot? Game on. Oh! I think it's in. Oh! What? Here you go. Here we go. So close. Safe to say, Daytona High Banks still #1. Undefeated.
We had the drivers. Adam Alexander was part of that. Look at the bank. Over 100 shots from the higher banking. Not one basket was made.
Not one. And if you notice, Mikey, he wouldn't even let go of the wall. The banking's so steep up there, he kind of threw the ball. An underdog, like an underthrow. You
didn't shoot
that.
You stayed up there?
I realized why they put me in that basket. It was 30-mile-an-hour winds that day. The thing was swaying all over the place. Death grip up there.
But Tony, you don't really realize, at least people watching, right, until you drive it or are on the banking. It's what Talladega's the highest, one of the highest. The effect it has on you trying to keep your line or at least work your way around this track.
Well, and more so the vision. You're not looking to your left around the corner. You're looking up to look around the corner. So to sit there and get on the banking and all of a sudden realize you have to look up and to the left to see around the corner is something that you don't normally have at a racetrack.
I would have liked to have seen Michael Jordan, the owner, try that from the banking.
I think he had a shot.
I'm sure he could.
I think he had a chance.
Could have dunked from there.
Yeah.
Busch Light giving away 4 huge prizes today. Go to Busch Beer on Twitter. Stay tuned for when to tweet for your chance to win. We wish you a lot of luck. Well, we've talked about it. It's been a theme coming into the Daytona 500. There are 5 drivers in this race who have won the NASCAR championship, but they have not won the Daytona 500. Brad Keselowski, we've talked about his new RFK team. He'll be in his Ford Mustang, a guy who's had opportunities after opportunities in 12 tries, still no Daytona 500 victory. Martin Truex Jr., former champ in his Toyota Camry. It's funny, his teammates, Kyle Busch, also teammates with Denny Hamlin, but, they can't win it. Chase Elliott, more recently. Kyle Larson, obviously, since he's come over to Hendrick, that has helped him win the championship, but no Daytona 500. Chase Elliott, his name on that list, but he likes his chances today thanks to a hot streak, kind of a Peach State hot streak.
I'm so proud to have started the Georgia State Championship run by winning my first Cup Series championship in November of 2020.
Chase Elliott, the 2020 champion.
We are the champions! Yes!
I support my Georgia teams, and they support me and inspire me. I've driven my car at an Atlanta Braves game on Chase Elliott night. I went to the World Series and watched them raise the trophy against the Astros.
The Braves are world champions!
And as for my Georgia Bulldogs, I've been between the hedges to Sanford Stadium. Beating Nick Saban and Alabama in the national championship game was sweet, sweet revenge. What a year it's for the teams from Georgia. How about them Dogs, and how about them Braves? And how about I join their success by winning my first Daytona 500?
All right, he likes his chances. What about Kyle Busch? He's won everything. He's a 2-time champ. You don't like to bring it up because he's tired of hearing about it, so we sent Clint to the beach with Kyle to cover it.
Wow, look what the cat drug.
The hell are you doing here?
Sit down, boy.
I didn't know it was with you.
Doing a little dreaming down here on the beach in Daytona. Hey, man, you want a cocktail?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Good to see you, man.
Absolutely.
All right, here we are in Daytona. What could the question be that we need to be asking the Kyle Busch?
Oh, are you going to be one of those guys?
59 wins. No Daytona 500.
No Daytona 500.
The damn
There's world
no
cannot
have the Daytona 500.
for success.
Kyle Busch has cut down on left rear.
Yeah, it's always kind of the storyline, I guess, when you come down here. No Daytona 500. That is the last box to check. Got to check that box.
Kyle Busch goes to victory lane.
That's it! Awesome job, man. That's a Kyle Busch win right there.
What are some things that you like about this season, like about the car?
I think the biggest thing for us, obviously, is with the new car. I think there's a team out there that's got a little bit of a head start. They're ahead of the game a little, so we've got to play catch up and get to that point. This car lends itself to being more of a road racing type vehicle, so that's going to be fun. Definitely getting back to victory lane. I mean, damn, Rowdy Nation comes out, they're loud and proud anytime, but of course more so when we're winning races at Daytona.
See these people out here? Hey, y'all think Kyle Busch can win the Daytona 500? See?
Anybody can win it. That's the problem. I just haven't been in the right place at the right time. And even if I was, I think I would get crashed because nobody cares.
He can do it all behind the wheel, but having one of those Daytona 500 trophies would be extra special.
I don't think you can get it done being a lone wolf. I think you have to have some help around you, whether it's a friend from another team, somebody that you actually get along with, or someone from your own team, even someone in your own team that you don't get along with, they might not even help you, you know? So who's to say? But, you know, if you're the lone Toyota and you got a couple Chevys behind you and a couple Fords behind you, man, it's gonna be hard because they're gonna team up on you.
I asked, and you gave me the answer. We're done talking about it.
All right, good.
There's only one thing left to do.
What's that?
Go win!
Oh, how about we drink first?
Cheers, pal.
Well, that looked like fun. So, of the champs who haven't won, is he your pick today?
I think he is.
Yeah.
You know, 59 wins. This guy's got to get it done. I think he can. You know, but he has. You got to have that mentality, right? You can't be, well, just anybody can win. The only guys that say anybody can win this race are the cats that haven't won the race.
I haven't heard Tony Stewart say that yet. I'm kidding.
I've said it a lot. I've said it a lot.
Who's your choice of the NASCAR champs who have yet to win today? The group from Keselowski, Truex that we showed a moment ago.
I think Keselowski, to be honest. I mean, he's got a point to prove. He's going to a new team. He has to have that push. He has that drive, and he's got some momentum after Thursday night.
Yeah, Keselowski is the obvious favorite with the wins he's had at super speedway races. He's probably the best in that group. But I think Chase Elliott's a guy. He's pretty confident in his car today, and we know that Hendrick Motorsports always brings a good car.
Barely lost last
close.
year.
Yeah, in this race we have Harrison Burton at age 21. He's the youngest driver in the field. We have two drivers over 50. Jacques Villeneuve, right, from F1, former Indy 500 winner, and also Greg Biffle.
Yes, he's back. First time since 2016.
Yeah, so of
the Biff is back.
Of the 40 drivers, the experience level. And by the way, where do you keep your trophy from the Daytona 500 since you have won one of these?
Yeah, I just have it in my house.
Just hanging out there? You show the neighbors? That's so
whoa.
A Hall of Famer.
Where's your championship trophy?
He's got 3. He's got...
Which one?
He'd trade one of those for a Daytona 500. That's how much this race means. We're going to get a little music in here. We have a 2-time Daytona 500 winner, our own Michael Waltrip, standing by. Michael?
Hello, Chris. Hello, NASCAR fans. Are you ready to kick this Daytona 500 party into high gear? Let's do it. Country music superstar, Mr. Luke Combs.
Someone asked me once in an interview, what was growing up like, where'd you go to school, and what would you do if you weren't doing this? I'd be driving my first car, an worn out Dodge, trying to make rent with a dead-end job, just making do. Tips and a jar, my guitar and an old bar stool. I'd have a Friday night crowd in the palm of my hand, cup of brown liquor, couple buddies and a band, singing them same damn songs like I am now. I'd be feeling on fire on a hardwood stage, bright lights like lightning running through my veins, at the Grand Ole Opry or a show in some no-name town. Still be doing this if I wasn't doing this. I'd still be the same guy they knew back in the day, who was burning CDs just to give away, paying his dues. If I wasn't doing this, 5 deep in a van, head full of steam, hot on the heels of my neon dreams, baby, come true. Living this life just like I was born to do. I'd have a Friday night crowd in the palm of my hand, cup of brown liquor, couple buddies and a band, singing them same damn songs like I am now. I'd be feeling on fire on a hardwood stage, bright lights like lightning running through my face, at the Grand Ole
school, and what would you do if you weren't doing this?
Thank you.
We're getting closer to the green flag. And coming up, Martin Truex and his partner Sherry have overcome a lot. Tom Rinaldi shares how it's her strength that's inspired Martin's success on the track. And the 2311 team had an up and down inaugural season, but Michael Waltrip talks to the team and their new addition, Kurt Busch, about a hopeful year 2. Team owner Pitbull has fully immersed himself in NASCAR, and he continues to show his enjoyment by connecting with the fans. Plus, Michael heads to the grid. Anthony Anderson gives us driver introductions and so much more that you won't want to miss.
Good to have you watching Race Day. We're live here in Daytona, presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. From Daytona International Speedway in Central Florida. Will you look at that crowd? Over 150,000 expected to see the 64th running of the Great American Race, the prize of NASCAR to get the season off and running. Blue skies, warm temperatures, breezy, and the drivers, crews are ready to roll. This is next-gen, next-level racing. And Charles Woodson, the Grand Marshal, Heisman Trophy, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion. He's done it all, but he hasn't been a Grand Marshal at the Daytona 500. He will do that today. As we welcome you here at the Chevy Experience Center, our cast of characters, Jamie McMurray, Daytona 500 winner, the Hall of Famer and 3-time NASCAR champion, Tony Stewart, veteran driver, Clint Boyer, and I'm Chris Myers. It's nice to have you with us. I know we said before, scale of 1 to 10, you put it a lot higher, but the atmosphere, the fans have calmed down. They've been here since early this morning, and a lot more on their way to see this race.
Chris, they've been here a lot longer than early this morning. They've been here all week. I saw some hangovers early this morning, maybe yesterday.
And that's just on our crew.
But that's what I like to see in our fans, man. I'm telling you, they've been having a hell of a time here in the infield, everywhere in Daytona Beach. This place always hosts one heck of a time, and you know, Luke Combs up there, man. Yeah. Perfect fit for this crowd, and he's putting them on in. I love it.
Yeah, it's been years since I've seen a crowd like this. When we pulled in the infield today to see how many campers and people that were already packed in here, this is an atmosphere I haven't seen at Daytona International Speedway for the Daytona 500 for years.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people are already in the stands, the infield, the concert, the motorhome lot's crazy. Right. But what I like is that I've started to see some drivers walking out, and that means we're getting close to starting this race.
Yeah, we're playing off the momentum of the Clash a couple of weeks ago. Exciting at the Coliseum. It's the best weather and fan turnout we've had in years, and it should be a lot of fun. We're expecting the race to be the same way. Our defending champion of the sport, Kyle Larson, is going to join us here in just a moment. Off to a good start. He's on the pole. Can he go back-to-back? Get your popcorn ready.
Did you see Kyle Larson's Hendrick premiere? It was a blockbuster, grossing millions and dominating award season.
A dominant driver in a dominant car.
Your 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion.
Oh my God, guys! While Larson's out to prove he's more than a one-off cult classic, sequels are always more challenging.
All eyes are going to be on the 2021 champion, Kyle Larson.
There's less time to prepare, but expectations are higher.
He is the best driver in the world right now.
The championship favorite.
Larson is the most talented driver in the series.
And he's going to come here and be ready to rock. Kyle Larson.
Locations change and studios add new technology.
The next gen is here.
This is a game changer.
Biggest change since 1981.
Plus, there's fiercer competition at the box office.
Brian Blaney is a contender.
Mark Truex Jr. and you can't ever bet against Kyle Busch. He's so competitive.
So, will the sequel flop or cement Larson as a future franchise?
And Kyle Larson joining us. The champion is Hendrick Chevrolet. In the 5 car, we'll be watching from the start the Daytona 500. Well, you've won everything else already and settled in with the championship. Let's address the elephant in the room right away. The Daytona Super Speedway's not your first choice, but what is it about that? Because you've won in Chili Bowls, Sugar Bowls, Orange Bowls, all over.
I don't know. I seem to always find the wreck for whatever reason. It's mostly on my doing, I'm sure. Just making wrong decisions throughout the race to put myself right in the middle of the mess. So I've been through the catch fence here once. I've been upside down at Talladega. I broke a rib at Talladega. So don't have too much fun here typically, but I start from the pole tonight. So hopefully today will be the day.
Well, I think we all know, Kyle, the big change, you just said it, starting from the pole. How do you take that pole-winning car, learn what you need to learn, and be right over there in victory lane?
Yeah, I don't know. The duels, it was pretty apparent the Fords are really fast. So I think it's going to be important for us Chevy guys to work together stronger than we ever have and maybe piggyback off some of the fast cars for a little while. But our Hendrick teammates learned some things I thought in practice the other day, pushing and shoving and trying to just build runs, you know, if we happen to be up there at the end of the race. So I feel like we're prepared and hopefully we can take what we learned and do a good job.
You have won in everything I've ever seen you drive from ground up. You're one of those guys that's a take charge guy. You like to just get up front, lead, but do it on your own. How do you change your mindset from doing it all by yourself to having to come to Daytona for the 500 and having to rely on other people to help?
Yeah, I think that's partly why I feel like I struggle really bad here is that, yeah, I mean, there's guys that run up front, and then all the competitors, they know they're the fast ones, so they can be confident and follow them. And I feel like with myself, I don't have the confidence to make moves because I don't know if people behind me have the confidence in me to follow, and that's why I think I never quite make it to the front, and I'm always mid-pack, right where the crash is. But this style of racing's been different. It's got, we've been too wide for a little bit, but then it gets kind of single-filed out. So I don't think it's going to be as crazy 3-wide action, but now that we have twice as many cars out there, it could be, and it could get to what we're used to, and hopefully it does, and I think that'll allow more of us to have a shot. So 2017, you led the white flag lap, got down to turn 2 and ran out of gas. Is that a moment every time you come back here that you think about? A little bit, yeah, for sure. And two, I was never close to win the Daytona 500 before that, and I have not been close ever since. So that moment was really cool, crossing the start-finish line with the white flag. You've done it with the checkered, which is, I know, better, but that was still a cool moment, and it makes me want to win this race even more than I did before, just because I was so close.
Yeah, and you started racing at a young age. I know Tony Stewart right away saw you and said, this guy will be a champ one day. You'll like this next story, so hang around, because we have Kevin Harvick. He started racing at age 5. Denny Hamlin at age 7. Kyle Busch wasn't until age 13. You're going to see all those guys, along with Kyle Larson, on display. The next-gen car, but what about the next-gen driver? There has been much excitement and anticipation, of course, about the next-gen car. We'll see it at its best here at Daytona, but we wanted to dig deeper into the origins of the young driver, the next-gen driver. This is Kidding with Chris.
Come on, hurry up.
All right, okay, all right. So if you could tell me your name and how old you are, and then how long you've been driving.
My name's Cash, and I'm 7, and I've been driving for 1 year.
1 year? How about you?
I'm Owen. I'm 7. I don't really know how long I've been driving. 2 years.
Okay, good thing you had a little help there. And you?
My name is Brexton. I'm 6. I've been driving for a year.
Yeah, right. And you have your fire suit on. You decided to wear that today?
Yeah.
And why is that?
thought it was a race car driver interview.
It kind of is. And you have sponsors.
Yeah.
This is the first time with Brexton with us, but we've done this before, right?
Yeah.
And are you guys excited to do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah, your dad, Kyle, two-time champ, and your dad, right, champion last year of NASCAR, and your dad, he gets to work with me. Yeah, do you watch your dad on TV?
Yeah.
Yeah, when he commentates? Okay. All right, now you race against each other. Who usually wins between you guys?
Brexton. Me.
And Brexton, does it ever get a little tough out there? Do you guys bump into each other?
Yes. Well, we can't really dump each other. He tried to wreck me on the second lap.
You tried to wreck him?
Yes, he tried to wreck me. That was my first time ever racing. Second lap.
Okay. Did your dad teach you then?
Yes. Yeah, he told me to.
Okay.
My mom gets crazy and my dad's calm.
Okay.
Oh, and my mom gets crazy too.
But they must get crazy when you win. You guys have your own social media following, right, on Twitter?
I do.
Yeah? You all do? Sorry, I don't want to keep you up here.
Instagram.
You're on Instagram. That's hipper, more on the gram. And how many followers you have? Do you know?
400.
How about you?
None.
None? Oh, I'm sure you have some. How about you, Brexton?
I don't know.
You have a lot. I'm told you have more than me. Why is that so funny? I think, can we park him? Is that what they do when you get out of line? Do they park you guys? Okay. And your dad, he hasn't won the Daytona 500 yet. Do you think this could be his year?
Yes. Yes. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, you think his? I was going to ask you, since your dad's in the booth, right, between Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch, who's going to have the better Daytona 500?
Kyle Larson.
Oh, he's going with Larson. Okay. Well, good. I think Mr. Busch will have something to say about that. I wish you a lot of luck on your careers as the next-gen drivers. So, did you enjoy the interview?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. Okay.
But we got to go somewhere.
Where are you going?
Disney World. Disney World.
Oh, all right. Well, have fun.
30, 29.
And Aubrey has joined Owen with Kyle Larson. The whole family is. Oh, what's the matter? All right.
Yeah, Owen.
Nice work. So Kyle.
Little buddy.
All right.
She's the one with the sass. I guarantee you, she'll be a heck of a race car driver. Put her behind the wheel.
I hope in 12 years, all three of those will be racing each other in the NASCAR series. All right, Aubrey, we'll get you your own talk show on Fox Nation. All right, Kyle, good luck today and with the family. Appreciate it. Hope Disney World was fun. Thanks for doing that, as always.
Yeah, now I see how you got them all to sit still. You bribed them with a Disney World
That's what
trip.
it was.
Yeah, I'm on your way.
That's going to be tough on the Fox expense report. All right, to all the kids that are here, the young, the old, the growing, that want to be drivers and want to watch drivers, this is the Great American Race. Enjoy the sunshine. We're going to meet the drivers, a special introduction for our drivers for the Daytona 500 coming up. Daytona. We can't wait for the start of this race. Hey, a special announcement. This just in, where somebody texted Bob Pockrass. Danica Patrick is going to be joining us as a guest analyst for the Vegas and Phoenix races. She's, of course, sat on the pole here for the Daytona 500. She's won an IndyCar race, has fans around the world. And then next week at the Auto Club Speedway in Southern California, two-time Daytona 500 champ Matt Kenseth will be our guest analyst. And Tony Stewart will, through today, come back with us at a later time. But the next three races on Fox making up our West Coast swing. We always appreciate the support with our guest analysts on the pre-show and up on the booth with Mike Joy. There's the trophy, the Harley J. Earl Trophy, named for a leading car designer and the second commissioner of NASCAR. I think it weighs about 54 pounds, but it's worth its weight in gold. All right, time now to meet the drivers. Those that'll be vying for the Daytona 500 title, the 64th running. For our introductions, here's television and movie star Anthony Anderson.
Listen to me. This is going to be fun. Grab a seat, smack that volume, turn that thing up. It's almost time to race, baby. So let's meet them boys behind the wheel. Get this camera out of my face. We started row 20 with Young Slick from Vegas and Jacques Villeneuve. Row 19 is headlined by my AA brother, Eric Amarola. Yeah. Row 18 is nice. Taz Groff with the Money Mayweather team. And 2018 Daytona winner, Austin Dillon. Ahead of them, it's David Reagan and Daniel Hemrick. In row 16, Cody Ware and Cole Custer, a.k.a. damn, that boy cold as ice. Okay. If you're rocking the jump, man, you gotta be big time. It's three-time winner, Denny Hamlin. In row 14, we get a return from the Bipster at a spry 52 years old, while Ty Dillon and Justin Haley are ready to rock the 13th row. Then it's Corey LaJoy. And Willie B may look like he still plays with Hot Wheels, but damn it, that 24 car definitely hot. Finally, row 11. Danny Suarez in the 99. And the closer, a.k.a. Mr. Steal Your Win. We're going to keep this Daytona 500 party jumping. The rest of the field is next.
Our thanks to Anthony Anderson, and look for him next week on the season premiere of To Tell the Truth and Law and Order. Players, introductions, the fans excited. Let's go to the staging area. Our Jamie Little is with Alex Bowman. Jamie?
Alex Bowman starting on the front row for the 5th straight time. How are you going to seal the deal and finally end your day in victory lane?
Yeah, we just got to make it to the end, right? I feel like we've figured out about every way to crash around this place, so hopefully we can stay out of trouble. It's a long 500 miles, and I think it's going to look quite a bit different than previous 500s have. So excited. I think we have a pretty good Ally 48 Camaro, and hopefully we end up in victory lane at the end of the day.
All right, good luck, Vince.
With Austin Cindric, what's going to be so special about why you win today?
Well, it's Roger Penske's birthday, so I'm sure that's a gift he would love to have re-gifted to him, so hopefully we can do it on our Discount Tire Ford.
And the 2 has never won.
2's never won. There's never been a rookie in the 2, so no better time to do it.
There you go. Regan Smith.
Kevin Harvick, previous Daytona 500 winner. Do these moments leading up to the 500 ever get old?
They do not. And I think, this year is a little bit different than the last couple have been with all the enthusiasm and excitement. So really excited about our Busch Light Ford Mustang, and hopefully we can end the day in victory lane.
Good luck, Kevin. Jamie?
4 drivers making their first start in the Daytona 500. Harrison Burton, 21 years old. What is it like being here in this moment about to start this race?
It's pretty unbelievable. I mean, the amount of people here and the excitement here, you can really feel it. So as a driver, it gets you excited, and it feels like how I would imagine, which is really awesome.
Good luck to you today. Vince?
Chase Elliott, he's a former Cup champ. Get the 500 win today?
I don't see why not. I think we have a plenty fast enough Napa Chevy to do it. So they're super excited to be here. This is the type of environment at a race that made me want to do it when I was a kid, and it is so refreshing to see this type of energy here at the racetrack. So hats off to NASCAR, everybody that has played a part in making this week what it is, and most importantly the fans for coming out and making it what it should be. So hopefully we can put on a good show for them.
Regan?
Martin Truex Jr., your 18th try at the 500 is today the day.
I sure hope so. I mean, we've been trying hard for sure, and Bass Pro Camry looks great. 50th anniversary of Bass Pro Shops this year, and Johnny Morris's favorite race, so we sure would love to take the victory lane.
Good luck, Martin. Chris?
Back with Clint Boyer, Tony Stewart, and Jamie McMurray.
Candles are lit on them, boys.
They're going a little faster than the cars are going to go, right? What do we hit? Top speeds 190 miles per hour here today?
Absolutely, in the draft, and man, not quite as fast as they're capable of doing. But man, I tell you what, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, we have 2 Chevys up front in Larson and Bowman, and then there's like a string of 6 Fords, right? Does that figure in the long haul of this and teamwork and figuring things out?
Well, I think it's what we're going to see all day long. You're going to see the cars with each manufacturer group together and work together for the majority of the race. But at every Daytona 500, at the end, we lose people, but most of all, at the end, all bets are off. Everybody's on their own.
Yeah, tough to be patient, Jamie, in this race.
It is 500 miles long race, 3 hours to get to the end, and you have to be there at the end. We do have some stage points we're gonna award throughout the race, but the ultimate prize is the trophy, the Harley J, at the end of the day, and you got to be in it to win it.
Yeah, Clint, what have you seen this week through the duels and just practice and qualifying? Anything that's going to help you in terms of the kind of racing we're going to see today?
A lot of teamwork out there, Chris. With manufacturer teamwork, your allies, your teammates, yourself, you got to find all those things. And 400 miles of this race, I think, is all set in learning, right? You go out there, you figure out who all those guys are, who's going to help you at the end of this thing, and then you try to strategize around at the end of this race who to be with at the right time, coming off of turn 4, making sure you got the right push behind you.
Yeah, and we just heard Kyle Larson talk that guys want to be with fast guys. That's how it works out here. And so you spend the whole race trying to figure out who's fast and who do you want to be with at the end.
I bet been out here when the crowd, I know the engines roar, but drivers, you tell me, can you sense when you get through something that the crowd is up and standing and hollering, or is your focus totally on the track?
I'm going to say this about the crowd, and you never hear a guy like Chase Elliott say things like that. It's got his attention, and this is one of the only races as a race car driver that has that momentum, right? That bibble. It's so hard to get in your car because you're so excited, you're so wound up to go out there and put on a show for these fans. All these guys are revving at wide open throttle right now.
And it's the first one of the year, and that's the hardest thing. Every other professional sport leads to the biggest game of the year. This is right out of the gate. This is the biggest show of the year in front of the biggest crowd for the biggest money and the best trophy.
This place will erupt when Chase Elliott takes the lead today. The crowd will go crazy. You're going to hear it in the booth. You might hear it on TV.
Yeah, Chase Elliott, the most popular driver again and a former champ, but certainly Denny Hamlin, the story. Again, the favorite. He's won 3 of the last 6 Daytona 500s, which is absolutely amazing. All right, there's a sense of what the atmosphere is like here. Let's go back out and check in again with Tom Rinaldi. Tom?
Well, Chris, for every driver here, of course, the ultimate goal is victory and a little piece of racing immortality. But for one driver of the 19th car, Martin Truex Jr., for the last 8 years, he's been driving for something more, for the woman in his life who's in the fight of her life. It's a fight they share to help others. We like to believe fear is a choice. But really, fear is a moment.
I mean, fear. Complete and utter fear. I have my whole life ahead of me. I don't want to leave my family behind. I don't want to leave him behind. There's so many things I want to do. I can't imagine ever waking up one day of my life and thinking, I'm not going to fight this today.
Martin Truex Jr. has been a fighter all his career on the racetrack.
Martin Truex Jr. dominated this race.
That's where he first met Sherry Pollux in 2005, and they've been together ever since. They both worked on Martin's foundation supporting pediatric cancer. But in 2014, Sherry received her own diagnosis, stage 3 ovarian cancer. Her 5-year survival rate estimated at less than 30%.
I literally threw myself on the ground that day and said, God, why me? I've done everything right in my life. Like, how did this happen to me?
The hard part about it is, be the greatest person in the world. Like her, kids, children. They don't deserve this. And that was the toughest part. As soon as we left there, she's like, I'm not giving up. And she started fighting.
The fight and the treatments began. Hours of surgery, 17 months of grueling chemotherapy, losing her taste, her weight, and her hair.
How skinny I was, who I saw in the mirror. The person looking back at me just looked so sick. She looked like she was on her deathbed. It was hard to recognize her. And so that was the lowest point, for sure.
Through it all, she had one demand of Martin: to keep racing.
It made me happy, too, to see him compete on Sundays. Even though I couldn't be there. I mean, I was still watching from home, and it was good for me. It was good for my soul.
There you go. Come on. Clear. It played in my mindset. It played into, how I approached racing. The never give up attitude, just the fight, the will to win. And I don't have to look far for that example.
Sherry made it through her first fight, only to have the cancer return in 2016, the same year she launched Sherry Strong.
There's really no advocacy around this disease. I wanted to be that person that could stand up and say, I'm here and I'm fighting it with you, and I don't know how long I'm going to live, but for the time that I'm here, I'm going to bring you hope.
To see how she's handled this battle of hers and helped others along the way and done all these things are the reason that she's here with us today.
Through the foundation, she opened the Sherry Strong Integrative Oncology Clinic in Charlotte. All while Martin has kept racing and winning.
The best team all year long can now celebrate a championship.
And while Sherry has kept going and living, and at Bristol last year, shouting.
Drivers, start your engines!
I just remember after the race, he's like, "Did you hear me?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, I heard you. The whole world heard you."
Sherry is now in her third fight. The cancer returned again late last year.
I do have some tumors in my right lung. I'm praying for a clean scan here in the next couple months, but I feel good. And I'm going to be there on Sunday on that starting line right next to him on the grid, and I'm going to be there. I want to see Martin take the green on Sunday, hopefully win his first Daytona 500. There's no other option for me. You can tell me there's tumors in my lungs. You can tell me there's tumors wherever, but I'll never give up. I will fight till the end, till I'm on my deathbed. I just won't stop.
Since the cancer returned in December, Sherry has undergone alternative treatments and therapies and says they've been effective so far. In all, she's endured 3 major surgeries and more than 40 rounds of chemotherapy. All while she's continued to fight, Martin Truex Jr. has had the greatest stretch in his racing career, the two of them supporting each other. And Chris, importantly, sharing this story and the signs of early detection, like loss of appetite and stomach discomfort, so that other women might seek out medical help and learn from her example. A portrait in courage for both. She's here cheering Martin Truex Jr. on, hoping to capture his first Daytona 500.
All right, yeah, thank you, Tom, and thank you for bringing us that story. You know, last night here in Daytona Beach, it was the first time it was here. Martin Truex Jr. Foundation sponsored a catwalk for a cause to raise funds in the battle, as you mentioned, against women's and childhood cancer. It was previously held in Charlotte. And we will have more from the Daytona 500 in a moment.
Thursday night on FS1, E.J. Liddell leads 18th ranked Ohio State.
He is feeling it here today.
Against Kobe Cochran at 12th ranked Illinois. Thursday at 9 Eastern on FS1.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. With you for every mile on the road to greatness. Goodyear, more driven. Our thanks to Anthony Anderson. And look for Anthony next week on the season premiere of To Tell the Truth and Law and Order. And now he has the rest of the field here at the Daytona 500.
Oh, yeah. This is the time. Now lock in. The top 20 drivers. Follow me. Ross Chastain in row 10 with the polarizing but undeniably fast Joey Logano. Running row 9 is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and a 500 winner in Kurt Busch. Tyler Reddick and the chosen one of 2311 Racing, my man, Bubba Wallace. MTJ and the Flying Fish Whip headlines row 7 with young gunner Eric Jones. A couple of babyface darlings in row 6, including the sport's most popular one, Chase Elliott. And the other Chase, last name Briscoe, with the candy-coated supervillain Kyle Busch, still plotting for that first 500 trophy in row 5. On to row 4. The Wood Brothers Wheelman and Ryan Blaney in that Penske 12. It's Austin Cindric in row 3. And now, introducing the reigning and defending Michael In row 2, bad boys of RFK Racing. And leading the pack, Alex Bowman, the showman, and the pole sitter himself, the king of the cup, the world's best 40 drivers, racing's most coveted trophy. Let's get it on.
Anthony's fired up, and so are the drivers. There's Kyle Busch, and let's welcome an old friend, former colleague, Hall of Famer, champ, Daytona 500 winner, and Jeff Gordon is with us with the crew.
Stats. Who needs stats?
Who needs
Chris?
stats? And now you're going to join us later in the year in an analyst role. But you're vice chairman.
I couldn't let Boyer get too far away. I miss him a little bit.
You do?
You know?
Really? Is he just?
Yeah.
But, as a vice chairman, what do you do for Hendrick Motorsports?
Let me tell you,
I can't wait to hear the answer to this.
You thought your morning was busy. Mine has been nonstop, but it started off great, obviously, with the announcement with Chase Elliott. So, being able to put deals like that together, to welcome sponsors. Holy cow.
Yes.
Daytona 500 NASCAR is back, baby. This is why I wanted to be a race car driver and a NASCAR driver. But, yeah, no, it's just, every aspect of the business, from competition to the business side, working with NASCAR on the tracks, and just doing things like this to try to grow the sport.
Yeah, and you locked up Chase Elliott, a 5-year contract. More on that. But so you stepped into the analyst role, did a nice job. Tony's doing that. I want you to how you handle media and reporters. Here's a little clip I want you to see, and then you can assess from Tony's days. We have that?
My fitness program is get up and drive as fast as I can to Burger King. I'll wreck my mom to win a championship. I'll wreck your mom to win a championship. I'm like, man, I almost made it through the whole day without getting fined. He better be worried. That's all I got to say. I learned my lesson there. I'm going to run over him every chance I got from now to the end of the year, every chance I got. I'll sit there and think of that petty crap that you think of. Give that mic away. You don't even deserve to have that mic right now. What the hell's wrong with you? And he's the one that drives like a little I'm going to bust his ass. Thanks, Tony. Thank you. Welcome to Daytona.
Do we not all miss that, Tony?
He's all slick
where
back.
Where did you go the last 5 years of driving? Well, that was the first 5 years, by the way.
Well, okay.
Yeah, well, that was actually about half a season. they cut out the rest of it.
Now he's nice with us with the media, so it should be a lot of fun. Oh, so first lock it up, Chase. By the way, Hendrick has had, a champion the last 2 years, so you now there, you just don't screw anything up.
I was going to say,
right?
I mean, the bar is set here. How am I going to succeed in this?
I don't know how you keep doing it. It's timing. We're talking about Daytona, right? To win this thing, you've won it, unfortunately. How many times?
2 or 3.
Yeah, 2 or 3. You're so good at timing. Then you quit. Chris and I leave us up here with these two and walk right into another role where you just dominate the front row and everything else. How do you figure out the timing?
Man,
well done.
You know what? It's good living. Good living just puts you
clean
in good
living, huh?
Clean living. You know, Boyer.
Jeff,
no, maybe you don't.
You have been one of NASCAR's biggest stars, doing Saturday Night Live, Regis and Kelly, and I heard you say earlier this week you talked about wanting to get your drivers into that same type role. What's the plan there to try to do that, and are they receptive to wanting to be that guy?
Well, first and foremost, I mean, you're right. I'm stepping into a role with the most amazing car owner and leader in Rick Hendrick, and he has a culture and a vision, and I've been a part of it as a driver, and now I'm having a lot of fun working with really smart people to keep that vision going. But, the thing is, all I wanted, when I look out here, right, and I say, this is why you want to be a race car driver. This is why you want to be a superstar. It makes it a lot easier for me to have those conversations where I just want the guys to be themselves, but just step outside just a little bit or at least to the edge of their comfort zone. No different driving a race car. If you're not uncomfortable in a race car, you're not going to win. And I think it'd be good for those guys to want to do that with their personality, with their sponsors, with their fans. And I think the sport has thrived over the years because of those things. But I don't want them to be something they're not.
Yeah, certainly nobody's done it better than you.
Yeah, and 3, multiple Daytona 500s. I want to mention Denny Hamlin, who's won, 3 of the last 6 500s. He's been in contention, really, to win the others. When you look at these numbers, I mean, these are staggering. And by the way, now at age 41, has yet to win a championship. But for Hamlin's 23-11 team, they added Kurt Busch with Bubba Wallace this year. Last year, the driver sat down with Michael Jordan and Michael Strahan. This year, they were ready for another sit-down, but a surprising Michael.
We've got Kurt Busch moving over to 23-11.
And the team just keeps getting better and better.
See you guys. There's one empty chair. Who's that going to be? I know. Oh, man.
There he is.
Michael is in the house.
Not the Michael I was thinking.
There's an empty seat, you mind? Yeah, no, go ahead. You said it. Tell me, how's it been? I mean, it's new with you and Michael, and what's it been like?
It's been seamless as far as the transition, and I like this kid.
Like the elder statesman here.
It started around you. It's got to make you feel really proud of seeing how much this thing has taken off.
It has really changed the whole game of the sport, I feel like. We've been able to do a lot of things inside our four walls at 2311 that have promoted ideas for new teams. And so now bringing Kurt on board with the experience and the knowledge there, I think we're really shaping up to make a long-lasting spot in this sport and do some big things with it. So it's been fun.
That's awesome. And Denny, this is your other baby, and you've got to be so happy with where you've gotten in such a short period of time.
I couldn't envision it really being any better, honestly. It's just been amazing, and to see how our shop has grown, and we're trying to be strategic about that. You know, I knew that the first teammate for Bubba was going to be very important. He hasn't never had a teammate before. When, you know, the initial talks started with Kurt, a lot of it was just based off of his on-track talent. And second, I interviewed 3 of his previous teammates, and it was the peer review was unanimous that he was the best teammate that they'd ever had, and that was enough for me.
He wins races.
He makes every team better when he goes there.
And Bubba, you've got to experience a race under your belt with Kurt and prepping for the Daytona 500.
Yep.
Can you already see where it's going to make you a better race car driver?
Oh, I mean, no doubt, because he's like already trying to move the needle on certain things that I would just kind of, hey, this is the cards you're dealt, just play a hand with it, you know? So he's like, nope, I want a new hand already. It's like, all right, I like that. But I always say this, he's probably getting tired of it. I'm sorry, I'm glad I got the first win for MJ and Denny, and you didn't come over to spoil the show.
We chase these checkered flags with pride. All of it has come together so quickly, and now it's just a matter of performing and getting the job done, and that's what we live for. It's Sundays.
So, you know, I just know what our potential is, and certainly I think that, you know, Kurt's got a proven resume in winning races, and Bubba's now been a guy that's won in our series.
If y'all go 1, 2, 3, it'd make me happy.
Let's roll the dice, figure out which one's won.
Interesting. There's Bubba and Kurt. You know, it's interesting and it's not new to NASCAR, but some people tuning in go, wait a minute, a guy owns a race team, right? He's part owner like Denny Hamlin, and then he's racing for, you know, Joe Gibbs Racing in his Toyota for himself, and you've been in some unique situations, Jeff, but let's talk about this team and Bubba Wallace's chances. He's run okay on restrictor plate races. Got a good shot today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I thought the Toyotas looked good. I know we've all been talking about the Fords being strong, but, you know, this race is not won by cars. It's won by people on teams. And I think this is going to be one of the most unique Daytona 500s we've ever seen. It's going to be a battle for 500 miles of getting yourself in position late in this race. First, you got to be in it. And Bubba does a great job getting himself in that position late in the race.
Do you have a thought on, you talked about guys to beat. They like Brad Keselowski, and you guys can jump in with who you think. I mean, Hamlin's obviously a favorite, but this is a wild card kind of a race.
It really is. I'm going for the Chevys, but, you know, they certainly didn't show everything they had in the duels. I think, you know, we're going to see a much different race today than we did on Thursday. And I just want to wish you good luck being up there for 3.5 hours with this guy.
Yeah,
I think I'd rather just drive a car today.
He'd rather be in a wreck than deal with. No, I'm kidding. We kid. And you're going to be with us later in the year, too, of course. Right?
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, right. And I know you're a big football fan. You're 49ers.
Where am I now? He couldn't get away from that camera too far.
I wanted my Niners to go against
his
those
Chiefs again.
It didn't happen.
Well, now you can root for the USFL until the NFL season rolls around. The USFL is back, ready to spring into action starting in April on Fox. Remember the teams, the Philadelphia Stars, Birmingham Stallions, New Jersey Generals, Michigan Panthers. They're all back. New Orleans Breakers, Tampa Bay Bandits. Football, USFL, coming to Fox begins April 16th. We have the whole season, playoffs, title game, 7:30 Eastern. We hope you tune in for that. All right, so Tony and Clint, you'll head up to the booth with Mike Joy.
Yeah, hey, have a nice ride, guys, around the track up to the booth. I'm going to walk right over there to pit road.
And we're going to let you go. Yeah, what do you just wander around and shake hands and get money, or what do you do?
Listen, my job's done now. It's all on those guys. Well, I just wish them luck.
All right, good seeing you, Jeff. Always a pleasure. Say hi to Rick Hendrick for us as well. Enjoy the race. Good luck to your guys. You guys have fun in the booth. Jamie McMurray and I will continue here. We're getting closer to the start of the race on the grid walk, coming your way live from Daytona.
You got me. What are we doing?
We got some fan mail for you, Pitbull. Here we go.
Oh, fan mail.
Dear Pitbull, what made you get into NASCAR? Sydney from Ohio.
Growing up in NASCAR, what got me into it first was actually a movie called Days of Thunder. We had the Dollar Theater, so you wouldn't be able to see a movie until 3 months after you'd go to the Dollar Theater, and Days of Thunder was one of them that I was waiting to see. And when I saw of the fight behind it, the technical part of it, and of course Nicole Kidman, that's when I started to become a fan of it. But more than anything, I relate to the grind, I relate to the hustle, I relate to the underdog spirit and mentality.
Mr. Worldwide, what attracted you to Daniel Suarez for your first driver at Trackhouse?
Well, first of all, they gave me the opportunity to come in Trackhouse. They already had it put together, but what is there not to love about Daniel Suarez? You're talking about someone that's a hard worker and the true American dream. Coming from Mexico, chasing his dream on becoming one of the best NASCAR drivers. Trackhouse, car number 99 and car number 1. Dale.
Yo, Pitbull, when you're rolling in the 305, what are you cruising with? Sincerely, Mo.
Cruising through the 305. Listen to me, they suspended my license a long time ago. It's been a while since I've been driving. Just gotta be real with you.
Dear Mr. Bull.
I like that. Dear Mr. Bull. As long as it's not Dear Mr. Bull, we're gonna be all right.
Have you given any thought to a NASCAR-related nickname yet? May I suggest Dale Earnhardt, LA's very own J-Bone.
J-Bone. To share a name with the Intimidator. Dale Earnhardt. That's a blessing right there and a true honor. Dale Earnhardt. What? So let's do it. Ready? Armando Christian Perez, Pitbull, Mr. 305, better said Mr. Worldwide, or should I say Dale Earnhardt? I love it. Thank you very much. I appreciate the nickname. He rest in paradise, Mr. Dale Earnhardt, and big shout out to Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Just one of the many personalities in the sport. Another one is our Michael Waltrip, who's standing by with his Daytona grid walk. Michael.
Oh, Chris, this is the best it's felt in a long time. I love hearing Mr. Worldwide getting us jammed up and going. I also love talking to Charles Woodson, NFL Hall of Famer. Pleasure to see you. Thanks for coming to Daytona. Tell me how this feels.
Man, it's great to be here, man. To have all the people in the stands, man, and you feel this energy. I can't wait for the race.
You've been in some big events. This feel good?
This feels great. I can't wait.
I'm glad you're here. Awesome. Michael, I gotta know, what has the last year been like? How's it changed your life? I know you're such a good man. I know it means a lot.
Oh, it's a dream come true, you know. So many years of grinding it out and not getting to victory lane to finally do it at Daytona. It was just huge. And then this week's been so special. Just having all the fans and our sponsors and everybody here and enjoying the moment and hanging out in victory lane and taking pictures with the trophy. Kind of got to relive some of those moments we didn't get to have last year. But yeah, it's been awesome. It's just a dream come true. Really thankful for the opportunity. And we got another opportunity to do it again today. So let's see what happens.
Who doesn't love love?
Everybody loves loves.
I love love. Ryan Blaney is with Big E. Big E, how's it going? Hey, Ryan, have a fun day. Hey, we need to get our man pumped up. Get him going here. What do you think?
Who we have right here is a man known around the world as Y.O. Ryan Blaney, look at this man. 3 wins in 2021, and this is his year.
I agree.
Yeah, right.
Appreciate y'all coming out. Thank you, Big E.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Big E. You want to drive for me?
No, you do the driving. I do the hyping.
Hey, pick him up over your head.
Oh, no. For later. We'll say that for later.
Oh, man, that was funny. Where's Harrison Burton? I have to know. 21 years old, first Daytona 500, is it? You watched your dad race here, but isn't it as big of a dream come true as you thought it would be?
It is, you know, and it's lived up to expectations. This whole week has been amazing with the Wood brothers to drive for them and do those that left the legacy that this car has now proud is the main goal, and we'll go out and try and do it.
What's the goal? Victory lane?
That's always the goal. We'll go try and do it.
Right on. Have fun. Let's see what Ryan Briscoe's up to. Hey, there's the baby. Your baby's here. How you doing? Hi, baby. Look how precious. Ryan, how's special you and Johnny Klossmeyer debriefing? Sorry, buddy. Can I say hi for a second? I can borrow him. Midwest Dirt Racer, Daytona 500. How's it feel?
It's pretty dang cool. This is my second one officially, but it feels like the first one with all the people. It's pretty unbelievable. Got my son with me, so that's cool too. So hopefully be a good day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great day, and I'm really thankful that you're here, and I hope you have a great race. Let's see who else we can find. Hey, Kyle Busch. Hi, buddy. How you doing?
Good, man. What's up, Mikey?
I'm just doing the grid walk. Charles Woodson. Big E was here.
All right, nice. We got some names.
Yeah, now I'm talking to you.
That's all right. Well, we're no name over here, but we're ready to go racing. How about you?
I can't wait for the 500. Do you feel the energy? Do you feel the excitement? You love what you're seeing?
Absolutely. Fans look amazing. Grandstands look great. Everybody's energized, all ready to go, pumped up for a great Daytona 500 today. So hopefully today's our day.
Man, I hope so too. Have fun. Chase Elliott, we're going trackside in about 10 seconds. I just wanted to say hi and have fun.
I'm glad you did. Good to see you.
You want to send it to Trackside Services?
Who am I sending it to?
Just the fun that we're going to have here.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. We'll send it to whoever is at Trackside Services today. Why not?
There you have it.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as Robertsdale High School Junior ROTC presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome Chaplain of Advent Health of Central Florida, Farzad Norian.
Dear Lord God, we pause for a moment to acknowledge you and ask for a sense of your presence to be with us this afternoon. Father, please protect and bless the drivers in the race today, our officials, crew members, fans, and their families. And please protect and bless our men and women in the military and law enforcement as they serve this country day and night. And please bless their families. For these things we ask in Christ's name. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome award-winning, multi-platinum country music icon and star of the upcoming Fox series Monarch, Trace Adkins.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Getting ready for the start of the race. Fox Bet Super 6 giving NASCAR fans a free chance to win $25,000 at Quince Cash during the race. Simply download the free-to-play Fox Bet Super 6 app or scan the QR code to download the app and enter your race picks for the Daytona 500 for your chance to win big. Fox Bet Super 6 has given away over $6 million in cash prizes to date. There will be chances to win Quince Cash throughout the NASCAR season. Beautiful weather. Daytona International Speedway in the 64th running of the great American race. And it's always been a special place to race through the years.
Welcome to Daytona Beach, Florida. where the sun shines just a little bit different.
Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
High speeds
to beach cruisers. Down here, we've got a little bit of everything you need.
But necessity turns into opportunity to show the world who and what you're made of.
There's the green, the race is on.
Hang on, hang on.
Look out! Back to the line. And there's a checkered flag. 20 years of frustration.
Hell of a job, buddy. Hell of a job.
He's got 500. Are you kidding me?
And here, the bright lights are reflected in the cars.
Cruising down the beach. This is Daytona.
Our thanks to Scott Eastwood. His movie, I Want You Back, is streaming exclusively on Amazon Prime Video. From the first race in 1959 to today, the Daytona 500 remains the great American race. With Jamie McMurray, former Daytona 500 winner, I'm Chris Myers, as Clint and Tony have gone up to the booth to call this race as we see how close they are to starting the race. You know, Jamie, let me ask you, we know who's starting up front. It's a lot of miles, 500, but to make up ground, how difficult is that for guys that are towards the back of the pack and some pretty, I would say, impressive names?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Joey Logano is going to start in the back, but Harvick's someone I want to keep my eye on. He was in the right position in his duel. And we talked about, though, the last car in the packs was having a hard time hanging on. He lost the draft. The other Fords went on to compete for the win, but I think Kevin Harvick's going to have a good day.
I want to talk about the new car because Harvick did say it's like driving your street car for 20 years and then going to the lot and buying a new car. You're trying to figure out the buttons and all, you know, where the pedal, all the little things that are different from just a car that you've had for a long time. Is it that different for these guys?
Everything is different with the exception of like the seat, the steering wheel, and your helmet. So a new experience for all these guys, and it drafts a lot different. We've heard everybody say that today is going to be a day of learning. It doesn't matter how much experience you have, whether you're a Brad Keselowski that's won 7 times on a track like this, or someone that's in your first race. You're going to be learning all day long.
Keselowski, your pick. Denny Hamlin, give us another name.
I mean, Denny Hamlin, I think, is a favorite, but based on what we saw on Thursday, I think that Brad Keselowski is the guy that might get his first Daytona 500 today.
All right, it's a massive gathering of fans here to see man and machine. It isn't just any man. These are superhero-type drivers, and it isn't just any machine. It's the next-gen car souped up and ready to roll in the 64th running of the Great American Race. We're glad you're along for the ride here on Fox.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome Pro Football Hall of Famer, Heisman Trophy winner, and Fox NFL analyst, Charles Woodson.
Daytona, are you ready? Drivers, start your engines!
Fox Chairman Lachlan Murdoch will be waving the green flag. Buckle up. Let's head upstairs. Mike Joy, part of his 43rd Daytona 500. Mike, I know you're just as excited as if this was your first.
It's the 64th running of the Great American Race. It's auto racing's ultimate paradox. Its checkered flag has embraced the sport's greatest champions, yet it has eluded other great champions. Let's see how this paradox applies to today's field. These champions have won the Daytona 500. Which of these champions might join that list today?
The paradox. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Daytona. Tony Stewart has 19 checkered flags here. Now, that's more wins at Daytona than any driver in the world except Dale Earnhardt. However, how about that one? How about that one that's missing?
Thanks for reminding me. I appreciate that.
Let's get it out of the way right now.
No, it is, and trust me, it haunts me to this day. I would take all 19 of my other wins and trade those in for one Daytona 500. That's how much the Daytona 500 means to all of us as drivers. This is the biggest race of the year in front of the biggest stage. All the fans are here, all the OEMs, all your partners are here for the biggest race and the first race of the season. This is the big show.
What is the emotion of this day?
I never slept good the night before the Daytona 500, honestly. I mean, this is the one you really want. I mean, this is the one when every one of these guys that are in the field, when they were a kid, they grew up watching the Daytona 500, and they knew what it meant to watch the broadcast and to want to be one of these drivers in the field and have a chance to win the Daytona 500. And that was the same way for me. So the night before the race, it was impossible to get a good night's sleep.
Well, you've won this one, and I'm glad to have you with us.
Thanks, bud.
Clint Boyer has won an Xfinity race here. He's won twice at Talladega. What's it going to take to win this today?
Well, you know, it takes me to Kyle Larson. Starting on the pole of this race, this great American race, right? Dominated last season. I mean, in dominant fashion, wins the championship, has never even seen the top 5 on a restrictor plate track. 400 miles of learning out here, trying to figure out where you're at, your manufacturers, your teammates, your allies, right? Then trying to put it all together in that last 100 laps for that magical push off of turn 4 to win this baby.
500 miles in a brand new car for NASCAR's best. It's the 64th annual Daytona 500 on Fox.
America, start your engines. The race to win my cash is on with a Fox Bet Super 6 Stage 2 contest. All you have to do is download the free-to-play Super 6 app and pick 6 outcomes for your shot to win. Just make your picks before Stage 2 and watch the action unfold. Winners, you'll be announced at the end of the race. Watching NASCAR and winning my cash, it doesn't get much better than that.
Is there anything better than the sound of 3 races breathing life into a new NASCAR season? What about if it's at a state-of-the-art facility with stunning views of the Estrella Mountains and a famous, only one-of-its-kind hillside? Well then, you must be talking about Phoenix Raceway. Get your tickets now at phoenixraceway.com.
What a day for racing. Man, it doesn't get better than this. Let's have some fun, boys.
Daytona 500, are you kidding me? Because
Here at Daytona.
It is a perfect day for racing. And the 64th Daytona 500 on Fox, ready to go. And here is the starting lineup. The front row was set Wednesday night in time trials, defending series champ Kyle Larson and Alex front row Bo. Bowman had his record 5th straight Daytona 500 start today. Row number 2, the drivers that won the duels Thursday night, Brad Keselowski and Chris Buescher in those RFK 4s. Row number 3, a rookie, the 20 Xfinity champ Austin Cindric, and last year's Daytona 500 champ Michael McDowell. Fords in row 4 for Harrison Burton and Ryan Blaney.
Let's dial old Ryan Blaney up. Hey, Ryan Blaney, it's Boyer up in the Fox Sports booth. You got us?
Hey, I got you.
All right, man, them Fords have been looking good. You teammates have been working well together. You got enough to stay up front today?
I sure hope so. You know, I think Fords are fast, like you said. You know, I think me, Austin, and Joey, and Harrison Burton work really well together. And all the other Ford teammates we got. So it's about working together and trying to stay in the game all day. It'd be nice to lead a bunch of laps and stay up front, but we'll figure out where we're at and adapt it over to them.
All right, buddy, time to shine. Let's see it.
I appreciate it.
Row 5, Chase Briscoe, last year's Rookie of the Year, and Kyle Busch, 2-time Cup champion in his 17th 500. Row 6, the 2020 Series champ, most popular driver, Chase Elliott. Christopher Bell, he's been a truck champion, a USAC, and a Chili Bowl champ. Row 7, Eric Jones, won here in the summer of 18. And 14th, Martin Truex Jr., who lost the 2016 race by the closest margin ever. Row 8, Tyler Reddick, 2-time Xfinity champ, and the 2018 runner-up, Bubba Wallace. Row 9, Kurt Busch won the race in 2017. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. won the July race here that year.
Ross Chastain, top 10 in 2 of his 3 races here. And Joey Logano, the 2015 winner. Daniel Suarez driving for Pitbull. And Kevin Harvick, the 2007 winner.
All right, let's dial up my buddy, see how he's doing here. Kevin Harvick, it's your boss. You got me, bud?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Tell me how you're going to get us in victory lane today.
The first thing we got to do is keep it rolling. I think the second thing is just to try to do all we can to keep it on the lead lap and see how this race plays out. I think as you look at the style of racing, I still think it's going to develop. So we'll see what happens.
All right, buddy. I appreciate it. Good luck today. Be safe. Bring me a race car back in one piece today, please.
That's it for
Row 12, William Byron, the summer winner of Daytona in 2020, and Corey LaJoie, top 10 here the last 2 years. Justin Haley won here in the summer of 2019. Ty Dillon back in the series full time. Landon Castle makes his 7th Daytona 500 start, and the Biff is back. Greg Biffle in his first 500 since 2016. Rookie Todd Gilliland has 2 Truck Series wins, and Denny Hamlin, 3-time Daytona 500 winner, starts 30th. Cole Custer, the 2020 Rookie of the Year, and Cody Ware in his 3rd Daytona 500. Defending Xfinity champ Daniel Hemrick and David Reagan, who won here in July 2011. Row 18, Kaz Grala raced his way in Thursday night on the final lap of the race next to 2018 Daytona 500 champ Austin Dillon. B.J. McLeod in his 4th Daytona 500. Another flirting Eric Almirola nearly won this race in 2018. Las Vegas, Noah Gragson makes his Cup debut. And Jacques Villeneuve, the 95 Indy 500 winner and 97 Formula One champion, completes the starting lineup. Time for the Toyota Rev Up to Green.
Toyota is proud to debut 3 new race cars this weekend. On Friday night, the all-new Toyota Tundra TRD Pro turned fast laps here at Daytona. Today, the next-gen Toyota Camry TRD takes center stage, trying to deliver a 4th Toyota Daytona 500 win. And later tonight on FS1, catch the brand-new Toyota GR Supra funny car, speeding down the track in Pomona. Here's to a new era of Toyota racing.
We have a lot of assets here for you in Daytona and in the Charlotte studio. Let's get first to our crew chief, former Daytona 500 winner, Larry McReynolds.
Mike, winning this race in 1992 with Davey Allison and 1998 with Dale Earnhardt, 2 of the biggest moments of my career. When I was working on short tracks, I never even dreamed I would be working on a car in the Daytona 500, much less winning it. The minute a season would end, that next day, I was working on that Daytona 500 car, and when you win the 500, it does not stay with you the rest of the season, not the rest of the career, but the rest of your life, Mike.
Field is in turn 3. The lights are out atop the safety car. That means they are coming to green this time. Lachlan Murdoch, the CEO of Fox Corporation, has the green flag in hand. 20 rows deep. Fords, Chevys, Toyota in 2 long freight trains as they come to the flag. We'll see how they sort out as they begin stage 1 of 3.
Whole crowd, packed house on their feet. Love it.
And the 64th Daytona 500 is underway.
Don't get out too far here. You're doing good. Still 1 back in line with you. Still 1 back, 48, 1 back. Off him to 6. The top lane still about 5 back up top. Just coming to your outside here. Outside, going to side drive. You still have the 48 lined up behind you. Still out there.
That's Tyler Munn. He is the spotter for pole sitter Kyle Larson, who will not lead the first lap of this 500.
Brad Keselowski picks up right where he left off in the 150 Thursday night.
And it's company right behind him that I see, just like what you talked about in the 150 dual races, the Fords. The Fords were fast. The Fords were a family in this race, and I think that's what you're going to see a lot of today. A lot of communication, a lot of cooperation within those manufacturers.
How crazy is that? See Brad's old car pushing the new car, the new Brad. The old Brad's pushing the new Brad, boys.
Brad Keselowski drove for Roger Penske last season in the number 2. Xfinity champ Austin Cindric has been elevated by Team Penske to fill that seat as Keselowski goes over to become a partner in what is now Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing.
I think
number
this
6.
Is a theme we're going to see all day today. You're going to see cars of the same manufacturer grouped together. Doesn't necessarily have to be of their own team. It doesn't have to be teammates, but they're going to stay with their own manufacturer.
You also see this outside line really forming, getting that big chain going, and I already saw Ryan Blaney move up to see several cars. Hey, spotter, you heard him. Get me up there, find me a hole, because this bottom line is shrinking fast.
This is something we've seen a lot. As soon as guys start to the top, it is a bigger sense of urgency to get to the top than it is to actually get to the bottom.
Well, it'll take teamwork. All right, so those guys all line up on the outside. How can a bottom line get going? Talked about it when they at the green flag. You got to find your allies, got to find your teammates, your manufacturers, all them boys, stack them up, work together, and push hard.
4 Fords at the front. Kyle Busch got up into line and brought Christopher Bell, Martin Truex with him, along with Kurt Busch and Bubba Wallace, the first Chevrolet Stenhouse in 10th. This is Daniel Suarez from our Fox Visor Cam. Told me this morning he's got a good car and he plans to be a little aggressive with it.
He certainly was there, and what I thought I saw right there, that's an accordion. It's stacked up, getting in the corner. He just didn't quite see it, hit him a little bit harder than he even expected. You heard him have to get clear out of the gas.
Yeah, that's not as aggressive as they want to be on lap 3 or lap 2. They've got a long day. They've got to learn a lot today, and that's the biggest word that we've talked about all morning and what we're going to talk about all day. These guys, this is the first time they've been in a pack that's this big, so they're all trying to figure out, A, what's their balance feel like? It's sunny, got bluebird skies today. It's the first time that they've been in a pack this big, so finding out what these cars are actually going to drive like. These guys are all going to school and going to class right now.
Stage 1, 65 laps, and it will include at least one pit stop.
Whoa, hold on to it, Harrison Burton. You see that inside line really pushing hard, getting a big push by Chase Elliott. There it is right there. You can see them take off from from Daniel Suarez here. Tootsie's, baby. Best bar in the town. Love that car.
Rush hour at 187 miles an hour. Rookie Harrison Burton leading that group on the low side, watching car after car go by on the top. That's got to be tough.
I can promise you he's not worried about those cars on the top right now. He's sitting there focused on that 9 car that's trying to get him and get that line on the bottom moving.
And that's full contact right there. Heck of a bump draft by Chase Elliott. That's probably the longest all week long that I've seen somebody be able to push. So you know that 9 car is very strong.
And it moved the 21 up 2 spots on the inside. And now drifting a little back again.
But that's what it's going to take. You see that long line on the outside, you're going to have to do something. Now you got Ryan Blaney dipped down there in front of Harrison Burton. Again, formulating that line, finding your allies.
I think that's Bubba Wallace dropped down just in front of them, trying to get something going on the bottom here, led by Kyle Busch.
That really broke that top line up right there. Huge, huge gap.
Took about 6 lengths out of the chain, looked to me like.
Yeah, it did.
Kyle Busch powers up to 3rd with help from his teammate Christopher Bell. A lot of energy on that inside line now with all those Toyotas, 5 of them in a row.
And I was surprised to see the top 2, to see Keselowski and Cindric on the outside not get down.
Yeah.
That shows you how important that manufacturer play is going to be.
All the energy came right out of that outside line. It's now the cars in the low lane that are out front. Let's go to pit road and check with Jamie Little.
Bubba Wallace in the 23, one of those cars that was on the high line. He's been organizing, been listening to his radio, trying to get all the Toyotas together. And as soon as they got 5 of the 6 together, they dropped to that bottom line. Remember, Bubba almost won this race a few years ago. He won at Talladega. People trust him. They're going to go where Bubba goes right now.
Looking back from his teammate Kurt Busch on that last shot. The Fords up top. RFK, Penske, RFK. And front row. All lined up.
Really haven't seen the Toyotas all week long, and then here it is, the Daytona 500, Kyle Busch and company. Martin Truex right there pushing him.
You never do you, Tony? I mean, the Fords make a lot of noise. The Chevys qualify fastest. The Fords race best on Thursday. Where are the Toyotas? And come Sunday, oh, there they are right up front.
Yeah, they have a real bad habit of doing that on race day. But, you know, that is traditionally, you hit the nail on the head. You always see the Chevys qualify up front. You always see the Fords run together. But it's really hard. It's hard to predict because you never seem to get enough of the Toyotas together in the qualifying races to see them get that energy going. So now you got the entire field there. You got all the Toyotas that are working together and making a move.
Dead even for the lead as they come to the line for lap 9. Give that one to Keselowski. Vince Welch.
Well, and the top spot is the best spot. It's the one that you control, so that's where Brad Keselowski is, and he loves it. Remember, Keselowski's a Cup champion, has 35 career wins, but no Daytona 500 trophy. That in itself should be enough motivation for today, but as you mentioned earlier, Mike, he's part owner of his race team now. And remember, he lost his dad back in December, so a lot of different emotions for Keselowski. And Mike, that Harley J. Earl trophy, it represents much more than just a race win for Brad today.
Absolutely. They're lapping past Daniel Hemrick, who due to an inspection failure had to do a pass-through penalty on pit road after the green flag wave, so he goes 1 lap down. Keselowski, Cindric, Buescher are the Fords out front. Brad Keselowski, the leader in Daytona. Let's take a look at today's Ford Performance Track Facts. Ford has won 3 of the last 7 Daytona 500s with Joey Logano, Kurt Busch, and last year, Michael McDowell, who is running 4th behind Keselowski, Cindric, and Buescher. Ricky Stenhouse has moved his Chevrolet up to 5th. We knew he'd go for the front early. Kyle Busch is the first Toyota in 6th. A lot of 2-lane here in the early going. There is a 3rd racing lane here in Daytona. It's right in the middle, and you'll watch the 8 of Tyler Reddick and the 3 of Austin Dillon stuck in the middle.
And we talked about these guys going to school early. You got to try. You got to find out what's going to work, what's not going to work. And you're hoping that when you try things and it does work, that people around you see that and see strength in your car, because you want these guys to feel like you're strong in the car, that late in the day, they want to go with you wherever you go.
But I also think the reason it's not working, there's only 2 of them. You use the word energy. There's no energy right there now. No man's land. You come down to the end, push come to shove, watch. That middle line will be a place that you need to be to make a move for a win.
Jacques Villeneuve dropping back, going 1 lap down. They had some problems in their qualifying race. He's up on the high side, the former Formula 1 champ.
And you saw Harrison right there get loose underneath of him. That's going to be something that we watch as these tires start to wear out. Everybody will be slipping and sliding around.
Let's go to 8th place, outside pole sitter Alex Bowman and Regan Smith.
Well, Mike, you mentioned it started on the front row for the 5th straight year. Alex Bowman fell back very early on to mid-pack. He's began working his way back to the front of the pack now in 8th place. All good with that race car. He has been silent on the radio, just couldn't get the right line as the race got started there.
Coming back from Landon Castle. Joey Logano was in position to win his qualifying race. Chris Buescher made a drop to the bottom. Logano came down to block and ended up in the wall, tore up his car. This is a backup for Logano, who started back in 38th, and he's worked his way halfway through the field.
Yeah, just a little late block, you know, but not only Joey Logano learning, everybody in the field learned from that mistake made. But you know, hey, Tony, what are you going to have to do to win this race? If you're the leader, what are you going to have to do when you know you come around here for the last lap? What's one thing you're going to have to do? Make a big-time block, which is what he was prepared to do, and he already said in the pre-race he'd do it again tomorrow.
Kyle Busch leading that inside train. We listened in.
It just doesn't seem like it runs down here. It seems like the tighter radius is pinching it off and it's just dragging it down. Up top, it just free rolls better, especially down off the hills. I don't know if the bottom, I mean, without lesser cars up top, stronger cars down low, I don't know if we got anything.
And something I heard Thursday night during the qualifying races, it seems like in the middle of the corner, we hear a lot of RPM drop that we don't normally hear from the last generation car. Just seemed like the cars get bogged down in the center of the corner. And that's what Kyle's talking about. It just doesn't roll the corner and maintain speed. That's why that top lane is probably advantageous, because they can stay up, get a big run up the hill, big run down the hill coming off, and keep that momentum going.
Now the third car inside is Martin Truex. We'll have a look there with, and we'll get his telemetry up. He's in 17th place. Green, of course, is throttle. You see him lifting there. Stay off the back of the car in front of him, which is Christopher Bell. The red line is the steering wheel angle. And then there's a brake light at the bottom you'll rarely see.
But staying on that right now, you said it. As soon as we came onto his telemetry, you saw him lifting out of the corner. Now watch him as he approaches Christopher Bell right in front of him. He'll have to lift out of the gas. Those guys on the outside with that big run that Tony was talking about, they hold it wide open. Letting out of the gas and creating a slack in the chain, if you will, that loses momentum, and that outside will prevail every time.
And that's the key right now. I mean, if you're able to sit there and not have to lift, if you can keep the accordion effect from pushing the guy ahead of you too far and creating that gap, if you can get even and maintain that and stay wide open, that's the best way to make time.
Brad Keselowski's led all but one lap so far. He's a 7-time Super Speedway winner, most of all active drivers. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Ford, built for America. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. 22 laps complete. Brad K still leading, and you can win some of $25,000 of Clint's cash by playing the free-to-play Fox Bet Super 6. Just scan the QR code now, enter your picks for today's race. You could win big. Download the Fox Bet Super 6 app, play along for free throughout the NASCAR season.
Come and get it. $25,000. Get your picks in. Stage 2, baby.
Tony, where do you get all that money?
Most of it came from me, I think.
Yeah, I think
Some
so.
of it did, for sure. You can thank him, folks.
Brad Keselowski has led 22 of 23 laps now. We're working lap 24, but at a price. When you're pushing that wall of wind at nearly 200 miles an hour, you're burning more fuel than anybody else.
Yeah, but they're going to stay together. They're going to have to feed off of whatever fuel mileage Brad's getting at this point. The rest of that group is going to stay together. They're not going to, they don't know how much each other's having to get out of the throttle, so they don't know how much they're actually saving as well. So they have their projections off of that lead car.
You know, we've talked about all this, lifting our gas and all that stuff. This inside line is figuring it out. You were talking about it. Don't push through that bubble, get to their bumper, and create that slinky. And it looks like that inside line just keeps getting better and better. And oh, by the way, is that 11 car Denny Hamlin start clear at the back of this field, already starting to find some momentum and marching towards the front? I believe so.
Hamlin is 15th. He started 30th in the number 11. 3-time 500 winner. Having a peek outside there. Behind Bubba Wallace. Denny Hamlin, his baseline heart rate is 53. He's right at about 93.
53? Man, that's barely idling, boys.
But 90, many of us can do that at just a brisk walk to the booth.
Our walk up here was not brisk, by the way. It was borderline sprint.
Let me tell you something. He keeps getting to the front. It's going to keep going up. That's what I'm saying.
Hamlin works at that. He says his exercise routine is geared around keeping his heart rate down.
What was your exercise routine when you were winning all them championships, Tony?
Hauling Beth to the refrigerator and to the cupboard to get Oreos.
Dairy Queen had a big part in that.
All right, we're about to have a lead change, boys. That inside group, they have come to the front, led by Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell. alongside third place Chris Buescher, and looking at the deuce of Austin Cindric and race leader Brad Keselowski.
Seems like that bottom lane gets people in it, gets a big line going, and then people like bail out on it. You either got to believe in it or not. And every time they do, it almost gets quite to the front, just like you're seeing. See, there they went. Back there, you see mid-pack about William Byron, 24 cars, some of that. They keep dipping back and forth, and whichever line they're in, it seems like everybody follows suit, and that line takes off.
Saw Blaney jump to the bottom there, and he really doesn't, where he's at in the lineup right now, he doesn't have a lot of Fords around him, so he has that flexibility to not feel like he has to be loyal to somebody in front of him. He can pick and choose where he wants to go.
This is the first time I've seen separation in this outside line, but I think it's because, in fact, everybody keeps moving back and forth. As those cars come off of there, they lose their momentum, and guess what? Kyle Busch in that bottom lane finally leading the lap.
Because the outside lane detached and the bottom lane was all fully formed up, nose to tail.
What?
28 laps complete. We're not sure when this first pit stop is going to happen, so we're going to keep it right here and go Fox side by side.
There's my little nephew. He looks more like Dad every time I see him. Dad is old. Right. So your message said you wanted to talk about insurance? I said I want you to talk about insurance. Well, most people know that bundling home and auto saves you money. Keep saying your words. But did you know that new customers who bundle and save with Progressive can save an average of $800? Sleeping baby. I love you too.
Whenever you crack open a Busch Light, the mountain starts singing.
It's cold and it's smooth and it's waiting for you.
What is going on?
Hit it, Giant Kenny G.
It's so smooth.
Head for the mountains of Busch Light here.
Every day brings new opportunities to do more than anyone thought possible, to redefine what a truck can be, earning the top brand in new vehicle quality in the automotive industry. Push the limits of what's possible with a lineup of Ram trucks built to serve.
Right now, during the Ram President's Day sales event, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn.
The sound is unmistakable. The speed is unstoppable. On March 4th, 5th, and 6th, you will live it. NASCAR invades Sin City once again for a weekend of thundering fury. We've got trucks, we've got camping, we got fights, we've got action. It's the Pennzoil 400 race weekend. Did I mention kids' tickets are just $10? It's Vegas, baby.
After a dominant win in Elimination Chamber, Brock Lesnar returns to SmackDown as the WWE Champion to face the Universal Champion and his WrestleMania opponent, Roman Reigns. It's an all-new Friday Night SmackDown, live at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on Fox.
30 laps complete. The Daytona 500 remains under green. Kyle Busch has now led his 5th lap of the race, and that gives him a unique statistic.
I'm not saying this, Mike.
Go ahead.
Why do you hand me the board?
You got to read it.
Here it comes. Kyle Busch has now passed Tony Stewart for the most laps led by winless driver in the Daytona 500. I'm sorry. They gave me the board. This is my job now, Tony.
Just sit down. Just sit down. Yeah, I mean, he's just provoking me is all he's doing.
Look, I had to hit him with it in the on-camera. I figured I'll give you this one. I don't want.
That's dirty.
I don't want
You done me dirty right there.
All right. Jamie Little.
Well, Denny Hamlin had a hiccup the other night in the dual race, locked it up, getting onto pit road, so he qualified 30th. He finally found the pack. You see him there in the 11, pushing the car he owns right ahead of him. That's Bubba Wallace. Bubba just told him, don't push me off too. The car is too unstable. Guys, this draft feels a lot different for these drivers, and you hear him talking about it, being very careful. There's his moment. Boom, he pushes Bubba right there.
Today, Busch Light and the Busch Race Team are giving away prizes all day. Here is your first opportunity from a driver from the Camping World Truck Series.
Jennifer Jo Cobb from the Busch Race Team here. Busch Light is giving away a brand new Ford Mustang. Tweet hashtag Busch Race Team and hashtag sweepstakes now for your chance to win.
32 laps complete. Brad Keselowski's been out front for 25 in his Mustang. Kyle Busch in his Toyota has been out front for 7 of those. And Larry Mack, when's that pit window open for us?
Well, Mike, the fuel window is about 38 to 42 laps. We just completed 32 laps, so I'm going to say probably, as we saw in the dual race, they're going to come somewhere around lap 38 to 40. But right now, those 6 Toyotas on the inside, they are in perfect shape to make their green flag pit stop, and they actually have the outside line boxed out right now. That's going to be a little complicated until that group on the inside makes the move to make their green flag stop.
Right, no chance for those Fords on the outside leading to pit first. Put your blinker on.
And they didn't pit first the other night in a dual race either. They were the last ones to pit and then took 2 tires and outdueled them for the end of the thing and won both of the duels.
We're going to watch carefully as they come to pit road, because with the much larger brakes you can stuff underneath an 18-inch wheel versus last year's 15-inch wheel. Drivers are taking it deeper onto pit road. Vince Welch.
We start getting ready for pit stops. That outside line led by Brad Keselowski wants to get to the bottom, and Keselowski's teammate Austin Cindric is behind him. But Keselowski wants to get out far enough to where he can bring Cindric and also the 17 of Buescher and the 34 of McDowell with him. So that energy on that top row, if they can form up and get to the front to where they can get down, it'll be mission accomplished. But right now it's a struggle.
Yeah, it looks like somebody turned the switch off on that outside row.
Well, I think everybody keeps ditching the outside row for that very reason. They keep getting down below, and then they lose their momentum on the outside. Of course he wants to get down, but you can see he's lost 10 car lengths to that point. Now we're having a different discussion with not only our spotters but our teammates. Now the strategy is, where do we fit in? We got to get to the bottom. And you said it, or Larry said it, these Toyotas are in a perfect spot, catbird seat for that pit road entry. And then you talked about, all right, what do these guys got to do? We're going with our teammates. We know that, our allies. The difference is huge brakes. These cars have more grip there. Now Tony, they can get into the corner way deeper than they've ever been, and we've been seeing guys have trouble coming on the pit road. Denny Hamlin, 3-time champion of this race, has spun out in the duel. Very interesting and challenging for these guys getting on a pit road.
There's the key right there. Those Toyotas all lined up and all on the inside lane. And because you want to leave pit road with friends so you can form up a draft again, they all want to put pit together.
Exactly. And to your point, Clint, what you're talking about on the brakes, not only do they have more brakes, we never had a problem with not having enough brake pressure and brake power to stop. The problem was you didn't have enough grip in the tires. So now it makes it harder on the driver to have to modulate the brake pedal when they do come in, not sliding the tires and getting in too deep.
Having a look at Christopher Bell and looking at the hood of his car. Uh-oh. Larry?
Yeah, that is what we call a hood flap, and that's in case the car turns around backwards. And, Mike, I've got the sheet of mandatory parts that has to be on that car. Hood flap is definitely one of them.
Well, it's on it, Larry. It's just not very functional right now.
Kaz Grala has already made his pit stop. Here are the Penske cars. Vince?
Well, that 2-car of Austin Cindric was getting a little hot riding behind Brad Keselowski. It's going to be a 2-tire change, this right side in gas for Cindric.
Ryan Blaney in the 12, you see him come in just a little bit free out there, but overall the car was good. Right side tires, not going to see many adjustments. They're waiting on fuel here.
Stuart Haas, Front Row Motorsports, most of the Fords made their pit stop here at lap 39.
And here comes the Toyotas. They're coming.
And they're bringing a lot of Chevrolets with them. Kyle Busch leads them down to pit road. That yellow line's where you got to get down to pit road speed, Vince.
Well, and you want a clean pit stop here. Martin Truex has dived in that 19. And Truex, as far as he's concerned, he said they just want to get through this race clean, especially these early stops. Regan?
Kyle Busch has been happy with his race car all week. No different today. Not a word on the radio for Kyle Busch. Jamie.
And the 20 of Christopher Bell, you guys just mentioned, you heard Larry talk about that hood flap. They're not fixing it. They're going to leave it as is as they made the right side change.
Most of these teams took only right side tires, but had to wait on fuel to leave their stall.
Yeah, it's a great point. You know, and that's the gamble there. But the biggest thing is that I'm looking at for these pit roads is the efficiency. Who can do this as a group more efficient than the other? Oh, got a spin.
Jacques Villeneuve spins entering pit road, gathers it back up. Made a nice save there. And the speeding police have tied Dillon for the first speeding penalty in the last 2 years of the Daytona 500. Jamie.
Harrison Burton, first pit stop ever for the Daytona 500 here for young Harrison Burton. Right sides, they got enough fuel in there. Happy with the car. Like the bottom line much better than the top.
Well, this will spread things out a bit. Black flag out for Ty Dillon to serve that speeding penalty. He's back in the Cup Series with Petty GMS Motorsports. Newly formed link-up of Richard Petty Motorsports and Maury Gallagher's GMS Racing. Two-car team, 42 and 43. So Joey Logano in a backup car from the back. Up front, Kyle Busch up high. And we're right back at it after green flag pit stops and one spin. We're under caution in Daytona. The wildest graphic scheme here is a three-wheeler limping onto pit road. Kaz Gralla, he lost a wheel, and the 14 lifted Chase Briscoe and got hit from behind and spun. Let's have a look. There is Briscoe's red number 14. Austin Cindric is right behind him.
Yeah, everybody just kind of scattered. Everybody just scattered waiting on the caution there.
Here's the radio chatter.
They saw that tire coming off before us, but he just stopped in front of me, so hope he's all right.
He just come down and said sorry. They didn't know the yellow was out. Wave him off.
You actually heard him lift before he spun.
F4 ready. We got
That's
run
exactly what happened. I don't think it hurt it too much. You see sparks flying right there. Obviously, you don't want to tear the underneath sides of these cars up, but I think he'll be all right.
Yellow's out. Turn 2, spinner. He's down and out of the way. Wave him off.
How'd you like that at 180-some mile an hour? Woohoo! That'll wake you up.
Well, thanks to Mahindra Tractors for that view of our onboard cam. Chase Briscoe makes it on into his pit stall, as Kaz Gralla has fitted a new wheel and rejoins the race. Under caution for the first time in Daytona. How's that go? I knew I was in trouble when my own wheel and tire passed me. Kaz Gralla, that, by the way, is a major infraction and will result in a 4-race suspension for the crew chief of that car.
Wow. That's steep.
And 2 crew members.
Shows you how big those rotors are. You're actually driving in on the rotor.
It's a run flat.
Yeah, that is not a good situation.
Jamie?
Well, Cliff Daniels just came on the radio to his driver, Kyle Larson. He said, we just came in to top off. We're completely full of fuel now. Most everybody else isn't. That means on the end of the stage, we won't have to take as much time on pit road.
Thanks, Jamie. Now, Briscoe and Cindric got back out there. No big problem on either of those cars. But Larry Mack, you got some splaining to do. We only have one lug nut. How do we lose a wheel?
No, it's a great question, Mike. So the hub on all 4 corners, they have drive pins on them. And then the wheel itself, they have drive pin holes. And that's what indexes the wheel when you throw it up there. And if you don't get it indexed and all the way up on there, you may think you have that one single wheel lock or lug nut tight, but it's there, but it's not tight. That's about the only way you can lose a tire and wheel with one single lug nut.
Okay. New 18-inch diameter BBS forged alloy wheels on all these Cup cars, new for 2022. Every seat, every infield space sold out for the Daytona 500.
It is an awesome sight. I can tell you from the driver's standpoint, when they pulled off a pit road and saw the crowd from inside the car, that gets your heart rate going in a hurry.
A couple of drivers made a second pit stop during that caution, including outside pole sitter Alex Bowman. His first stop was fuel only, but he came back in for left side tires. 21 to go in this first stage. The stages are 65, 65, and 70 laps to make up the 200 laps, 500 miles, as we approach the Geico restart zone for the first restart of the day. Kyle Busch inside Joey Logano.
Tighten up behind me. Still outside. Both lanes are tight. Still outside. Tight out back. 2 by 2, no third lane. Tight all the way back. One off you. Quarter to the 20, quarter to the 24, then a little gap.
That is Denny Hamlin's spotter, Chris Lambert. He's second on the inside. Kyle Busch the leader. Joey Logano in a backup car. Didn't take him long to find his way to the front.
No, and he's aggressive. He's a great restrictor plate driver, loves the super speedways, has figured it out, and I think we all figured it wasn't going to take long. We just didn't know how long it was going to take him to get up there.
I think you can put Denny, again, we talk about 3-time champion and Denny, and you never, fully understand how did he get that done? That's always the question, and exactly what you see. Went from 30-something to right to the front, and not only that, he's already lined up with some teammates, some allies for that help. Learning a lot early in the race with both of those guys.
Brad Keselowski's led 26 laps so far, but he is currently in 8th place. Vince?
Well, Mike, all these teams have access to the other team's data, and Keselowski was very curious about how Kyle Busch was driving his car when he took the lead.
Looking at the data where the 18 lifting off the 2 gets 22 off. How are they connecting like that? The 18 is just brake right there. Brad, 50 to 60 pounds of you is leading there.
So what he's talking about right there, he was actually dragging the brake as a lead car. How is he doing that to keep them connected? And he was dragging the brake, the 18 of Kyle Busch, more so. So Brad Keselowski was doing the same thing. He may have been lifting, Tony. Now he'll probably implement into that dragging the brake a little bit.
And this is all part of that learning process we talked about. You're gonna hear us talk a lot about it, especially the first half of the race. These guys are trying to figure out what does it take to get each other hooked up to where, I mean, it's like you grab another gear. When you get those two bumpers locked up, it's like grabbing another gear and all of a sudden they take off. So figuring out how to get locked up, stay locked up, and the run you get, see it there on the outside. I mean, that is big steam when you can get locked up like that.
Now, rookie Harrison Burton's in the 21 behind former 500 winner Joey Logano. Len Wood reminded me today that the last time they had a rookie driver, they also crashed in the Thursday race. They fixed the car and won the Daytona 500. That was Trevor Bayne. Same song, second verse. They hope so.
Tight out front. Still tight out front.
Martin Truex, our Toyota Cam, looking forward at Harrison Burton.
And that's a scenario. All right, if you're Martin Truex, you just said it right there, and the infield or the in-car camera, you can see all of his teammates down on the bottom. How does he strategize? How does he get down there and work with his teammates with 2 Fords and a Chevy right there on the bottom in his way?
Just staying in your own lane can be an issue. Watch the 12 of Ryan Blaney here. Way up top. Bubba Wallace alongside. Oops.
Whoa!
Kyle Larson didn't want to let him in.
Kyle actually came. It was just two people going for the real estate. Blaney came down a little bit, and Kyle made a move to go outside. Yeah, it was big enough that they thought it was going to wreck. You saw Kevin Harvick right there bail completely out of the gas.
Now let's talk about that double yellow line. Harvick crossed it, and that is not a penalty. However, if you go below the double yellow line to improve your position or force someone below the yellow line, that can be a penalty.
Bigger than that, look at the momentum that he lost when he lifted out of the gas. He's completely out of that pack.
Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell have 3 Toyotas out in front of the field in Daytona.
What's the best Coke to watch a race with? Well, you need to try it first. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Let's go places. Caution number 2 in the Daytona 500 at lap 52. Justin Haley having a problem. Haley either lost a tire, but that tire looks intact, so he did break a wheel.
Well, that tire didn't have a wheel inside of it like Casgrales was. Different scenario right here.
And the wheel is broken. Now, these are forged one-piece wheels. They won't do any bending like the old steel wheel, but they will fracture and break.
The question
when
is
there's
why.
a problem.
The question is why, though.
Well, you can see the wheel split in half right there. That's a outer or inner ring of the wheel that, you know, goes up against and beats the tire. But again, Tony, just like
look at the pins.
There's no lug nut on it either.
The pins are sheared off
There's no
from the
lug
hub.
nut.
That's going to be tough to overcome.
I'm going to tell you, it's a loose wheel.
Only 4 cars on pit road as we're under the second caution period of the Daytona 500. Welcome back to the Daytona 500 on Fox. We're working the second caution of the day. Justin Haley lost a wheel and tire, and during that time the 14 of Chase Briscoe was damaged in the first caution. You saw him dragging the rear diffuser, so they're taping that up at the rear of his car. There's a look at it. And let's check with Larry McReynolds for more.
Yeah, Mike, let's go to our Ford Performance cutaway car and let's show you the rear diffuser that's under the rear of the race car. It's really a very first in NASCAR. It's used a lot in road racing. It's very aero efficient. It actually creates more rear downforce and it pays no drag penalty. Another thing it will do, it cleans up the wake of the air off the rear of the race car, which is better for a car behind you. That car is still in dirty air, but not as much without the rear diffuser. And the other thing, it has a center flap in case the car turns backwards, and there's a detent. I think that's what they were working on the 14 car. We saw it with Joey Logano's 22 car in the dual race.
Thanks, Larry. Justin Haley is still on pit road making repairs, trying to they did get a wheel on it, but they may have some suspension damage. And here's Jamie Little.
And Ryan Blaney came in. They had an extended pit stop. They took the right rear off, and they couldn't get the new right rear on. You see the guys looking at it now. They took it back, tried to get another wheel on, and it did the same exact thing. It's just not meshing in there. They're wondering if the problem is actually on the car where you put the wheel and apply it to that. So they've got an issue here with Ryan Blaney definitely keeping an eye on the right rear.
Can't get the nut off the stud either. It's like the impact didn't have enough oomph to get it off there. Is that oomph a word, Tony? Do you know what I'm talking about there?
I'm
didn't
from
have
Southern
enough
Indiana.
HPs behind the impact. There's one of my words. There you go.
It's short for torque.
Yeah.
Here's some Denny Hamlin audio.
First told KB what we were trying to do. KB just said this, when you were offset to the right, you were skewing the rear end out for him and turning it for him. When you were more squared up, it was just driving him tight, and he couldn't put wheel to it, just so you know.
And we're back to green. Kyle Busch leads him across the line.
That's
just 9 laps to go in stage 1.
Pretty in-depth conversation right there, Tony, of those two guys being on which side of the other that he's on in the rear of the steer in his car.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
Yeah.
To your point, the guy behind is actually dictating the balance of the car that he's pushing. So that's
first time I've ever heard that.
I wouldn't be comfortable knowing that's what the scenario is.
You're making me tight. Move to the other side. And that's exactly what you see him doing, too.
One back. 3/4 to the 20. Half, quarter.
Again, Chris Lambert.
Single file, then 2x2 behind him.
Spotter for the 11. Here comes William Byron on the outside. He has had quite a busy week. He's been moonlighting down at New Smyrna Speedway, the short track where he won the Clyde Hart Memorial early this week, and he won again last night.
I love that. I'm really proud to see the car owners in NASCAR finally come around and let these drivers drive outside of their full-time jobs. I think it just makes all of them better. It definitely gives them more confidence, gives them a chance to reset and have fun again.
Byron to the lead. And now the Toyotas have that energy to pull right up to his rear bumper on the inside.
It's kind of fragmented on manufacturers, though. You got a Chevy, a Toyota, well, 3 Toyotas and a Ford. Ford on the outside, Toyota behind that, another Ford.
And I think that's what's keeping the racing so interesting right now, because there's no cooperation. They can't find their running mates, right? And it's keeping it broke up a little bit. Nobody can find their dancing partner. I think for the entertainment value in us sitting up here watching, that's a good thing.
It is, and I think what these guys will be cognizant of is sitting there trying to make sure they don't let groups of cars get together and get organized like that.
Kyle Busch gives Byron a bump, trying to push him back to the lead past Harrison Burton.
That was a big bump, too. That's a big bump trap, and it shot him way out there, almost too far. You can see how long it takes Kyle Busch to get back to his bumper to find that momentum, find that energy again.
And there's the red and white Wood Brothers Ford with the gold foil numerals, just like it was when A.J. Foyt won here in 1972. Or David Pearson in 1976, 5 times they've been to victory lane in this race.
Doing good here. Still half on behind him. Just keep him in your mirror. On. Still on. We're going to stay lane 2. You're clear. We're going to get out. We're going to be ready to back up. Be ready to back up. Not yet. Not yet. Trying to go bottom. We're going to stay top of the 6.
Dumped him.
Back to the 6.
Well,
Side drive to 19. 6 with you. Half back.
You heard Tyler Green, Burton's spotter, say we're going to go up to pick up the Ford of Brad Keselowski.
It also finally got him back down in a line with his teammates. How many times, earlier you heard me talk about it. We were in his in-car camera, and you watched all of his teammates drive off in the sunset on the bottom. Now here he is down there on the with his teammates. And not only that, Tony, he's ahead of them. Perfect scenario.
Exactly. He wants to be leading that pack. But another thing that you see on that back of that 21 car on the rear bumper cover, yellow tape. When you come to the restrictor plate tracks and you come to Daytona and Talladega, that doesn't always, that's not an inviting stripe on the back of there. That's your rookie stripe, and those guys definitely want to go with guys that they know have experience and that they're comfortable around.
Flip side of that is, the way I see it, race car drivers are greedy. You're going to use everything you can to your advantage. And that rookie's got one fast hot rod in that 21 car. I'm going to be pushing it.
Boy, and he had a handful coming off turn 4 last time by. Look through the windshield. Harrison Burton, those are busy hands right there.
Wow. Yes, they are, and they're still busy. All right, so these cars, it seems like they can push better in the corners than they can down the straightaways. It kind of makes sense to me. The car's loaded up in the corners, right? It has a lot more load on the tires, which is grip. They come off of that down the straightaways. They have a little bit of steer in the rear ends. We've taken that back with the rules package moving into this race. But the car gets lighter. That's why you see them getting loose, not only in the corner, but off the corner like Harrison Burton.
Regan?
Well, to Clint's point, Kyle Busch in the 18 car had that discussion a few moments ago with his team about when Denny Hamlin is pushing him through the corners, how much it changes the effects of that race car, whether it's loose or tight, depending on which side of the bumper Denny gets to. Told Denny to calm down just a little bit back there. Denny said he was just trying to learn for later.
Oh no! Big crash on the back straightaway takes out William Byron, Kyle Busch, and Harrison Burton. Oh, crap.
Somebody was upside down. Who it was.
Lap 63. Caution number 3.
I would say it's that 21 car, it looks like, by looking at the roof.
So,
Alex Bowman's in it. Somebody took a hard shot to the rear bumper that we saw on the onboard camera. Around it went. Ross Chastain involved. Now watch the 21 up high with Brad Keselowski behind.
He's flanked off that right-hand side.
Come off the corner, the car got light exactly like I was talking about. Man, it went over too. I was right. Dang it. A lot of good cars.
Denny Hamlin with a spin there, not sure how much damage. Kyle Busch, 24 of William Byron. They're both going to get swept up in this.
Oh.
Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell gets into Burton. And that's a long slide on the asphalt into the safer barrier, hard for Byron.
Tight out the back, tight in front, all the way, wrecking here, wrecking.
Oh, man.
Just rolling there if you can, just lock it down, let them come under you.
I don't think Denny's got, well, never mind. I almost said he didn't have much damage, but he definitely has a lot. I just feel like that's a pretty aggressive, pushing, obviously, on a rookie. Tony, you talked about it. Again, come off of that corner, got light, and that thing was long for the ride, but very aggressive pushing.
That is not at all what you're looking for. That kid is sitting there going, what happened? He said, lucky it didn't bite right there.
Yep.
And here's Harrison Burton on the radio.
Yeah, you can't push to the right, Brad. I mean, Dale. I know. Is it going anywhere or just spin the tires? That's lit. Yeah, it's important. Yeah.
All right, let's ride along with Ross Chastain. He got a big chunk of this.
Tight front. Check up. Hang on, man. Hang on. Keep coming. Left front fenders. Still pretty good here, guys. Is it still?
His spotter, Brandon McReynolds, saying the left front fender's killed. He's just trying to get it back on track, and it's not going there. There's the monster cam for Kurt Busch.
You got to spin low. A couple of them spinning low. You got one.
Wow.
Whoa! Now that is parting the seas right there. They're flipping underneath of him, spinning on the outside. Woo-hoo-hoo. Up through it, Harry. That is exactly what that is.
I want to see what his heart rate monitor looks like right
through
there.
the roof.
8 cars involved as we're under caution at lap 64. Alex Bowman, tires flat, trying to get a push. They may need to pick him up. And Ross Chastain, who told me this morning he had a good car and he was really looking forward to this race. It's over all too soon for him.
Hearing the frustration in Harrison Burton, that boy had a really fast car. A little too aggressive too early, in my opinion.
So this will end stage 1. Boy, our thanks to Peter Larson and the folks at BSI for giving us such in-car views, amazing in-car views for every Daytona 500 since 1985. Harrison Burton goes for a flyer at Daytona.
There's a reputation on the track, one that screams, bring it, loud enough so the whole world will see it coming. I am the NASCAR Xfinity Series. I am NASCAR.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? The USFL is coming starting April 16th. These trucks have been driving around Daytona all week. It kicks off with a historic inaugural game. The New Jersey Generals take on the Birmingham Stallions in prime time on Fox and NBC. Spring football, that's going to be fun.
Sure is. Can't wait.
Now, what we first saw and you first saw was Denny Hamlin getting into the back of Kyle Busch as Kyle Busch tried to check up for what happened between Brad Keselowski and rookie Harrison Burton. Here's another look. And that's your dual path onboard view. 2 cameras from Denny Hamlin's car. And Hamlin's car is now, what's that old saying, kittywampus, where the back wheels are not tracking the same as the front. In fact, they're about there it is, about a foot outside. And Denny Hamlin has gone behind the wall and to the garage. Pit stops in the offing, Vince.
Well, sometimes at the end of the day, you look back and you say, boy, we caught a good break. And that was the case for Martin Truex Jr. He narrowly avoided contact in that crash that brought out the yellow. So he will come down pit road and take on tires for the first time today once they open it up.
Now, we thought pit road was going to be open, but remained closed. Red light remained on, and yet Kurt Busch came to his pit stall anyway. That just means he'll restart at the end of the line when we go back green. That will end stage 1 under caution. Martin Truex Jr. gets the stage points. First time he has won a stage in the Daytona 500. Harrison Burton has been checked at the Advent Health Care Center and released. He is okay after that wild tumble down the back straightaway. There is a look at a sold-out Daytona International Speedway from our aerial coverage from the Goodyear blimp. Goodyear with you for every mile on the road to greatness and more driven. Working lap 68 and a concern under the right front and a little damage along the right side on Kurt Busch's car. As the action heats up on the track on the way to what will be a sweet victory, Jamie Little and Michael Waltrip spent Daytona 500 weekend checking out a different kind of heat and sweet at the Wendy's pit stop in the infield. Posing trivia questions, making fan signs, Jamie and Michael have had a lot of fun making the race day experience a little bit more delicious with their Wendy's hot honey chicken sandwich. Michael and glitter. I'm not sure that's a good sign.
Took the kids down a couple times this week. Went to Wendy's to drive through. You literally, Tony, drive the golf cart through there, pick up your sandwich, pick up the kids. It's Frosties for the kids, right? They wanted to go every day. Awesome to see that down there. Hats off to everybody involved. Great job.
Probably a good thing that this wasn't around when we were still driving, or I'd probably take the opportunity during a caution to go through there.
I know.
All right, the first pit stop was mostly right side tires, and that's what we're seeing going on. Most of these cars now are rights. And if there was debris on that back straightaway, and there probably was, most of the teams will take left side tires as well as a precaution.
Yeah, pretty much 4 tires all the way around. Martin Truex, Logano, everybody 4 tires. For that reason, a lot of debris on the racetrack. But again, reset. Let's get 4 tires on this thing. The other thing, let's get some practice, you know?
Here's a look at the race off pit road, sponsored by Ram. Cars taking fuel only, as you see in that right column, getting out first. They'll line up and get ready for stage 2 after Harrison Burton's wild ride.
this year. There's a whole new season to love what we love.
Burn house. Winning. Racing.
I am NASCAR.
Welcome back to the Daytona 500 on Fox, brought to you by NASCAR's premier partners. Let's check in with our Stage 1 winner, Martin Truex.
Hey, Martin Truex, it's Glory on the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
Hey, what's up, old buddy?
Boy, he's pretty close to that. A few laps before that, I had just made mention about you moving to the bottom and leading up bottom. How happy are you made that choice?
Very, very, very happy. This race has been pretty unlucky for us over the years. Definitely made the right decision there. So we'll see what we can do here. Bass Pro Toyota's fast and cars driving good. So long way to go. See if we can get back to the front here.
Well, it's certainly the right choice. Good luck. That's what it takes. Got to be in it to win it. You're still in it, baby.
You know it, brother.
All right, let's go to the Advent Health Care Center. Jamie Little.
First time Harrison Burton has ever gone upside down in a stock car. I'm glad you're okay, Harrison. What was that moment like?
Yeah, it's never good. You know, you always hear about how it goes quiet, and that's true. But, I mean, at the end of the day, we had a really fast Motorcraft Dex Imaging Ford Mustang and ended up on our lid. So, I don't know, just a frustrating weekend. Obviously, we worked really hard all week to lead up to that, and I don't know. It's hard to see. I mean, it's hard for me to tell what happened. I felt like I just maybe got a push in a bad spot of the bumper and got shot at the inside. Before I could save it, I was already in, I think it was William on my inside. So frustrating deal. Obviously just wanted to get stage points there, trying to be, you know, smart about it, and just got turned around there.
Harrison Burton led 3 laps today, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. And in that replay, you saw the 20 of Christopher Bell spin around and around and get up and into the wall. Here was some Brad Keselowski team audio. It was Keselowski into Burton that started that.
Thought I was attached to him pretty good there, TJ. I'm surprised because that was not the area where I was struggling with taking a push.
Yeah, it surprised me too. I'm not sure. We had been pushing there and working good there. I'm not sure what happened here.
Just got to shake it off. At the end of the day, that's all you can do. Go back to doing what got you there. Aggression is certainly why he's up front, and it ain't going to be the last time.
So out of the race from that crash, Harrison Burton. The 1 of Ross Chastain, the 24 of William Byron, and 3-time winner Denny Hamlin. Eric Jones leads him back to green with Ryan Blaney on the outside, then Chris Buescher and Austin Cindric. Christopher Bell, we mentioned, got into the wall. He says everything is broken in the back end. Doesn't know if he'll be able to make it up to minimum speed as we're back to green.
Still 1 back to the top. Bob's going to get the push. Go to the bottom here with him. Still 1 back to the bottom behind him. Pull the 43 back through with you. Half off you, then half off into the 43. First 4 got pulled through with you.
That's the 12.
Led by the 5 and 38 will probably be soft. Just keep pulling them.
Josh William, Ryan Blaney's spotter.
Well, they didn't learn much, Tony. They're still pushing.
Yeah, that's going to be the theme of the day. I mean, they're going to have to. They know that that's where the speed is. It's just trying to figure out exactly how to do it and do it right.
Let's go back to the care center and Jamie.
Many of the Toyotas caught up in that one. Denny Hamlin, one of them. What did you see happen there, Denny?
Yeah, it looked like the 2 cars on top. The 6 was pushing on 21, and you could see the 21 was kind of getting out of control there. So, you know, mindset was that you got to back off. But I think the 6 was just insistent on pushing him at all costs, and it eventually turned the 21 around. And tough, you know, considering it's just for the stage. But we were kind of boxed in there where I noticed that something was going to happen, but I was boxed in. I was behind the teammate. I wanted to try to help, but again, just too aggressive pushing right there when they weren't lined up in control.
Denny.
17 Daytona 500s for Hamlin. This is the first time that he will fail to finish the race.
That's pretty incredible. Hard to be
Mike, he had 0 DNFs last year. He was running on the lead lap in all but 2 races last year.
Eric Jones is the lone bow tie in a sea of blue ovals at the front. The only Chevy. Now, they're a small team, two-car team. He and Ty Dillon. And like Ricky Stenhouse and other drivers of not the big four-car powerhouse teams, they've said, our friends today are going to be wherever we find them. Doesn't matter if they're a Toyota, a Ford, or even a Chevrolet. We're going to draft with whoever can help us.
Sometimes that's actually easier. You know, having to find all your friends and take care of business with your manufacturer, your teammates, and everything else. Being the old lone wolf out there, every now and then, I don't mind it.
Well, it gives you the flexibility. I mean, you're not married to a situation where you want to move, you want to be aggressive, you want to do something that advances your position, but you feel like you're committed to staying in line and staying with that group. You can float around, pick the lines. Whenever a line shifts and gets moving, if you can get a hold, you go.
You don't have to apologize for it.
Back to Jamie.
William Byron with a big hit there. What exactly did you see? We're hearing it was a product of pushing at the wrong time.
Yeah, I think, you know, it looked like the bottom lane was pushing really well, nice and balanced and controlled, and then the outside lane was getting a little squirrely the last lap or so. So I noticed that, but there's nothing you can really do. You're just kind of trying to push your guy out in front. It was me and Truex in front of me and Kyle Busch. So we were doing a good job kind of managing that gap on the bottom, and I think the 21 just got loose and you know, slid down the track, and I slid to the inside wall. So nothing we could really do. I think we're definitely going to finish top 5 in that stage, and the car seemed really fast. So disappointing, but we'll go on to California. I know we'll be fast there. Thank you.
Christopher Bell has gone to the garage with broken rear suspension. Now, Toyota started this race with 6 cars, and they have now lost 2 of the Joe Gibbs machines, both Bell and Hamlin taken out in that crash. So they're down to 4. Daniel Suarez in that purple and white 99 making some noise on the outside.
Well, it's certainly new life, new opportunity for a lot of guys that we haven't seen much. Hey, you wipe out, you know, 10 cars plus on the front of the pack. Guess what?
Game changes.
Game changes.
Yeah. There's a telemetry. Now look at his heart rate. That's full steam there, 159 beats per minute, 160. And says his baseline or his resting heart rate, 47.
Is that even, are you even alive at 47?
That's probably your standards. Tony, when you were in the pack, I promise you, back in your day, I mean, hey, let's face it, not a specimen for, you know, the gym. We're not a salesman for gym up here, and I don't think you're ever going to see 160 ever in all the championships, all the wins. No way your heart rate ever saw 160. And
Eric Jones,
throwing your helmet that night.
Ryan Blaney goes to the front with a push. Here is the crash that ended stage 1.
Mahindra's the official tractor of Tough, right, Chase?
Yep, that's right, Tony.
This baby's got 4,000 pounds of front-end lift capacity, right?
It sure does.
So who's tougher, kid? Me or you?
You are, Tony. Can you put me down now?
What? You want to go higher? Okay.
I said down, you old goat.
I am the GOAT.
Mahindra, the official tractor of Tough and Stewart-Haas Racing.
Come on, Tony, put me down.
17 laps into stage 2. Ryan Blaney is in command of the Daytona 500. He's led 10 laps. His rookie teammate, Austin Cindric, in second. All right, race fans, here's your second chance to win great prizes from the Busch race team. Let's hear from a pro late model driver.
I'm Brittany Zamora from the Busch race team, and today we're giving you a chance to win the ultimate mountain vacation flyaway. Tweet hashtag Busch race team and hashtag sweepstakes now for a chance to win.
Kevin Harvick in 4th. There's his Busch Light onboard camera looking ahead at Chris Buescher. 8 Fords at the front of the field. Ty Dillon's Chevy in 9th. Ricky Stenhouse's Chevy now in 12th. Logano right with them. Fords at the front. The Toyota numbers have been cut from 6 to 4 cars. And the Chevys not formed up among organizations as they work a mostly single file draft.
I think things are calmed down for a reason right here a little bit. Everybody saw what not to do. We're going to settle in and ride. log some laps.
The second and third place cars talking about drafting.
17's doing a good job at taking care of me and let me do my thing.
Copy that all the way. 2 just come over and said everything's all good with what we're doing here. So just keep doing what you're doing. It'll be more normal now. Just no more drafting.
Normal drafting. Well, let's not just see what it looks like. Let's hear what it sounds like with a crank it up.
Big gap in front of 19.
You're all clear, all clear.
99 and 9 drop down behind you.
Ten's now tight. Still by half in front of the 42.
Fords are coming on 96. I'm probably going to do 100 on track, 101 on pit road.
Well, you heard that audio. We expect the Fords coming to pit road 11 laps from now. So a good time to step aside with Ryan Blaney and a fleet of Fords leading the Daytona 500.
NASCAR is just heating up on Fox. As the action heads west, the greatest drivers on the planet hit the Auto Club Speedway.
Get wound up this race.
For some controlled chaos.
Look at action everywhere.
Fontana, where speed rules. NASCAR Cup Series, live from Fontana, next Sunday at 3 Eastern on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. 89 laps complete, 11 laps to halfway. Here's the Progressive race summary. Ryan Blaney, one of 10 different drivers to lead this race. Kyle Busch has led the most laps, 28. Keselowski, 26. Blaney, now 18. We've had 16 lead changes. Still 31 cars on the lead lap. 3 caution flags out of the race. Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Harrison Burton, Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell in the garage fixing his suspension, and Greg Biffle replaced a fuel line as it back on track 60 laps down. Regan?
Well, Mike, Kevin Harvick in the 4 cars worked his way up to the 4th position, running strong right now. Interesting, though, earlier in the race when they lost track position with that car, he said it was extremely slow. Couldn't figure out anything he could do with it. Got the track position. Now he loves this race car again, says it's got speed again. So very unique things going on for the 4 car. Jamie?
And the leader, Ryan Blaney, giving some advice to his spotter to tell his young teammate, Austin Cindric. Listen in.
Just one suggestion for Austin, like the middle of 1 and 2 to off of 2, he's got like the foot from my bumper really close, and I feel like it slows me down a lot. So it's either got to be like bumping me on my bumper or like a few feet off. Drop that on exit.
So there's a bubble there. You either get in the bubble and push through the bubble or stay behind the bubble. Don't get in that bubble because it actually drags you back.
Spotters up on the roof with a good bird's eye view. Vince?
Well, and Cindric made that adjustment immediately when his spotter, Doug Campbell, came to him and told him that, echoing no reason to be too aggressive here. And also really likes the way Buescher is treating him from behind, working with him. And Cindric said, it's better when he gives me a bump versus the tandem. It doesn't upset my car near as much.
That's a lot of air moving around at nearly 190 miles an hour.
Let alone a rounded rear bumper like we heard earlier, depending on what side you are, is changing the balance of the car. So just a quick tap there, it'll give you that forward momentum but won't turn the car loose.
Ryan Blaney, a two-time Daytona 500 runner-up, winner here last August in the 400-mile race. All Fords at the front. Ty Dillon is the first Chevrolet. He is in 9th. Kyle Larson in 13th and 14th. Noah Gregson. This is the Beard Motorsports number 62. Gregson out of Las Vegas, Nevada, has replaced Brendan Gaughan in that car. Beard Motorsports. Mark Beard passed away. His wife and family decided we're going to keep racing. That team has one full-time employee, and here they are, racing to try to win the Daytona 500. They only run here in Talladega.
It's pretty cool.
Yep.
That one employee, you ought to be pretty damn happy.
One full-time employee. A lot of helpers and volunteers.
Should be proud.
There's your Xfinity fastest lap. Last time by, Brad Keselowski, who runs in 5th place. Kevin Harvick in 4th. Todd Gilliland in 6th place. Chris Buescher in 3rd. Austin Cindric in 2nd place. Darren Shaw is that young man's name. And he's the one full-time employee of Beard Motorsports.
I'd say he's pretty happy right now. And he should be. I mean, this is A, a hard race to make. B, it's a hard race to be competitive in. And you got to have some luck go your way, and getting through that last major wreck is a big step in that equation to getting to the end of the day.
Now it's a 3-car Rookie of the Year battle here. Harrison Burton, we've talked about a lot. He was up front. He's in the garage with a flipped over race car now, and he is okay. But Todd Gilliland came up much the same way. He's in his very first career Cup start. There is Gilliland in 6th. He replaces Anthony Alfredo this year for Front Row Motorsports, coming here after a couple of Truck Series wins. And a dad who always ran well here at Daytona, David Gilliland, and a grandfather, Butch Gilliland, who was a star of the Winston West Series. Good genes.
Yeah, David and I actually ran a lot together at the restrictor plate tracks at Talladega and Daytona here. He was always good help, and we always were able to. He had the confidence in me, and I always knew when I saw him in my mirror that I had the confidence, that I had the flexibility to move around and know that I had somebody that would go with me.
David now runs a late model program for a lot of up-and-coming drivers. The other driver in the rookie battle, Austin Cindric, he's right in the thick of it, 2nd place, behind Ryan Blaney. There's your Fox Nation cam for Landon Castle, currently 27. Well, things have settled down here in stage 2, and here's why. Everybody got a good look at the underside of the Wood Brothers 21 when Harrison Burton went for a wild ride, ending stage 1.
What does NASCAR do when it gets a brand new car? Watch the revs? Mind the shifts? Yeah, didn't think so. We're more the drive it like you stole it kind of crowd. Just foot on the gas and smoke in the air. I am the next generation. I am NASCAR.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by KFC. Order the KFC chicken sandwich today. It's Kentucky Fried to order. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Well, next lap by will be halfway in the Daytona 500, so let's take a look at today's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
All right, I'm going to the 6th ball. You see him right there, Brad Keselowski. I know it's probably not the most favorite person right now, but the aggression, very aggressive. You're going to have to be aggressive. Has done it all on super speedways. Won 7 times, but not this one. I'm sticking with Brad Keselowski.
Clint, it's been 15 years since Kevin Harvick won that 2007 Daytona 500. Who would ever believe he's on a 43-race winless streak? Tony, this could be the day the closer closes the deal.
I agree, but I'm picking the 2 car right now. He's the one I want to watch. Austin Cindric has been learning. He's paying attention to his teammate, Ryan Blaney. He's been up front all day, and he knows how to run good at super speedways.
I'm going with Martin Truex Jr. I mean, 0 for 67. It's got to win sometime, doesn't it? I think today could be the day Truex really likes his race car, Mike.
Nobody ever notices Chris Buescher. Well, take notice. Not only did he win his qualifying race on Thursday night, Matt Kenseth won the 500 in the number 17. That's my son's car number. Keep an eye on Buescher. That's your Credit One Bank ones to watch. The entire pack, save one car at the back, is there on the inside lane, and it's going to fall in line. So, Larry, we did hear something about the Fords coming at lap 96, which did not happen. Now what do we expect?
Yeah, I think they'll go as far as they basically can on fuel, Mike. I look for them to come anywhere between lap 106, 108, right in there, which is only about 6 or 7 laps, and that'll put them about 20 to 22 laps to go in this stage.
And I feel like part of that is there's no pressure. They're not too wide. They're not having to lean on each other to maintain track position. It looks like everybody's fairly content to stay in line right now. So when they're single file like this and in a single, you know, you're not too wide. You don't have a lot of air disturbed on both sides of you. It makes the cars drive a lot better. So the cars are handling they're probably handling fine at this point. So there's really no pressure to do that. And all you're doing is stretching that fuel mileage out to where at the end of the stage, you got a lot fresher tires to finish.
Well, 50 years ago, A.J. Foyt led 167 of the 200 laps, but he didn't have the kind of traffic that we have here.
This is picking up. They're on pit road, the Chevys.
Chevrolet's in.
RCR group, seems like.
And these are the single and 2-car Chevrolet teams coming in for right sides and out. Whoa. Very close on the Rick Ware crew there. Now, we listened in on stage 1 winner Martin Truex.
Come out flipping it here. Throwing it out there. I'll do whatever you want. We're going to race for it. We need to have a hell of a pit stop. You got to be at the front or we're going to get wrecked. You know what I mean?
Doesn't like where he's running. And I don't mind that right there. If you're single file and you're just logging laps, one thing. But if you get pushed, 2 and 3 wide, I agree. You do not want to be in the eye of the storm. You're getting a wreck. He's wanting to know, can we do anything? 2 tires, get off cycle of these guys. Have a heck of a pit stop, like he said. Need some track position.
Well, Larry, what about fuel only? Is that an option on this stop?
I think it is an option, and quite honestly, I don't see tires doing a lot. And you think about issues we're having getting tires on and off, absolutely fuel only, especially with only 20 laps to go in the stage. But you have to have friends that's on your same page.
And we haven't talked about it much. The pit crews, I think, have the possibility to dictate the end of this race. I mean, it has potential for these pit stops, and with single lug wheels, something that's totally new to the series and new to these tire changers, this could be a big deciding factor.
Richard Petty always said, and he won this race 7 times, the best you can do on any given Sunday in Daytona is put yourself in position to win. The pit crews may well do that. Richard went on to say, then circumstances will dictate the outcome. And you make your own luck.
Exactly.
Yep. Now, the 4 remaining Toyotas are 18th through 21st in this draft. That's not on the outside looking in, but not far from it right now.
No, but it's not reason for, cause for alarm either. I mean, they're grouped together. They're still where they want to be with each other. And as long as they stay attached to that lead pack, that's the main thing at this point.
Now, the Chevrolet is a different story. From 13th through 17th are all Chevrolets. Kyle Larson, Noah Gregson, Stenhouse, Reddick, and Jones. The remaining teammate in the race for Larson is Chase Elliott, but he's back in 23rd with Daniel Suarez. Let's get a pit road update from Jamie.
Well, Mike, you guys were talking about the Toyotas. They took right sides on the last stop. Well, Booty Barker, the crew chief for Bubba Wallace, just told him, hey, tires aren't doing much. So this next stop, we don't need to take tires at all. Fuel only, so keep your eye on what the Toyotas plan to do here.
You called it, Mike.
You ever thought about being a crew chief?
Oh, no. No.
Pay's horrible, Mike.
But something that's going to make that when they do come for these pit stops that we're going to all have to watch is on the entry is being very careful to not slide the front tires or slide the rear tires. So when they do come, it's going to be very crucial, because if you do slide it, you have no choice but to change it.
And we see that, and I've done it. Probably you've done it. Everybody has done that. Crew chief says, whatever you do, don't slide the tires. You know he's either going to take 2 or no tires, fuel only.
And what do we do first thing?
Lock
Smoke
them up.
the tires.
Yeah.
All right, so if the Fords come as a group and 11 of the top 12 are Fords, does everybody else come with them?
I think at this point in the race, I think I would.
You have to. You don't have a choice, because we know that there's strength in numbers.
Oh boy,
they're all peeling off.
Feeding time at the zoo. Here they come. Everybody except Martin Truex and the Toyotas will pit. Vince.
Austin Cindric in this 2-car, it's going to be right side tires and gas. They've been really happy with it. He's been extremely comfortable riding behind his teammate Ryan Blaney. It's smooth, Regan.
Sure, very happy with his race car. No changes and gas only. Jamie?
The 12 of Ryan Blaney, remember, he had problems last time. They couldn't get those rear wheels to adhere to the car to try to tighten up. Good job this time in the 5 of Kyle Larson, fuel only.
That was a land rush off pit road. Larry?
Yeah, the Toyotas, they are coming out. I like what they did there. That was chaos right there. Chase Briscoe, too many cars on pit road at one time. Briscoe missed his pit box.
Vince?
The 19 of Martin Truex Jr. is in. It is fuel only. As Mike had indicated earlier, it's the call. Regan?
Kyle Busch, a strong recovery in the 18 car. A little damage on the right front, but it's not affecting him too bad. Jamie?
Bubba Wallace's car's been looking good, feeling good. As they talked about, just fuel there. They almost took off with the fuel can there, guys.
And that group should have no trouble forming back up together.
Chase Elliott stalled out right here.
Oh, and fire out both exhaust pipes as he restarts it. Here he goes. So Chase Elliott stayed out to pit with the Toyotas he was running with. And coming back to pit road will be Daniel Suarez. Too fast exiting pit road. Brad Keselowski to the front.
Yeah, and that's it. I know that it was an easier pit stop with less cars, but man, you can't outdo that strength in numbers.
Now here's a consequence of pitting with everybody. Watch the red number 14, Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, he had Michael McDowell on his inside and was looking over it. Oh, then somebody was trying to get out of their pit stop and he backed up. Watch Austin Cindric back there. He backs up right in Austin Cindric's way. Now, yeah, like I said, he had McDowell on his inside, was looking over to see where it was and just missed it. Couldn't see the vantage point with that car on the inside, but it also hurt Austin Cindric in a big way.
And Briscoe is now 23rd. Cindric, who was second, is now 13th. And here's what happened to Chase Elliott.
He just stalled it.
And that's him. The flames out the pipes are just him trying to get the car restarted. It's just the fuel in the exhaust pipes. Raw fuel.
and Chase is now 22nd. They're all still on the lead lap, 27 lead lap cars, with Brad Keselowski and Chris Buescher, Team RFK, out front.
Who we have right here is a man known around the world, Ryan Blaney. Look at this man, 3 wins in 2021, and this is his year.
Wow, Big E knew his stuff. Blaney now third behind Keselowski and Buescher. So here's one of the questions in Clint's Stage 2 contest on the Fox Bet Super 6 app. Who leads the most laps of that group by the end of Stage 2? Well, right now, Ryan Blaney.
You could just keep running that around there longer.
Yeah.
It's going to be a no-brainer.
Round and around. He's led a total of 36 laps so far. Now, Tony, you were saying as the Toyotas came out of the pits, we saw that whole draft that was formed up just shoot right by them in the back straightaway, but then they got a break.
Yeah, the back of that lead pack with the Fords had to check up on the entry to turn 3, and that actually allowed Truex and the 23 to sit there and tuck in and get back in that group.
Truex and Bubba jump out to the outside. Along with Kurt Busch and the 18 of Kyle Busch. Now about those hood flaps.
Yep.
I would think, now they're there so that if the car turns around and slides backwards, it won't get airborne. But when the air pressure changes and they're flapping up right in front of your face, that's got to be bothersome.
No, the biggest thing is it shows you how disturbed that air is behind that car. In the wake of that car in front of you, man, it gets up there, creates a negative pressure right there and pulls those roof flaps up, or hood flaps up, and they are right in your face. But it's worth it, man. I can look around that thing. If I'm going to the front, so be it.
But it's almost like a telltale as well. I mean, you know, if you see that hood flap coming up that you've got in that pocket, you know, you went through that bubble you were talking about earlier. When you get through that, that's when that flap's coming up, and you know you're in a sweet spot.
Look at this 18 car.
Watch right here. It's up.
That car was the one that we were in watching, right? Denny Hamlin push him, spin him out, big time wreck, and he's still in this thing. These cars are tough, boys.
It's Corey LaJoie on the inside in the 7. Kyle Larson ahead. And here's the
He's got room. Clear low. Clear low.
Louisiana hot sauce cam on Ricky Stenhouse's car.
Bottom's good. Bottom's good. Clear low.
Starting to see some moving. 12 to go. Into these stages get interesting.
In the back of that pack from about 10th on back, things have gotten busy.
Jockeying for position. Not happy with being back there. You heard Martin Truex talk about it. Now he's formulated a line. He's getting his wish. Making it happen.
Chris Buescher running second, not burning as much fuel as race leader Brad Keselowski, who's pushing all that air aside. So the 17 crew said this.
What you're doing with the gas is good right there. Does the 6 know they're wanting us to push? They're wanting to defend that top lane. Does coming? Does he know our situation? I tried to tell him. We need to try to get to where we need to be, so that way, once we got the green light, we are going to be able to get to the green light. Let us know.
What's a green light, Tony?
I don't know. I was getting ready to ask you what the green light was.
I think it's green light go. Time to shine. Let's roll. Enough dragging the brake, lifting out of the gas. Wide open.
11 to go in stage 2. 5 Fords out in front. We'll go Fox side by side.
Ever wonder what everyone's doing on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. The groom's parents, they just found out they can redeem rewards for a second honeymoon. Romance is in the air. Like these two. He's realizing he's in love and that his dating app just went up. Must be fate. And Phil, he forgot a gift, so he's sending the happy couple some money.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
Fries or salad? Salad.
Good choice.
It is. So is screening for colon cancer. When caught in early stages, it's more treatable.
Hey, Cologuard.
Hi, I'm non-invasive and I detect altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers, even in early stages.
Early stages?
It's for people 45 plus at average risk for colon cancer, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider if Cologuard is right for you.
Just screening.
Everybody thinks they can win Daytona. I want to be in the show and intend to win this thing.
I think women can bring a whole different perspective.
I want to be known as Daytona 500 winning Spire Motorsports team.
Can't get it straight. I'll just fire everybody.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
Road to Daytona, the groundbreaking series, streaming now only on Fox Nation.
After 2 years, Auto Club Speedway is back and ready for some action. We're talking 5-wide, full-throttle, next-gen cars, ripping up laps inside some gorgeous mountains type of action. And the access to drivers and stars? Oh, it's got plenty of that action. So get ready. You don't want to miss all the, well, you know what we were going to say. Get your tickets now at AutoClubSpeedway.com.
Forged from the fusion of sweet honey and spicy spice, Wendy's new hot honey chicken biscuit and sandwich. A marvelous marvel of sweet, sweet heat. Cast atop crispy bacon and Wendy's spicy chicken. Because a true sandwich smith knows that flavor like this can
only be forged at a Wendy's.
Willie?
Uh-huh. Oh, right.
Thank you. So sorry. No, it was nice. I liked it.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new hot honey chicken sandwich or biscuit at breakfast.
7 laps to the end of stage 2 here in Daytona. The USFL coming April 16th with a historic inaugural game. The New Jersey Generals take on the Birmingham Stallions in primetime on Fox and NBC. See the debut of the USFL Pro Football League right here on Fox. So we talked about the green light. We hear from pit road that is when, because some teams are having trouble wondering if they're getting all the fuel in, and Cole Custer had to come in twice because his car wasn't taking on fuel. The green light is when they know they have enough fuel left to get to the end of this stage. Regan.
Mike, you mentioned Cole Custer having a pit twice to get the fuel in that car. What has happened is the fuel probe has broken away from the side of the body. The composite bodies, which are new this year, it broke off of there. So every time they go to push the probe in, they can't get the fuel to go into the race car in that spot.
That's the hardest part of having the biggest race of your life, your biggest of your career, the Daytona 500, the very first race. And with a new car to boot, all of these teams have been challenged. Attrition's always been a big part of this race, and you're seeing some of it today.
Well, look who's here. Our series champion, Kyle Larson, has brought his Hendrick Chevrolet to the front. I talked to him this morning up in the Sunoco suite, and Kyle said, he says, I can run these races. He said, nearly won one. Ran out of gas on the last lap here in the Daytona 500. But he has no top fives in the 500 yet. Or at Talladega. But here he is at the front of the pack as we get toward the end of stage 2.
Lone Wolf, though, he was up there, 2 teammates behind him. As soon as Brad made a move, you knew Logano was going to go with him. Bye-bye, Larson. That's exactly what happened. Hard to hold them guys back.
Let's show you that again. Larson leading the pack. Keselowski drops down. And he's got all the help.
And Joey's right behind him. You got 2 former teammates that know how each other approaches restrictor plate races. They're not with the same team anymore, but they still remember how each other races.
We talked about it. 400 miles to learn and figure out how to situate yourself for the right move at the end of the race. You saw that 5 car start at the front, go clear to the back, had another education right there. He'll figure it out, but honestly, that wasn't on him. He just didn't have any help as soon as those teammates went around him. But again, now you got to figure out how to get up there, situate yourself, put those guys in a situation where they don't have a choice to either help you or stay behind you.
A lap ago, Kyle Larson was leading. Now he's back to 9th.
But we've got 4 laps left in the stage 2. And as much as we all say, hey, we're racing and trying to take these first 400 miles for that last 100, these guys are already thinking about points and stage points, trying to lock up these for the end of the season.
And the move that Keselowski just put on Kyle Larson to retake the lead was the same move that we saw Chris Buescher make on Thursday night to win his dual race.
Exactly like it, but you didn't see Kyle Larson make a move. He just let him go. Come to the end of the race, you're going to have to block that move some
Different
way.
story.
Yep.
It's risk versus reward.
Let's have a look at today's Toyota top performers. Martin Truex in third, Bubba Wallace in fourth. The Busch brothers both in the lead draft. Denny Hamlin, 3-time Daytona 500 winner, out of the race, along with Christopher Bell, is in the race, but 40 laps down after suspension issues. Keselowski, the leader. You're looking back at Joey Logano in second place. Logano's car chief, Raymond Fox III, was honored here in Daytona this week by the Living Legends of Auto Racing with a Lifetime Achievement Award named for his grandfather, Ray Fox, a pioneer NASCAR car owner, engine builder, and in later years, a NASCAR engine inspector.
Aggressive move by the 14 of Chase Briscoe, and Chase is just trying to stay on the lead lap. He knows he's got 2 laps to go. Doesn't want to have to sit there and have to worry about the lucky dog spot. Just wants to try to stay on the lead lap.
And can play a big role in the outcome of this stage.
Absolutely.
How about this? Logano decided to stay with Briscoe, a car that's trying. You know he's going to go for it because he's trying to stay on the lead lap. Left Brad Keselowski back. Now Logano's going to try to make his move, probably coming off of turn 4 to win this stage.
Smoke ahead. Down on the bottom of the racetrack, somebody down on the apron.
And Logano can win it from there.
Because he's locking on to Briscoe. But you see the same thing on the bottom. Well, they broke apart. You had Stenhouse pushing Keselowski.
Look at the run on the 19.
Look at the run on the...
Truex for the stage win, trying to go 2 for 2. He does it.
It's interesting how he used, Joey Logano decided to use Chase Briscoe. As soon as he locked onto him, pushed away, bye-bye Keselowski, nobody had anything for him. But that did open the door for a big run from Truex to get the win.
Stage 2 to Martin Truex Jr.
Thursday night on FS1, EJ Liddell leads 18th ranked Ohio State.
He is feeling it here today.
Against Kobe Cockburn at 12th ranked Illinois. Thursday at 9 Eastern on FS1.
Next week, NASCAR heads west for 3 races. We're going to furlough Tony Stewart and have new analysts joining Clint and me in the booth. In California, 2003 Cup Series champ and 2-time Daytona 500 winner Matt Kenseth. Then in Las Vegas and Phoenix, Danica Patrick will come and join us. Please hurry back soon.
I'll be back. I'll be back for COTA, so I'll come back and harass you guys.
You're a road racer now.
I've done my share of it.
COTA's a fun one. You're going to like that.
A little of both.
Okay. Mostly on. Let's try for on-road.
Got a fun lineup. It's going to be fun, Mike.
Yeah, Circuit of the Americas. That'll be fun.
You know what they call the nickname of the guy next week, right? Matt the Brat. That's going to be a handful, buddy.
During his late model career, his dad was a racer, so they did call him that.
We'll just follow your lead. That's what we do.
Then he graduated to Cup and became a star and a champion.
You guys are going to have a lot of fun with Matt. Matt is awesome. He's got a great sense of humor. He knows these cars inside and out. Not the new cars, obviously, but he knows stock car racing inside and out, and he'll do a great job for you.
He's got a great sarcastic wit, and it's probably going to be Monday afternoon before I get it. I get some of his lines. But we're going to have a lot of fun next Sunday in Fontana, California. And then Danica for 2 races after winning the pole here in 2013. Most laps led by a woman driver in the Cup Series ever. The end of stage 2, and they come to pit road for service. When pit road opens, here we go. What will they do, Vince?
Martin Truex Jr. leading him down, stage 1 and stage 2 winner. He's been up on the chip a bit on the radio and, of course, up on the wheel as well. Crew Chief James Small has given him a fast one today. And Joey Logano started from the rear. Pits P2. Regan?
Chris Buescher running in 7th. The plan here is to take 4 tires right now, setting them up for later on in the race. Jamie.
Bubba Wallace in the 23 been really happy with this car today. 4 tires this time. He took 0 tires last time. They'll wait on the fuel. They told him to wait. They're having to remind the drivers, go on our call because the fuel takes longer than the tires this year.
Here's your Ram race off pit road. Mostly all 4 tire changes. And yes, the fuel dump can is the same size it was last year. However, NASCAR has put a restrictor in the flow of that, so the fuel feeds more slowly. More work on the right front of Kurt Busch. Look across Lake Lloyd in the Speedway infield. This massive complex, 2.5 miles around the oval that is Daytona International Speedway. Martin Truex Jr. has swept the 2 stages, the first that he's ever won here in the Daytona 500. So he is your race leader. We spoke to him earlier. Let's catch up with the driver who finished second in stage 2, Joey Logano.
Yeah, we already talked to him. I want to talk to Joey that Tony and I had on the pre-race. Hey, Joey, it's Boyer up in the booth. How about you, buddy?
I'm doing good. You got some energy up there.
Man, I tell you what, pre-race, you said lap 22, you could make it from the back to the front. Lap 40, not bad, but no, had a little bit of trouble there. What do you got? How are you going to win this thing?
Oh, man, it's a lot different race than what we've seen here in the past. It seems like drivers get more and more comfortable out here making moves. The first stage and most of the second stage, I haven't seen anyone make big moves yet. And I think everyone's just getting comfortable and trying to log laps. But I'm making moves. I'm ready to get the old Shell Pencil Mustang up front. Almost got a stage win there. Pretty close.
I knew you would, man. Good luck. Keep it up.
Thank you. Have fun.
Now, the reason Logano dropped from second to 6th, let's examine his pit stop and watch the right front here.
Yeah, one thing I noticed, Mike, is the tire changer, when he first went to take the right front off, it was old school. He had the air gun already running. He had to stop the air gun, put it on the nut, and then engage the gun. That started kind of going downhill from there.
Now, we also saw Chase Elliott with an extended stay on pit road. Jamie?
Well, Mike, earlier in this race, the 9 of Chase Elliott got into his teammate, Kyle Larson. He had a dent in the right front, and he said that the handling had gotten so much worse that last run, so bumpy, they decided to take the time to try and fix it, and he just pitted for a second time and took left side tires.
So a suspension adjustment for Elliott to get him back into contention. He is currently 20th. Time for another Busch Race Team Sweepstakes giveaway. Time to win some money. Here's an Xfinity Series driver.
Hey, I'm Natalie Decker from the Busch Race Team. You don't have to be racing at Daytona to bring home a big prize. Tweet hashtag Busch Race Team and hashtag sweepstakes now for your chance to win.
Kyle Larson getting topped off with fuel. Joey Logano came back in. We saw what happened there on the right front, and they weren't sure they got it tight.
They came back and addressed that some way. I thought that wheel kind of looked cattywampus on there a little bit, and then when he put it on, I don't think the wheel was all the way tight. He probably went out there, felt a big vibration, came back in, got that taken care of. Do not want to lose those wheels. A steep penalty on that racetrack.
Now, those pins have to fully engage, and earlier this week, a couple of teams, Penske and RFK, modified some wheels to make sure they would seat for a safety issue, but NASCAR said we're confiscating those wheels, taking them back to the R&D Center for further inspection because no modifications are supposed to be made. Well, the results are in. 3 people split $25,000. Were you one of them?
I unfortunately was not one of
No,
those.
neither was I. 3 people went 6 for 6 in Clint's Stage 2 contest. They will split $25,000. The fine print says pending verification of eligibility.
Good job, folks. Good picking. Stage 2. Next week could be your week, guys.
That's right. You can play every week for free and win Clint's money.
Why couldn't I get him to play for free when he drove for me?
Win Tony's money?
No, just why did it cost me a lot of money.
Okay, these cars are going, man.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Geico Restart Zone. So the lead car, which is Keselowski, gets lane choice. and he chooses the outside. When they get to the Geico restart zone, that lead car, the control car NASCAR calls it, has to fire off first for it to be a legal restart. If he doesn't go by the end of the restart zone, the flagman will restart the race. We're going to listen in on Bubba Wallace and Team 23. Freddie Kraft, the spotter.
Coming down. All right, half on the front. Get settled in here.
I don't know. Freddie talks all the time when he does that podcast.
This is a view, I'll be honest, that I like right now.
You heard that in-car right there. That was 5th gear. That's something new with these cars. We've been talking about it earlier in the week with the duels and practice and things like that. But that is definitely something that, hey, how many times you come off after a restart, you're in high gear, 4th gear back in the day, well before you got to the, halfway down the back stretch. Something definitely new this year. Sequential shifting. I like it.
And I'm glad the drivers are getting used to it, because in the first couple tests, there were some guys that went to go from 2nd to 3rd gear that were used to going up and to the right instead of sequential back, and went from 2nd gear down to 1st gear.
I think you paid for one of those mistakes, didn't you?
Immediately I did.
Yeah, up and to the right. That's the money shift.
Yeah.
Kaboom. With this gearbox. Cody Ware there in the middle. Joey Logano on the outside. Our Coca-Cola Zero Sugar Cam. Remember, Logano came in, made an extra pit stop to make sure that right front was tight, so I had to restart at the back, and is 20th. Ryan Blaney has led a lot of this race. He is 6th. He's led 36 laps so far. Kevin Harvick outside of him, leading the outside lane. 22 cars still on the lead lap. The last of which is Michael McDowell, who had a speeding penalty on his pit stop at the end of stage 2.
We just saw the graphic there of Chase Briscoe, who made a pretty aggressive move to get in front of the leaders to finish ahead of them in the stage. That has paid off. That's got him in the top 10 right now.
That's right. He finished just ahead of Martin Truex. Finished stage 2 to stay on the lead lap.
Otherwise, you're waiting around out here, driving around, making laps, waiting for something to happen, an opportunity to get back in the lead lap. Great point, Tony, and a great move by him. That was a pretty bold block that he had to put on a leader of the race as a car that's going a lap down. Something that we don't normally see, but it paid dividends for him.
62.
Noah Gregson to the inside. Move it up.
Off you by half. 62 down there by himself. Then 1 back to 8 behind him. 10 can't get to you. Trying to get to you.
That's 10 feet away.
62. Bottom's covered still.
Spotter for the 4, Kevin Harvick. All right, instead of going to a commercial break, we're going to stay right here and go Toyota all out. Bubba Wallace in 3rd. Martin Truex has won both stages. In 12th, trying to work his way back to the front. Kurt Busch back in 19th. Kyle Busch 20th. Still all in this lead pack. Christopher Bell laps down with suspension issues. Denny Hamlin out of the race in the big crash at lap 63. Well, in the pre-race you heard Kyle Busch. He's tired of answering that question, but he knows every February, kind of like Dale Earnhardt, for 20 years,
you see
had
that
to answer
right
the question.
Exactly. You see that right front, it's battered, but he's not out by any means. So
I look for Bubba Wallace, man. You know, we've talked about it. He won at Talladega. He's always there at the end of these things. And that's what you have to do. If you're going to be in contention and have a shot at winning this thing, you've got to figure out how to get to the end. Attrition is a big way, and he's doing it right now. 3rd place amongst a lot of Fords, a lot of different company right there. But I'm telling you, he's the one that I think could win in this Toyota camp.
Bubba Wallace locked on to Austin Cindric, running 3rd. Toyota Racing has seen much success here at Daytona and in the NASCAR Cup Series, but for Toyota drivers, teams, and fans, it's all about the countless memories along the way.
isn't all about the numbers. Like 162 Cup wins.
Our 3 Cup Series championships.
How about those 3 Daytona 500s?
It's about the thousands of scrapes, dings, bumps, and bruises. It's the millions of fans and the endless rain of confetti.
It's the countless I love yous.
Our success is in a generation of memories. Here's to the next.
$144 laps complete. We stay under green in the final stage. It's the 18th try for Martin Truex to win the Great American Race, and the 17th Daytona 500 for number 18 Kyle Busch.
And the thing that rubs you so hard for those guys is the coulda, woulda, shouldas. I remember back Truex, photo finish at the end. How many times Kyle Busch has been in contention and you just can't get it done? And Tony, nobody knows that better than you. I mean, you won, what, 19 times you won here, and you couldn't win this race of all races? 19 times.
It's just a flesh wound.
I know, it is. You're right. But it shows how much pressure there is to win the Daytona 500. It's one thing to win the July race, the 4th of July race that everybody loves to win. It means a lot to win the qualifying races. It means a lot to win the Bud Shootout. But to win the Daytona 500, how special that is, you know, there's so much pressure leading into this day.
Well, they asked Darrell Waltrip that question for 17 years, but they asked it because for 17 years they thought he could win it, coulda, woulda, shoulda won it. So you keep getting asked that question, it means they think you're a contender.
That's true, and every year that it doesn't happen, it makes that intensity even go up the next year.
What a gorgeous day in North Florida. Finally, we got one after a couple of years of rain and delay. Here we are running the Daytona 500 right on time, 54 laps to go. The Thunderbirds are here. Brad Keselowski is the leader, and Harrison Burton, one of those out of the race. As the shadows get a little longer here in Daytona, the Goodyear blimp is here giving us this great aerial coverage. Anything can happen as long as you have the drive. Goodyear, more driven. Sellout crowd at Daytona International Speedway. Watching Brad Keselowski, Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace, Eric Jones, and Ryan Blaney pull them around Daytona International Speedway. Kes has led 62 laps of this race. Getting a little three-wide action here.
Yes, we are. You heard Joey Logano say he is not going to wait around. It's going to figure out a way to get back to the front. That's what we're seeing.
Kevin Harvick right in the midst of all that. So as the laps wind down, your chances to win an exclusive prize from the Busch race team are winding down too. Here's more from an ARCA driver.
Hey NASCAR fans, I'm Amber Balkan.
Crash out of turn 4. One car got sideways into the wall, and half a dozen cars are in it, including Joey Logano. Tyler Reddick will be 2 of the casualties in the left rear. Is down on Logano's car.
High-sided there.
Seems like these cars that get 2 flat tires on the same side get bottomed out on the suspension. They can't go anywhere.
Kurt Busch, Martin Truex also involved here at lap 152.
Backing up on pit road.
That is Tyler Reddick.
He has a little more damage to the back of his car.
5 away, 4 away.
5th caution of the day. Reddick with a big hit in the left rear and extensive damage to the left front as the AMR safety team is on the scene. Let's see how this got started. There's Truex, right front damage to his car.
Dang it.
17 years. And coming oh so close to Denny Hamlin a few years back. Jacques Villeneuve gets into the back of Tyler Reddick.
Tyler Reddick, he was tank swapping in front of him way before Villeneuve got there. I don't know if it did because of contact right there, but man, right in Truex's lap. I think Kurt and Joey Logano are going to be okay.
Depends how much damage is on. There's the right side tires going down on Logano when he gets to that grass and bounces through it. Same for Kurt Busch. Saw a couple of drivers take evasive action down pit road, which is allowed.
We saw Tyler Reddick. He was already loose coming on the exit, off of the exit of turn 4 before Villeneuve got in.
I think he just lost it right in front of Jacques.
Ty Dillon, Kyle Busch doing a nice job of evasive maneuvers right there.
Corner. Watch him in front of you. Check it. Gotta hold on to it. My nose.
Yeah, the right front corner on Truex.
It's loose, wrecking up the hill. Come down, come down. Hold it. Stay in the ground.
I don't think he ever hit anybody.
Two more cars coming to the top.
All that was when those right side tires went down. Jacques Villeneuve audio.
He got loose. That wasn't your fault. I don't know if I hit him after. I might have damage. All right, we'll check it out. It's all good.
Problem with that is when somebody gets loose, it scrubs so much speed off so quick, and you're already within a foot or two behind somebody.
Yeah.
You close that gap before you ever have a chance to react.
See, way on your left side, that's Jacques, which was right behind Tyler Reddick, and you can see Reddick is already way, I think he just got in a bad spot. Bad wake up off the corner. I don't know if he got tight. You know, how many times have you been tied off of turn 4, have a bunch of wheel in it, when it finally catches you, around away it comes, which was about the time Jacques Villeneuve got right to his bumper, and away it went.
Oh, wish we had a camera in David Reagan's car, because he threaded the needle right through the middle of that. There's the 15, the white and blue car.
Spin top, out against the wall. Spin top, out against the wall. There, you can ease to the left a little bit. Got one going fast left. Back on the pavement,
You cut down one of those tires, that thing becomes a big thumper and makes all kinds of noise.
As soon as Joey just stopped right there, he's stuck.
You know, David Reagan retired, hung up his helmet. He came back to run this one race for Rick Ware Racing, and watch the Georgia driver just slide right through here. That's,
go.
That's smooth.
That's good, clean living right there.
All right, Ricky Stenhouse.
check. Just get check. Come on, go.
That's about as good a job as you could do getting through that hole.
I know we smoked our tires real bad. Clear. Good job.
That's a single car team. JTG Doherty.
That move right there, that feel that you just said, that is exactly what it takes to get to the end of this thing and stay in contention.
All right, let's hear what happened to Tyler Reddick.
Weird on the replay, it looks like it broke, but that part of the car didn't hit anything, right? Initially. Tyler, it looked like it broke a right rear toe link, and then you lost it. Yeah, because no one hit me over there. It was broke when I was sideways before someone hit me.
And that's the caveat that, you know, we knew he lost it, right? We knew he got loose in front of him, just didn't know why. You hear it right there. Broke the rear toe, maybe from some contact with one of those other wrecks. Finally broke loose.
And that's something new as part of the new independent rear suspension in these cars. So before all that happened, we were going to give you another chance to win an exclusive prize from the Busch race team. And once again, here's an ARCA driver.
Hey NASCAR fans, I'm Amber Balkan with the Busch race team. We're giving you a chance to ride around the track with Kevin Harvick himself. Tweet hashtag Busch race team and hashtag sweepstakes now for your chance to win.
I don't think I'd want to take that ride today with Kevin Harvick. Things are about to get very busy out there.
I would.
Yeah.
If I jump back in there in a heartbeat. I might really want to be behind the wheel, though. That's where
That's the part that scares me.
Jamie.
How about this for a neat little story here in the top 10? Noah Gragson in the 62 making his Cup Series debut for a team that's owned by that lady, Linda Beard. Family has been involved and loves racing so much. After her husband passed away, she decided to keep it going. They're only doing the super speedway races. They have one race car and one full-time employee. Getting it done so far here today at Daytona.
Noah Gragson in his first Daytona 500 and running 8th.
Yeah, thank you, Linda, for doing this. It's you know, it's hard losing a spouse, and for her to continue with this race team, that's an awesome deal.
So, Larry, 46 laps to go. What are you thinking?
Well, I've got a fire in here, and it's my calculator that's burning up right now, because remember, the fuel window is 38 to 42 laps. We're coming right now with 45 to go. Now, remember, 38 to 42 laps. Numbers all week based on wide open throttle. I think you come here, you only have 13 laps on your tires. I think you come here, you pack that thing full of fuel, and just maybe. DW taught me never say you can't make it.
Well, DW stretched his fuel mileage to win the 1989
Yeah, but he
Daytona
had more
500.
than everybody.
Well, that's what Hammond said, his crew chief. After Alan Kulwicki had to make a late stop for fuel, Darrell coasted around and came around on fumes, won the race.
I think there was one way before that. Old Smokey Unique may have pulled one on him, too.
Well, let's see how the Coca-Cola family of drivers is faring. Denny Hamlin, trying to win his 4th Daytona 500, got caught up in that wreck at lap 63. Joey Logano with issues as part of this caution flag. Austin Dillon 28th, Daniel Suarez 26th. David Reagan, we saw him sneak through that incident, and he gets the free pass. He's the first car 1 lap down, so he'll get to come around and rejoin the lead lap. That will give us 20 lead lap cars when we restart. Exactly half the field.
It's a good reward for doing a good job of getting through the wreck.
Yep. .45 laps to go. Let's see if pit road opens up this time around. They wanted to open it last time, but there was a car stopped in someone else's pit stall as a result of that crash, and now it's being towed away.
Time. Clear in, clear out.
So the 8 of Tyler Reddick looks like it's headed for the garage, where he would join Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Harrison Burton, and Ross Chastain. Cars running with damage include Alex Bowman, Christopher Bell, Greg Biffle, well off the lead lap. Pit road's open. Here's Vince.
Well, and for the leader, Brad Keselowski, it's going to be a clear in and clear out to his pit box. Still going to be a couple of laps short on fuel, they have told him, if they're going to make it to the end. Regan Smith.
Chris Buescher, they decide to pit with this race car. There's going to be fuel only. They've already told him to start saving fuel. Jamie.
Bubba Wallace, same thing. They know how their car will react with no tires, fuel only. You saw the 9 waiting there patiently to let the 23 out clear.
Thanks, Jamie. Now, will this be the final pit stop of the day? Some of the teams are planning on it. Will it be the final caution of the day? Long odds on that one.
Daytona 500 coverage live from Daytona International Speedway Race Break with Jamie McMurray, Chris Myers. It's been fun so far. Weather fans excited. What's caught your attention?
Well, it seems that the second place car can kind of control this race by pushing whoever's in front of them. Brad Keselowski seems to be the car to beat up to this point, but now's when the chaos is going to break out.
So you don't want to necessarily be in the lead on that last lap. Let's recap if you tuned in a little bit late. More than 150,000, beautiful weather, largest crowd, best weather. Lachlan Murdoch with the green flag to get us going. Charles Woodson, the Hall of Famer, our Grand Marshal, already a tire loose.
Yeah, had Kaz Gralla actually lost a wheel early in the race. And here you see Austin Cindric get into the back of Chase Briscoe. Now, Chase Briscoe was able to continue on, though, didn't tear his car up.
He's still on the lead lap.
this super scary wreck for Harrison Burton. You're going to see him flip right here. Unbelievable footage underneath his car. William Byron, hard impact into the inside wall. And look at Harrison Burton's car. It's unreal. That car landed on all 4 tires, so Harrison Burton, okay.
And obviously Denny Hamlin, you saw the 11 car involved in that, and then another big one. So we've had 5 cautions for 3 different incidents.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick actually had a part failure, we think, right there in the right rear toe link. Causes huge damage to his car, gets turned into the outside wall. His day will be done.
16 involved in the crash today. All right, you talked about Keselowski. Let's talk about what you think we're going to see over these final few laps.
Well, obviously the manufacturers are getting paired up. We've seen some guys be able to get in between different makes of the cars. But as this gets down to the end, people are going to get more aggressive. We know that the more aggressive you are pushing, that's the lane that moves forward. It's not totally about having the most cars. As it gets closer to the end, the guy in second or the side-by-side rows is just going to continue to get more and more aggressive.
It's great to be out here right near the start-finish line. You can hear how loud it is. Let's go back upstairs. Clint Boyer's always loud, along with Tony Stewart and Mike Joy. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Chris. 42 laps to go. And if you have your fuel cell completely full, you might make it.
Just might.
That's if we don't go into extended overtime.
Kyle Larson had to get pushed started out of his pit
Stalled it
stall
again
here.
right there.
Happened to, Chase Elliott earlier.
Some of the things I think we're seeing on that, Chase Elliott's teammate, and it's taken a while to refire with both of them, but I've seen that down across pit road today. We saw Chase Elliott, one of your cars out there at the Coliseum, and Tyler Reddick both warming their tires up, dumping the clutch, and broke the transaxle out there. I think all those drivers are mindful of that, not wanting to do that.
Now, note your leaderboard. Martin Truex was leading, but he's now down at the bottom in 20th. Last car on the lead lap made a late pit stop to top off fuel before we go green.
I think that's a good decision.
Had a lot of damage on his right front, too. I'm a little bit worried about that.
The Toyota pace car, the Toyota Camry TRD, brand new, makes the sharp left turn onto pit road. And we are back under green. Austin Cindric and Bubba Wallace out front.
1434. Two by two here.
Remember early in the race, Eric Jones, small 2-car team. His friends are where he finds them. Doesn't matter what make of car it is. This time it's a Chevy helping a Toyota with 2 Fords down on the inside.
You want to be in a car now, Boyer?
Yep, sure do. Want to be in that 2-car right there. Leading this thing. Everybody behind you. Look at the connection right there. You see it with Blaney being able to stay on Austin Cindric. Big block by Bubba Wallace right there. But the 2 on the outside, Bubba Wallace and Eric Jones, not being able to stay connected. Eric Jones dumped down, got behind those teammates of Ryan Blaney and Austin Cindric. That's the things that you see.
Brad Keselowski dropped down there with him. He's in 4th place. Boy, Keselowski has been fast all week here in Daytona and won his qualifying race, the 150, on Thursday.
Bubba needs some help here. He's got it coming.
Got Kyle Busch in tow. And then Ricky Stenhouse.
In a good place for him. You know Kyle Busch is probably going to stay right there, not want to spit you out or anything. He's got damage on his right front, so he's going to be a good pusher. He doesn't necessarily want to be the car leading because it's probably going to have some drag. He's going to give old Bubba Wallace a ride, and they're moving to the front.
Yeah, he got a shot from Stenhouse right there.
Yeah, and Ricky's good at pushing. He's not scared to do it. He will get that line moving on the outside.
Ricky Stenhouse.
17 still with you. Then the
moderate.
Then we have the 9.
122 beats per minute.
I'm telling you, my heart rate's higher than that right now.
Your heart rate when you were his car owner was to the moon and back.
Yes, very much so. But man, when that kid won, it was spectacular. He won us a lot of races, and I jokingly say he almost put me out of the open wheel industry. He wrecked everything I had and wrecked cars we didn't even have built yet. But man, when he won, it was spectacular. That kid was, I had a lot of fun racing with Ricky. I love that kid.
Fords on the bottom, Toyotas up top, Chevys wherever you can find them in this group.
telling you guys, if anybody can keep up with these two, it's that Toyota of Bubba Wallace on the outside. He's got a teammate behind him. We've said the aggression and Ricky Stenhouse. Pretty deadly combination. Somebody's going to have to figure out how to do that right there. Have to get ahead, because you know those two teammates and Ryan Blaney and Austin Cindric are capable of doing it. It's going to take that same thing to dish it back to him. That's exactly what you got.
That was the big push down the back straightaway from Kyle Busch, who now lays off the back of Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, right before they got to turn 3, he turned loose of him, made sure he doesn't get him in a bad spot there. They're up where they need to be. You just got to be smart about it and get yourself to the end still.
How about that Jones boy? That Richard Petty number 43 is a fast car. He has no friends up front, but with a fast car, maybe everybody's your friend.
Will Bubba ride it out up there, Tony? Will he stay with the guy that got him there, or will he move down in front of those teammates?
I think he's going to stay with the 18. You're not going to have friends. If you pull down in front of the 2 Fords, he's not going to have friends behind him. At least he's got a friend behind him that he knows is somewhat in the same camp. Boy, Austin got way far away from Blaney there. That'll be interesting to see how, by the time they get to the start-finish line, what this looks like.
You got a group of cars, all of the same suit, and you're trying for a straight flush.
That's exactly right.
Good luck with that. How many you want to draw?
I want to draw as many as it takes.
Well, we keep talking about this, right? You got to learn, you got to learn, you got to learn. Learning's over. Now it's time to get aggressive. 36 laps to go. It's time.
Stenhouse is going to send them to the front. Now, do the Toyotas drop down, or do they stay up in that high lane?
Bubba moved down right there.
And Kyle couldn't.
And I don't know that again, you need a push right here, and maybe he'll move back up.
Come back to the top if you want to. Outside,
Too late.
Yep. Can't do it now. Here comes Kyle Busch with Ricky Stenhouse and Chris Buescher on the outside.
Now, what'll be interesting is if Stenhouse can push Kyle ahead, will Kyle then peel off to stay with Bubba then at that point?
Interesting with the damage on the nose of Kyle Busch's car. Can he get out front far enough to pull down?
True. I've seen some ugly cars in victory lane here after Daytona 500 wins, so they don't always have to be pretty and slick to win this thing.
Nope.
That Toyota, and you see moving up. Toyota, Bubba Wallace did not like the push. He didn't mesh well with the 2 car of Austin Cindric. Austin Cindric had him jacked up and moving all around down the back straightaway. He said, nah, I'll be all right. I'm going to get back up there in front of my teammate.
David Pearson here in 76 crashed with Richard Petty on the last lap. The nose of his Wood Brothers Mercury was all stove in when he drove it into victory lane at 10 miles an hour. But he got the big check and the trophy. Blaney with a push to the 2. Austin Cindric forges ahead for a moment. Eric Jones still right there in 3rd on the bottom. Then Keselowski.
I'm going to call it right here. Easy one. Those two, the 2 and the 12, they have the fastest cars. They're able to stay connected the most. They're doing the best job of being efficient. Somebody that's going to break that up and be able to win this race, it's going to be because of that. You're going to have to get those guys away from each other, be in the middle or be in front of them.
You got an awful smart guy second in line on that outside row, though, that knows how to get stuff done. That's the saving grace for that outside line right now.
He's also got damage, and we saw it. As soon as he got to the front and was leading that line, the old girl just wasn't as strong. He needs to stay right there, stay patient, and get himself to the end of this thing. That's something that you don't see Kyle Busch do very often.
Big train coming here.
Kyle Busch with a big push. We listened into his team.
It's up to you. He asked if we both get clear, if you wanted to move to the bottom, if you felt that was stronger, or stay with where we're at. Yeah, so far I wasn't clear when he went. It's all good.
All right, all good. Because when Bubba dropped down, Kyle is saying he didn't have room to get down, but it's all good. That was Tony Hirschman, Kyle Busch's spotter. All right, you're not going to miss a moment. We're going to go Fox side by side with Austin Cindric and Bubba Wallace battling for the lead in Daytona.
Ever wonder what everyone's doing on their phones? They're banking with Bank of America. The groom's parents, They just found out they can redeem rewards for a second honeymoon. Romance is in the air. Like these two. He's realizing he's in love and that his dating app just went up. Must be fate. And Phil. He forgot a gift, so he's sending the happy couple some money.
Digital tools so impressive, you just can't stop banking. What would you like the power to do?
Hey, can we show you something?
I'll allow it.
Something new.
I love surprises.
I mean, really new. Like a new car.
Well, this looks fun.
And a new schedule.
Hang on. We're keeping the road courses, right?
Yeah, Chase. We got you. And a new legacy in the making.
Hey, I just want to race.
New garages to call home.
Vamos, amigos.
And a whole new reason to love what we love.
Burnouts. Winning. Racing.
I am NASCAR.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Mutual.
Cut.
Line.
Cut. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Cut. Liberty. Am I allowed to riff? What if I come out of the water? Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll dub it.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. There's a reputation on the track, one that screams, bring it, loud enough so the whole world will see it coming. I am the NASCAR Xfinity Series. I am NASCAR.
On the front lines, every detail is critical and every second counts. That's why Verizon Frontline is built for 5G to help enhance situational awareness and improve crisis response. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
Portland Timbers take on the New England Revolution. Saturday at 7:30 Eastern on Fox.
Inside of 30 laps to go in this running of the Daytona 500. 23 cars on the lead lap. But the battle at the front has been the Fords of Austin Cindric and Ryan Blaney against the Toyotas on the outside of Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch.
And we talked earlier about how guys were really smooth about how they were packing up with each other. That is totally went out the window. They look like a bunch of accordions right now.
Flip side of that. All right, you see those guys, the teammates on the outside, working together. They've got the 3-car pack. They need a 3-car pack.
Yes.
Look down on that inside row for me one time. You've got Bad Brad right there in the 6th car. There's one car in between them that they need spit out. Look for him to show some aggression and try to get underneath him. He slips up the least little bit, and he's going to fill that void.
Now you got Chase Briscoe behind him and right behind him. How does Michael McDowell always find his way to the front in the closing laps of the Daytona 500? Last year's winner.
He's patient. He's patient. He sits there and just puts himself in good situations, doesn't get himself in a bad spot that could compromise where he needs to be at the end of the day.
Ricky Stenhouse fell back a bit in his Chevrolet. It looks like Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch need the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse as a pusher.
Uh-oh, got a hood flap. Hood flaps broke off the 18 car. Obviously, the tether is holding it on, which is still fair, right? It's still, whoa! Big push right there.
Boy, that sent Bubba up the hill, and
it seems like Kyle can really push and give Bubba huge momentum, but Ricky has trouble staying with them right there. He needs Ricky to be able to go with him to complete that and stay forward momentum.
That's kind of been the story of the week, Clint, because the Chevrolets had single car speed. They dominated qualifying, but they don't seem to have been able to attach themselves to either the Toyotas or the Fords that well in the draft.
And you wouldn't think with this new car that you would see that difference in manufacturers, but it does appear today that that's what we're seeing.
Well, with Kyle Busch right in a tight draft on the 23, that hood flap and the damage on the right front are probably safely tucked in the draft. Yeah. But don't look for Busch to be able to pull out and pass.
No, it's just like that second engine you see on a train going by. What's he in there for? Well, if they ever hit anything, it ain't going to be him. He's pushing.
Well, make no mistakes, though, depending on how the end of this shakes out, if they were to get in a single file line and he comes off the turn 4 and he's second, don't think he won't try it to get to the end.
Well, that's how, but you're going to have to.
Kyle Larson's made his way to the outside line, the 5th car back.
Is it time yet?
25 to go?
No, Mike. I'm talking to the race car driver right here. Is it time? Start making moves? Are you going to start looking for this middle line? If you're Kyle Larson sitting back there 5 rows deep on the outside, if they open that middle up, is it ready?
I don't think you're going to get the opportunity because that second line is the middle line right now. I mean,
somebody's going to widen this thing out. Somebody is going to be looking for that middle.
Oh, look at this. Taking them to the bottom now.
Well, they got a great push from the 47, Ricky Stenhouse, and that put the 2 Toyotas out front.
Stack them up here. Just keep 18 in your mirror. All right. Reformed up bottom here. Just watch this group hit down the front.
You have a decision on your hands. You're going to move back up in front of Ricky, or you're going to stay right there, Tony?
That was Freddie Kraft.
You got to play an audible right here. You just got to sit there and have a good spotter that knows what lane has the energy and the momentum, and you're going to have to protect it. You can't afford to get shuffled back to 8th or 10th right now. I don't know. You know, obviously we're speculating whether there's going to be a 3rd line developed, but you don't want to take a chance getting put that far back right now.
Well, now what can Stenhouse do now that he's the leader of the outside line?
Exactly what he's doing. Side drafting off the bottom, find the side draft in the corners and things like that. Come off of them, allow that guy to give smooth bump drafts to your rear bumper. By the way, that guy is Chris Buescher. Who won that duel?
Chris Buescher.
That's right. He's got a fast hot rod as well.
Who told you to watch him in the credit one thing?
Oh, was that you?
Yeah, that was me.
Look at him making ground.
Yes, right. Here comes a big push.
And Buescher hasn't even had to lock onto him.
New sheriff in town.
Ricky Stenhouse. Teammates? I don't need any teammates. I just need a little help. NBA legend Brad Doherty, co-owner on that car. Hey, Michael Jordan versus Brad Doherty for the lead in the Daytona 500. 2 car owners. How about that?
You're thinking that my fists are clenched because I'm sitting there like I got a steering wheel in my hand and I'm scared to turn loose of it right now.
If you're Bubba Wallace and you see those shots that Kyle Busch is giving him and that thing swaps back and forth, you are holding on to that wheel like a death grip.
But you don't dare sit there and say, don't do it either.
Yeah, no.
You got to have that push.
Try to hold my breath a little longer. See what his heart rate is now. I bet it's through the roof.
So what are the Fords thinking now that they're 3rd and 4th on the inside and not in control?
How did this happen?
Whoa.
Oh, what happened to Ricky's heart rate right there?
Make your way down. Yep.
It was a 122 a minute ago. It's a little elevated now.
Yep. Courtesy of Chris Buescher. Greg Biffle going a lap down here. He had just made a pit stop, as did Christopher Bell. Those 3 cars on the outside had just come off pit road a lap ago, Austin Dillon included. 21 laps to go. We're going to take you Fox side by side one more time.
How do they fit?
I don't know, Dad. I'm not comfortable trying on pants.
Oh, come on. I bet they look sharp.
You don't know who else has tried them on.
Let me take a look.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
Oh, that's a handsome pair of jeans right there.
Oh, dog food. Get more to your door with DoorDash.
Hey, can we show you something? I'll allow it. Something new.
I love surprises.
I mean, really new. Like a new car.
Well, this looks fun.
And a new schedule.
Hang on. We're keeping the road courses, right?
Yeah, Chase. We got you. And a new legacy in the making.
Hey, I just want to race.
New garages to call home.
Vamos, amigos.
And a whole new reason to love what we love.
Burnouts. Winning. Racing.
I am NASCAR.
There's a call going out to celebrities far and wide. A signal to come together for the most epic competition ever. In this unbelievable new season, witness the battle between the good, the bad, and the cuddly. The Masked Singer, new season sneak peek, coming up next on Fox.
18 laps to go. Ricky Stenhouse, Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson, the leaders. Tonight on FS1, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, Tony Stewart Racing makes its debut out at Pomona, the NHRA Winter Nationals. Leah Pruitt in Top Fuel, Matt Hagan in a funny car. Tune into FS1 at 10. Brian Loans, Tony Pedregon, Bruno Massel, Amanda Busick have the call. So how you like drag racing?
I love it. I mean, it's anything that's got between 11 and 12,000 horsepower and can only make it down in less than 4 seconds, 1,000 feet. It's incredible. So I've got a couple text messages during the day that it's been a pretty wild day there, so I can't wait to watch it tonight.
Okay. We'll be tuned in.
We got a wild one brewing right here. Interesting that bottom line just completely deteriorated. I mean, here we are, what was it, 15 laps ago with Blaney and Cindric just dominating the race, being able to stay nose to tail, stuck together. There's a big move by, it stacked up right there, and Kyle Busch had to move out of the way to keep from hitting the 23 of Bubba Wallace, and now Bubba is the odd man out.
Well, that's not good for the Toyotas to separate them like that.
A quick hold behind him. Clear up here, clear up.
All right. Bubba's clear, gets in line. On point from Olive Branch, Mississippi. Ricky Stenhouse. He's won at Daytona. He's won at Talladega. Both in the summer of 2017. Now, JTG Doherty, a two-car team last year. They shrunk to a one-car team this year. That left Ryan Preece rideless. I thought somebody should have picked up Preece. He was the only driver in the Cup Series to score a top 10 finish in all 3 Cup races here last year.
Brian
a lot
Patty,
of talent.
His crew chief, Brian Patty, I had him. Some of my best years in this sport was alongside him as a crew chief on top of the box. I visited that shop, spent some time with him, went over this car with him, and you know, to see that operation, Tony, it doesn't look like yours, doesn't look like my old home. I'm telling you, them leading this race is very cool to see for all those boys.
Brad Doherty, co-owner of that team, currently out front.
You think he's nervous right now?
Oh, sure. Now, Ryan Preece found a home with a brand new position that we've not seen before in Cup racing, Tony, with your team.
Yeah, we brought him on board. He's going to run some of Cup races this year and some Xfinity races, but Ryan is a talent. I agree with you. I know his background in modified racing in the Northeast, and we couldn't let him get away.
So he's your reserve driver.
Absolutely.
I want to give props. That's the vision behind this car, this next-gen car. What you see right there is exactly what we hope for with this next-gen car. Gives everybody an even playing field, parity throughout the deal. A single-car team should be just as good as a 4-car team, and you see a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of new ownership taking place in this sport, and I think the proof's in the pudding with Ricky Stenhouse and that single-car team leading the field.
14 cars to go. Now, this single-file train is about to catch a 5-car pack of cars. And I wonder, as they get closer and that draft takes effect, if we'll see some movement.
Well, guys are going to have to somewhat get organized here, because if you're going to do it, you're going to have to start now to get that line down, get it moving, get momentum. It's not going to happen in 2 or 3
See
laps.
it right there with those teammates, the ones that were stuck together and being able to push the best, more efficient. Ryan Blaney and Austin Cindric moved down.
Now
Kevin Harvick moved down in front of them.
They are starting to sniff out the draft of those cars up ahead, and that will promote some double-wide racing here. Todd Gilliland, one of the rookies in this mix, along with Austin Cindric. We listened in on the 38.
How much more fuel do we need? I need to know that I can save quite a bit, but I'm going to slow everyone down. Just a few more laps. Just a little bit more.
Save, save, save.
Well, it's another caveat that everybody had the affordability to do. When you're riding single file like that, you can back that thing up, even back to like 40% throttle, saving some fuel for the end of this thing, because who knows what's going to happen.
So, Larry, we restarted with 42 laps to go, right on the edge of the fuel window. What does that mean for somebody who's been out front for a while like Ricky Stenhouse?
Well, the good thing, Mike, they did bring Ricky Stenhouse in with 1 to go, and he topped off with 42 to go. I will say this, he's the only running wide open throttle, being the leader right now. Everybody else, like Todd Gilliland's, rolling out of the throttle around this track.
So fuel will be a concern. Daniel Suarez, who is 1 lap down.
See some 3 wide action. Sense of urgency is coming.
Eric Almirola came so close to winning the Daytona 500. Got turned in the back straightaway to the final lap while leading. This is his final full-time season in the Cup Series. He says wants to devote some time to family after this year. But he's in the mix. He's 9th.
11 to go.
Tony, you've got 3 cars in that lead draft.
I know. I can't figure out which one to watch right now. That's the hard part. It's good we got 3 of them that are still here.
Harvick in 3rd, Almirola in 10th.
Here they come.
And Chase Briscoe 13th.
2 is trying. There you go. Good job. They're double wide. The bottom has the best momentum. 2 has the best momentum.
All right. So Stenhouse left his dancing partner. He went down, chose to go down and blocked it.
Whoa! Spinning around and into the fence goes Harvick.
Man.
And it's a 7-car jam session.
Eric Jones is in it. Noah Gregson's in it. Dang it. Chase Elliott.
Todd Gilliland all torn up and climbing out. Kyle Larson hoping for his first top 5 in the 500. Now Kevin Harvick can't see both sides of that car to assess damage. But
I do. The left front is way towed in. It's hurt bad.
And Noah Gragson, the Cinderella story of Team 62. Eric Jones, who was poised for a top 5 finish. From the Goodyear blimp, Harvick outside of Keselowski there, and Bubba Wallace. Here comes Larson. Oh, jammed up.
Larson had a huge run on the outside, and he was trying to slow that momentum down to get to him. But as he got to him, it kind of seemed like Kevin was having, the 17 was backing up to Kevin as well, and it just accordiated.
Yeah, the Harvick was having to slow down. Larson's got a huge run here, but
watch Kevin try to.
Kevin's got to run on the 17 at the same time, so Kevin has to check up here, and Kyle's got a ton of momentum.
Yeah, you saw Kevin kind of move to the outside, and Larson was trying to tee him up, square him up, so it was a good bump draft, and they both hit at an angle and spun him around.
And you could see how the exhaust pipes out of the 5 car. You could see where he lifted, so it wasn't like he just ran in there and plowed through.
And 2 cars that shoot through the middle, Kyle Busch and David Reagan in the 15.
One more inside, then you're clear low.
He moved up to square up to the 17 right at the time as the 5 hit him. It's just a timing thing, accordioned, and away they went. Dang it, took out a lot of good ones there as well.
Let's ride with Chase Briscoe.
Now by himself. Check up low. Stay in it, lower, stay in it.
I don't mind that. I think he wanted to go low.
All right, Martin Truex. That's David Reagan just in front of Truex.
Still lots of room in front of this 15. Record, get down. Stay mid. Go bottom. As far as you can get. Got 1 spinner in front of you to the left, 2 more in front. Just keep checking up.
Clean pass. And Daniel Suarez. And our Kid Rock's honky tonk cam.
Here's check to the middle. Now middle, lower. Now back up a little. All right, you're good there. You're good.
Wow, Eric barely got by that.
Sure did.
And that's not any. this whole thing is not anybody's fault. That is just
bad
circumstances.
Timing. Yeah.
Yes.
So once again, talk about what it takes for the end of this thing. A lot of dancing partners just left in the rearview mirror of some of them guys. They didn't want to see that. Now they're having communications, thoughts with their spotters and everything else. Who are we going to work with?
Now, they're not working on this car because all of the cars have been stopped on the track prior to the start-finish line while the track crews clean up the debris field. So under the red flag, no work is allowed to be done on pit road. Kevin Harvick's crew assessing the damage and looking at what they might try to fix once the red flag is lifted. Let's check with Vince Welch.
With Brad Doherty, one of the team owners for Ricky Stenhouse car. What's it feel like you're one of the team owners watching your car compete for the Daytona 500 win? How the nerves feeling?
Yeah, pretty nervous, Vince. You know, we got a really strong race car. Our team's done a great job today. Been solid. Ricky's driven a smart race. Keeps putting us in good positions. We've got a lot of Fords stacked up behind us right now, so he's going to have to fend them off when we restart, but I'm pretty nervous right now.
Yeah, we'll check your heart rate. We might get it. Let's go to Jamie Little.
Rudy Barker, the crew chief for Bubba Wallace, who led there for quite a while now. When we get going again, you guys will be fifth. What's your assessment of what you've seen today? Just how you guys have been able to lead. You've been shuffled back. You kind of seen it all.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before the race. We needed to stay up front just because used to be you could lay back with the older cars and suck back up to the back. It's not the case now. So everybody's staying together, and we knew this was going to happen. But right now we're fortunate. Bubba's doing an exceptional job. He and Freddie. I mean, anything can happen in his last 9. So.
You think you guys have a shot at it?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we got a great shot.
Look at that smile. So sly, Mike.
They're in 5th place right now. Let's talk to the leader and
about it. Hey, Ricky Stenhouse, it's Boyer up in the Fox Sports booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you, Boyer.
How about you, man? Leading this baby. All right, what's your plan? What's your strategy? I see a lot of Fords in your rearview mirror. You're only Lone Wolf Chevrolet. How do you work with those guys and situate yourself to win this Daytona 500?
Yeah, just going to have to work with my spotter, Tab Boyd here. Man, our Kroger Irish Spring Camaro's been so good all day. Drove good. Those Fords can push really good, and the 17 was kind of playing around there, trying to push us to kind of see how far he could get us out, and then obviously dump us and go with the rest of his teammates there. So I was really hoping the 5 would get back to me. Kyle and I worked really well together, so I mean, heck, we're just going to have to keep blocking as much as we can. We got a fast car to do it, so it's going to be tough. It's little David and Goliath here, so see if we can't come out on the good end here.
Well, man, good luck. We know you'll be up there. Get all that blocking on, all right? We're going to be watching, and Daytona 500. Game on, baby.
Game on for sure. Thanks, boys.
Ricky Stenhouse, your leader. Let's go back to that crash here. Now, Kevin Harvick basically got caught in a sandwich. He came up on a car that was a little slower, and then he got hit by Kyle Larson, who was a lot faster behind him.
More inside, then you clear low. Hold on now. Hold the wheel straight.
How he kept that thing going straight is beyond me. That's a whale of a job.
Stay high if you can.
He is still in the race. I mean, they're on pit road. They have damage. They're going to try to get it fixed. Watch Chase Elliott here in the 9. We saw and David Reagan right through the middle. Kyle Busch.
Whoa.
And whoa, turn it around.
Where's he at, the road course now?
Did you ever see Joey Chitwood or, the Hurricane Hell drivers, Dan Fleenor, those guys? That looked like Chase Elliott right there.
And what that feels like, that gut-wrenching feel bottomless, right? When that thing breaks loose and goes sideways at 180-some mile an hour, it gets your attention in a hurry.
All right, the red flag has been lifted. Work can resume on pit road. They're going to line them up, and we're going to check with Chris Myers.
All right, thank you, Mike. So we've had 22 cars involved in some type of crash so far, 35 lead changes, and 13 different leaders. And right now you've got a single car team in Stenhouse leading with a rookie right behind him and a red flag with 9 scheduled laps to go.
Oh, yeah, it's far from over. And at this point in the race, when you get a restart, you don't let off. You commit to pushing the guy in front of you. Even if you get in a bad position, it's for the Daytona 500, and you're going to take all the chances you can. Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s car is going to be as wide as it ever has been.
All right, let's recap. Earlier, we talked about cars involved, and Denny Hamlin, who's won 3 of the last 6 Daytona 500s, was a favorite here out of the race. This is lap 63. The rookie, or the 21-year-old Harrison Burton, flipped and wrecked, triggered a wreck that took out Denny Hamlin. Kyle Busch was also involved.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski got into the back of Harrison Burton. See Harrison Burton's car flipped. Luckily, it landed on all 4 tires. Harrison Burton was able to walk away.
It's interesting that Keselowski being overly aggressive, in the words of Denny Hamlin. And then on lap 151, Tyler Reddick and both Truex and Logano involved in this one. 5 cars total.
Yeah, this collected some of the favorites. Martin Truex Jr., Joey Logano also, you see, is involved in this. Joey's back on the track, back just a little bit. Tyler Reddick had an issue with his car.
And Truex is currently 12th. Moments ago, this involved, well, Chris Buescher slows a little bit. You heard the booth talk about, hey, this is just racing. Tony Stewart said, but Larson gets into Harvick, and then it created a massive wreck here that changed the dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, Harvick was trying to get into the back of Buescher. Kyle Larson just had a huge run and got into the back of Harvick. Harvick was trying to get locked onto the bumper of the car in front of him. It's just part of this type of racing. Huge wreck, though, took out a lot of the favorites, our last year's champ. And it's going to change the dynamic of this race now, because we're going to get to have a restart.
Yeah, and when I say 9 scheduled, we could have overtime, and we may not have seen our last wreck. Meanwhile, Brad Keselowski, currently running 4th, has led the most laps today, trying for his first ever Daytona 500. Let's check in with Regan Smith.
Well, Chris, Kyle Larson checked and released from the Infield Care Center. Kyle, so much speed all of Speed Week. Start on the pole. Looked like you had finally started to make your move at the end of the race there. How disappointing is this?
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing. I had a run there on the 4, and I didn't realize how close he was to the 17, and I got to him right as he was getting to him, and it got him out of shape. So hate that I did that, but it's so hard to see in front of him, especially on a straightaway like that. So, like I said, I didn't realize how close he was to him, and it just got him all jacked up. So hate that I ended our race as well as a bunch of others, but yeah, our HinderCars.com Chevy was fast, and hopefully we can see a Chevy win here with Ricky out front.
Thanks, Kyle.
Defending series champion Kyle Larson out of the race, and here is your leader, Mr. Lonely, in that he is a single car team, and you look at those makes on the right side of the pylon, he is the only Chevrolet in the top 9.
Yeah, and that's not a comforting feeling for him, because we know how the Fords work together, and they work well together. You look at 2nd, 3rd, 4th with Cindric, Blaney, both Penske drivers, with Keselowski, a former Penske driver, but is on his own. Those guys are going to be tough for him to. He might be able to hold 1 or 2 of them off, but to hold 3 or more, I don't know if he's going to be able to do that or not.
Well, we talked about the paradox at the top of the show, and drivers who have tried for many years to win this race. Martin Truex, it's his 18th 500. Kyle Busch, it's his 17th. David Reagan trying for the 16th time. Brad Keselowski, the 13th. Eric Almirola, the 11th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., his 10th try to win the 500.
Yeah, I look at all of those guys. I love Ricky Stenhouse, what he's doing right there. Again, the lone wolf out there, but sometimes that's a good thing. You're at the dance looking for a dancing partner, and somehow, some way, there's still a way to win this thing. You got to play a little bit of defense, get in there, break those boys' dancing party up, and make some noise that way. Put them in a situation where they have nothing to do but push you.
I don't know, Tony. You come to the party stag, you're likely to go home alone.
Yeah, but
not with a haircut like that. No.
Come on, baby. I'm not going home lonely. No, Ricky has done a great job. We've seen him in this position before where he's had to hold off guys, and he can hold off a lot of cars at one time, but, man, he's got 3 tough ones right behind him right now. Yeah. He can do this, but he's going to have to make the right moves at the right times.
There's no question. The Fords are flexing some serious muscle, and they've got them lined up, right? But Bubba Wallace is still there. Kyle Busch is not out of this thing.
Right.
Those are the guys, those are the players. If you're Ricky Stenhouse, I need to be starting to look and formulate my mind how to find those guys as well.
And how to block 2 lanes at once.
Big time. Make
Two
her
lanes, block everybody. Everything, everybody. Doesn't matter who it is. You just got to go.
One to go at the line is the signal from the flag stand.
New rule, the second place guy can beat you to the line. So here we go.
Now, that is a new adjustment this year. We talked about the Geico restart zone, and the control car, the race leader, which is Stenhouse, who was elected the outside lane. He is the only driver. Only the lead driver gets lane choice. Stenhouse must fire off within the Geico restart zone. But should he spin the wheels or miss a shift, it's no harm, no foul if Austin Cindric beats him across the start-finish line.
No more start-finish line rule.
Nope.
It's all that has to happen is that leader jump first. As long as that's good, starts good, where we go, we're going racing.
And that's a good change. I mean, that's something that's needed to happen. I mean, a lot of times you were at the mercy of the guy that was leading the race and on the restart, but
yeah,
this is a good change.
If he spun the tires, you had to sit there and pedal it waiting on him.
There's the all-new 301 horsepower Toyota Camry TRD. It's been leading the field here at Daytona. It'll be 6 laps to go when they get back and take the restart green. Larry, is it a little late to look at the trends, or are we right on time?
Never too late, Mike. I looked at the last 5 Daytona 500s during stage racing era. The last caution flag, we're there, lap 191, 9 to go, but 3 overtime finishes in the last 5 Daytona 500s. We may not be done yet, like Jamie McMurray said.
200 laps the scheduled distance, but if we're under caution, we'll go green, white, checker as many times as it takes to get to the checkered flag. So the 2 and 12, they lined up there together, Cindric and Blaney. They are teammates. Roger Penske's birthday today. We all know what the captain wants for happy birthday.
And if you're those two, you got teammates right behind him. Keselowski and his teammate Chris Buescher, newly found RFK Racing. Look for them to try to spit Ricky out quick.
3 of the last 5 Daytona 500 winners led only the final lap of the race.
All good. Still down there. 6 with you. Neither one of the guys behind have much push. It's just you 4 out right now.
4 cars under a blanket.
A small blanket at that.
Yes. No more give and take. All take.
And I think you'll see more side drafting off of Ricky. You don't want to open up that middle and give Brad a chance to get underneath of you.
Bubba Wallace gets up there with the 2 Fords, and they edge out front. Oh, crash. Stenhouse in the wall. And Chris Buescher with him.
Might have seen this movie before earlier in the day.
7th caution flag, lap 196.
He's just able to push harder than everybody else. And I mean, he's using it. He's using it for all its might.
And he's not going to give anything up on it either. I mean, there's no mercy on the push right now.
Ricky Stenhouse led the Daytona 500 with 8 laps to go. And
Crushed.
will go home alone.
Heartbroken.
Yeah, I'm heartbroken for him. I mean, that kid, he does a great job. He's one hell of a race car driver. You know, and his restrictor plate game has really been strong the last couple of years. We've watched him be up front, lead races, be able to hold guys off by himself. Didn't have to have a partner to do it. He's been able to hold his own up there.
And that's a tough pill to swallow. Right, that wasn't a bad block or anything else. Moved down in front of somebody with a big run. He just, unfortunately, got turned. And he was doing everything right. He had himself and his race team in a place to win this Daytona 500. He came off he was side drafting Bubba pretty hard, but when he come off of it, that thing was gone.
Just got a little,
for the ride.
little wave in it.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing not because David Reagan just snuck through with the 3rd one in a row. He is blessed. You'll see his number 15 come through here after
Saw Ricky come down a little bit toward the 23, and then as he came up, then it just
I think he came down. It's just light. It was light with him pushing hard on his rear bumper, and
that may not even
for the ride.
That may not even have been Ricky turning down.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
That
I think he was correcting it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think
it may got
his rear
pushed
end
down
was
that
light.
way.
And Kyle Busch dodges another one. We'll give you 2 onboard views from Ricky Stenhouse.
You saw him right there. He got loose one time. You saw him wiggle the wheel, and then he came on the second time. He's already talking, too.
Yeah, he needs to get his hand out of there. He's wrecking and talking to his crew. Big push on that inside.
See how they can do that, and it doesn't upset that 2 car of Austin Cindric whatsoever. The 6 car, he pushes him right here, and you can see he's light, he's loose, and he finally spins him around.
Stenhouse is not the first car today to go into the fence off of the nose of Brad Keselowski. Harrison Burton early suffered that fate.
And Brad barely missed that.
Well, when he gets him loose, he never lifts either. I mean, he just keeps driving.
Well, but you don't have a choice then.
No.
That car gets out from underneath of you. You better keep driving. He's coming back up.
I think that was a fender off Bubba's car that went flying there. Bubba Wallace and the 23. That's a heartbreaker. So the total number of cars involved in crashes today, we're at 25 out of 40. I forget what the over and under was on pre-race. 20? Well, we're way over.
It was optimistic, though. Optimistic, but not realistic.
There you go. Well, now you have the Penske cars 1-2. They will have to start side by side. Traditionally, when this happens, the driver on the outside has a deal with the driver on the inside to move ahead and drop in front. Will that be the case here?
That's a great question, because I don't know what the answer to that's going to be.
All right, we listened in on Austin Cindric.
So, you know, that was another bad push from the 6 car. Who made it through? Just trying to think, play chess here, because Brad's going to push whoever he can out as far as he can and then try to dump him. I would say anyone behind me is going to push me as far as they can so they can dump me.
Well, that's Mr. Optimism there, Austin Cindric.
And I don't necessarily think when he says dump, he means crash, but what he means is that car in second will pull out to go on around.
Well, dump him out of the lead,
correct.
Let's say.
Bubba's got more damage on the right front of his car than I thought he did. Whole fender's gone.
Yep. Yeah, we saw that fender flying.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that bad, though. It's the whole fender.
Regan.
Well, my crew chief, Drew Blickensderfer, 2 Daytona 500 victories for you already. You've got your driver in position now, 5th place. What do you tell him going into this final restart?
This is up to him. He's done a great job today. He's kind of hung out, made sure we had a car at the end. You've got to miss 1 or 2 of the big ones kind of to have a chance at one of these, and we just missed 2 of them. So I think we've done what we needed to do. He's in position. Now it's up to Eric. He's one of the best in the business. The Smithville Ford's been fast and picked the right line and might get lucky.
Thanks, Drew. Vince?
Jeremy Bullins, the crew chief for Austin Cindric. Your driver need to play more offense or defense on this restart?
It's a little bit of both. I mean, he's done a great job all day. Our discount tire Mustang's been really fast. Guys at Roush Yates have given us great horsepower all day and reliability, and we're in the best spot we can be. We just got to try to keep it there.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Austin Cindric is in his 8th Cup Series start. Trevor Bayne won the 500 in his 2nd Cup start. Mario Andretti in his 7th. So as they come to the caution, counting the laps down, that means we will go to overtime. 2-lap shootout. If the leader takes the white flag under green, the next flag ends the race. If it's the checkered flag, that's easy to score. If it happens to be the caution flag, then the field will be scored given their position at the moment the plunger is pushed to illuminate the caution lights. That is time-stamped on all of NASCAR's video and all of their scoring information, and they can pick through and put every car in the proper position at that moment.
Where do you want to be, Tony?
Right up here with you.
All
yeah,
right.
I'm scared. I don't want to be in this right now.
So Austin Cindric with Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney with Brad Keselowski. The first Chevy is going to be Chase Elliott back in 8th place. Now he's got Ty Dillon right behind him. Otherwise, the Toyotas, Kyle Busch in 9th, they have no friends in close proximity. So which group of Fords
that's the question,
is going to beat the others to the line?
I don't think anybody has any friends. Those are teammates on the front row this restart, and I don't think they're friends right now. I think you have to be greedy. You're trying to win the Daytona 500.
All right, so on the restart, Austin Cindric is the control car. He has to fire off first. Otherwise, Blaney would get penalized. Does he let the outside car come around and hook up again, or is it on?
Well, I think that's going to they're going to try that, but I think Brad's going to have something to do with that. You know, right? Brad's going to try to push and do everything he can do to lock onto that 2 to where it's so far out there. If he moves down, there's too much of a gap, and you know, Brad seems to lead. There's it's a guessing game on anybody's term, and including these drivers.
I think this race is in Ryan Blaney's hands. If he can time it for Cindric to come down in front of him, those two can hook up and maybe take off. If not, well, let's find out. It's overtime, sponsored by Credit One Bank.
Still inside.
Chase Briscoe hooked on to the 6 of Keselowski. Cindric gets down in front of Blaney, who's not yet in touch with him.
Exactly, and Brad Keselowski waited. He backed up to Chase Briscoe, made sure they were locked on to make sure he got a big run at this.
Fast freight coming on the outside track. Keselowski, Briscoe, Kyle Busch.
His help's going to be a big push from the 23. Blaney's getting a push now. Both lanes getting a push. Here comes Blaney, big push.
And it's so important. We're coming to the white flag. Again, if that caution comes out during that white flag, the race is over. It's time to get established, and you better do it quick.
3 miles to go in the Daytona 500.
Brad is going to need Chase Briscoe to lock onto him to push him by those two.
Keselowski had the run, but he's going to need the help. Here it comes. Big push from Kyle Busch and from Chase Briscoe.
He's locked on there, too.
He's going to have to stay there.
Inside was there for a second.
Another push from Kyle Busch on that outside.
Even mirror.
Cindric can't get too far out.
Coming to turn 3, where it all came undone last year on the final lap.
Briscoe's out. He can't get to the
Austin Cindric, whose grandfather won the Indy 500 as a car owner. Cindric is going to bring them to the line way up high to block Ryan Blaney, and at the line, Cindric beats Bubba Wallace by half a car length, and they crash going into turn 1.
This race never disappoints.
No, it does not.
And David Reagan found one he couldn't miss.
Austin Cindric, the winner of the Daytona 500.
If you remember in the pre-race, he said a rookie and the 2 cars never won.
Holy cow's right, kid. You just won the biggest race of your life.
23-year-old Austin Cindric from Mooresville, North Carolina, in his 8th Cup start, gives Roger Penske a happy birthday present.
Bubba Wallace coming in second right there. That was a huge run by him. I thought he was going to turn him. It was just out of time.
There was so much stuff that happened that last lap. I mean, even midway down the backstretch, you didn't exactly know how this was going to shape up coming off the 4.
All right, from the Goodyear blimp. Briscoe getting a little roughed up on the high side by Kyle Busch. They have lost touch there with Keselowski on the outside. Bubba Wallace gives Blaney a push. Here's Briscoe with a big run on the outside.
That was the big run.
They come up
Bubba
to
Wallace
block.
pushed Ryan Blaney right there. Huge run on the outside and a massive block by Austin Cindric to win this Daytona 500. If he didn't make that block, Ryan Blaney wins this race.
Exactly. Man.
All the Team Penske folks celebrating. Cindric is the 41st driver to win the Daytona 500. And the 9th to score his first career NASCAR Cup win in the Great American Race. For team owner Roger Penske, 5 Daytona wins with 5 different drivers. And Ford goes to victory lane for the 2nd year in a row.
Hope you don't need this motor.
We were at Charlotte Motor Speedway one night with the little Bandolero cars when Austin Cindric on a Monday night rookie race won his first ever race. A couple weeks later, who was in attendance for winter heat? Roger Penske and Walt Zarnicki. They wanted to see this kid.
Well, they saw what they liked it.
He didn't disappoint.
They needed to see.
Let's join Jamie Little with the winner.
Austin Cindric has wanted to be a race car driver his entire life. He's raced everything. You made it to the top level, a rookie in the Cup Series. Austin, you are a Daytona 500 champion.
Oh my God, you know what makes it all better? A packed house. A packed house at the Daytona 500. Oh my God, I've got so many people to thank. First and foremost, Roger Penske. Happy birthday. Oh my gosh. I appreciate Ryan being a great teammate. Obviously, he wants to win this one, but I'm so pumped for Discount Tire, Menards, Ford. Everybody works so hard with this next-gen car through this whole process, and damn, I am so excited. This makes up for losing the championship last race I did.
You're an Xfinity Series champion, but this is a whole new ball game, Austin. I know you spent a lot of time working just this week on drafting and doing things the right way. How did you adapt so quickly to get it done when it counted on the last lap?
I'm surrounded by great people. That's all there is to it. I know there's going to be highs and lows. Being a rookie in a field of drivers this strong, I'm just grateful for the opportunity, excited for the climb and the mountain we've got ahead of us on the 2 team. But we're in the playoffs. That's one good box checked, but my gosh, what an awesome group of fans, what an awesome race car. Just really thankful.
How about it? Austin Cindric is your champion. Regan.
For the second time in his career, Bubba Wallace finished second in the Daytona 500. Bubba, I saw you put your head down as you got out of the race car. So strong all night long. Talk me through the emotions right now.
Yeah, first of all, that's pretty damn cool to win the 500 in your, I think, first attempt, maybe not, but full season for him. So congrats to Austin. What could have been, right? Man, it just, I need to talk about some happy stuff here. Just dejected, but the thing that keeps me up is just the hard work that we put into our speedway stuff, and the hard work from everybody at 2311. Proud of them. Can't thank them enough. I knew this was a big move last year for me to go out and be competitive, and we're showing that. And so it's always the first race of the season, and you're getting through everything. But you know, when you come out of the gates like that, it's empowering. It's encouraging. So thanks everybody back at the shop. McDonald's almost got them another one, back-to-back super speedway wins. That'd have been awesome, especially with it being the 500, but just short. I thought our Toyota teammates did good work until they got picked off 1, 2, 3 throughout the race. So we just had to survive. Great speed weeks though. We'll come home second. I'm gonna be pissed off about this one for a while. I was happy on the second place that we got a couple years ago. This one sucks when you're that close, but all in all, happy for my team, happy for our partners, and on to California.
Thanks, Bubba.
Chase Briscoe finishes third, Ryan Blaney fourth, Eric Almirola fifth as Ford sweeps 7 of the first 9 positions. A tumultuous finish to this Daytona 500 in which Austin Cindric is the champion for Team Penske. More to come from Daytona after this. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. For those that push the limits of possibility, Goodyear, more driven. That's aerial coverage of Victory Lane. What's missing? The car. Austin Cindric has used it up right here at the start-finish line, and they're either going to have to push it to Victory Lane or put tires on it. Right now it's kind of high-sided between the banking and the track apron. Yeah, here we go. So Victory Lane's celebration will be slightly delayed.
That baby's done its job. Let's
Austin's
go celebrate,
climbed back
boys.
aboard. All right. What happened to Brad Keselowski out there who had a chance to win it? How does Briscoe get to third? And how does the 23 get to second?
Well, Brad
Briscoe,
gets
go ahead.
Side drafts off the 12 car, backs the 14 up, gets a great push from the 18 car, Kyle Busch. Big run on the outside, squeeze through the hole. They both stick it in the fence.
Brad stuck in the middle, backs up. Blaney goes bouncing around.
Blaney did a good job staying off of his teammate right there. You almost saw a snapshot of what happened last year, just roles reverse. He almost got in the right rear, spun him out, wrecked both of them, and handed somebody else a win again, just like they did last year.
And all those drivers that crashed after the start-finish line have all been checked and released. Everybody is okay. Slowest pit stop of the night, but nobody minds. Here's Vince.
Chase Briscoe came from a lap down and was in position late in the race to potentially win it. What were you thinking in that final lap and your chances?
Yeah, I couldn't quite get to Brad. I needed to be able to get to Brad, and he was having to drag so much brake for me to be able to help him that I wish I was more help. I felt like I could have, if I could have just locked on, I could have got him up there. But, I mean, you know my story, Vince, to be sleeping on couches and volunteering shops, 6, 7 years ago, and now to have a chance to win the Daytona 500 at the end and to finish third and start the year off with these Mahindra Tractors folks and highpoint.com, all the people that get us to the racetrack. It's, we want to be a playoff contender this year, and having a good run here is a good start. So wish we could have had one more lap. You never know what could have happened, but yeah, super cool to finish third, and really cool for one of my best friends to win the race.
Great job. Congratulations.
Eric Almirola in his final Daytona 500. You come in 5th place at the end of the race, so looked like you were in the perfect position at one point.
I felt like it, man. I believed it. I come into the restart there for the green, white, checkered. I really had, those thoughts like, man, this is going to be a storybook ending, coming down here for my last full-time season with this team and having Shane and so many people from Smithfield here. I felt like I was in a great spot, and it still hurts. It's an awesome feeling. I'm going to miss that, coming down the white flag lap, feeling like you have a shot to win the Daytona 500. That's an incredible feeling. And just so proud of Ford for getting to Victory Lane. They swept the weekend here in Daytona. And Smithfield, Mobile One, Pit Boss, Go Bowling, everybody that supports us, man. This is incredible to come here and almost feel like we had a shot at getting it done. So, dang it, so close.
Thanks, Eric.
Well, Eric Almirola leaves Daytona with an intact car and a 5th place finish as Austin Cindric celebrates. Austin Cindric celebrates the third Daytona 500 victory for the captain, his car owner, Roger Penske. What a happy birthday present. There he is with Tim Cindric, who was the GM of Penske Racing and Austin's dad. One of the most calamitous finishes to any recent Daytona 500. Everybody fans out, runs to the line, and a rookie wins it.
Well, we sat there and said with 2 to go at the restart, it was hard to predict exactly what was going to happen, and it's the last 2 laps of the Daytona 500. It never disappoints.
No, it does not. The whole week, man, I'm so happy for the Daytona 500. The weather was awesome this time. The fans showed out in droves. It was a great Daytona 500 from start to finish. And Austin Cindric, the Penske boys, to be honest with you, they were the heat all race long. Those 2 cars could connect. Ryan Blaney and Austin Cindric, those 2 and their teamwork and their willingness to work together, in my opinion, is what won this Daytona.
A great race, a wild finish, and Chris, a great start to the 2022 NASCAR Cup season.
A lot to look forward to. Drivers, we had, 27 different cars that were involved of the 40 in a crash. But for Austin Cindric at age 23, the second youngest driver in the history of the Daytona 500 to win the race, Trevor Bayne at age 20. And in a twist of fate, I mean, he was the guy who stepped in over the summer for Brad Keselowski, who had a chance, now 0 for 13 in the 500 to win this. But Cindric pulled it off.
Yeah, it was pretty fun to watch those 2 battle at the end. And I think you got to back up to lap 41, the first caution of the race. Austin Cindric is involved in a crash with Chase Briscoe. Those 2 went on to finish first and third, but Austin Cindric was aggressive all race long, and he put himself in the position to be able to win, chose the right lane on the last restart, and things went his way. Unbelievable finish at the end.
Yeah, and for the 4th time in the last 5, overtime at the Daytona 500, Cindric, though he led, 21 laps total, including the final 8, when he had to survive 3 different wrecks. We'll have more from Daytona, and there's your champ in the 64th running.
Hey, can we show you something? I'll allow it. Something new. I love surprises. I mean, really new. Like a new car. Well, this looks fun. And a new schedule. Hang on. We're keeping the road courses, right? Yeah, Chase. We got you. And a new legacy in the making. Hey, I just want to race. New garages to call home. Vamos, amigos. And a whole new reason to love what we love. Burnouts. Winning. Racing. I am NASCAR.
An upset, a 30-1 long shot in his Ford Mustang. Austin Cindric, the anyone can win this race, continues as he pulls it off. Jamie McMurray, you're a Daytona 500 winner. This is life-changing for him. As you heard him, he's in the playoffs, and his career off to a great start.
Yeah, I almost think it hasn't sunk in for Austin Cindric yet. When he did the interview out there, it seemed like he was a little bit taken back, but watching those victory lane shots, the photos, him lifting the trophy above his head, we talked about it at the start of the show. It is a life-changing moment, and for the rest of Austin Cindric's life, they're going to introduce him as the Daytona 500 champion.
And the heartbreak continues for drivers like Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, those that we talked about that are champs but that have not won the Great American Race.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. It's really hard just to get to the finish of this race, much less win it. And those guys have another year of asking them the same questions of when they're going to be able to win it.
In the first race of the next-gen car, a next-gen driver goes to victory lane. Next Sunday, we'll be in Southern California at the Auto Club Speedway. We hope you join us then. Don't forget Race Hub, weeknight 6 Eastern. In fact, Ryan Blaney will be on the Monday show. And tonight on Fox, stay tuned for more fine programming and an all-new Masked Singer sneak peek. What a terrific way to start the season from the Daytona 500, and a Ford Mustang and Austin Cindric, a surprise winner, goes to victory lane. For Jamie McMurray, our entire crew, I'm Chris Myers. This has been a Barry Landis production directed by Artie Kempner. Thanks for being a part of NASCAR on Fox.
Packed house on their feet. Love it.
Back along with you. Still one back, 48, one back. Check. Good check.
Holy cow's right, kid. You just won the biggest race of your life.